Welcome, everybody. You are watching the West European qualifier for the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by FISSURE, and it is the finals day. It is the last day. We only got 3 teams remaining, and only one of those 3 is going to be making their way through that qualifier to play in the $1 million tournament played in Belgrade, Serbia in January. So the excitement levels should now slowly start to rise, if they already haven't, considering this qualifier has been something else than fully expected with T-Panda and Harry. We saw a very interesting day yesterday, but not only just yesterday, the day before that as well. So for one, I'm really hyped for this qualifier.
Yep, for sure. I mean, it would be really fun if it ends in a way that nobody expected, which is Zero Tenacity making it to the finals or maybe even to the LAN. Still very unlikely, especially from what I saw yesterday from them. I wouldn't have much confidence, but Dodd in his interview did lift it up for me a bit, right? So he thinks even after some pretty crucial mistakes that they can still win versus the 2 top teams, which is definitely Avilus and Enigma Galaxy. So if they believe, I'm still gonna keep my mind open.
Yeah, they already knocked out potential seeds 3 and 4, Mouse and Secret, back-to-back days in a 3-game series. And now they have to go up against Enigma Galaxy, which is a whole different level of competition. And of course, the winner will be playing against Avilus, waiting in that best-of-5 grand final for that 1 qualification spot from the West European qualifier. So that is the schedule for today. 2 last series to go. And also, looking at the Twitch title, I think we have to battle it out as well, Freak, because it says T-Panda versus Harry Freak, but I hope it doesn't come to that. I hope it doesn't come to blows, because I know I would win that matchup. So I'm confident in just watching Enigma Galaxy and Zero Tenacity take on each other's first.
Yeah, it's because usually people who are gonna win are the ones that do not want to get into a battle. That is what I have learned throughout my years of living on this earth. But yeah, it's I think mods are just trying to start a beef between us.
They're trying something.
That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work, Panda. We're great friends. I love you so much. It is so awesome to hang out with you all day long. But anyways, yeah,
we're blood brothers.
Exactly.
If one of us ends up in trouble, the other one's going to protect. So that's what we're here for. And they did fix the title now, so you've got exactly what you want. Enigma Galaxy, Zero Tenacity. And then later on, scheduled at 19:30 CET, is going to be the grand finals between the Victor and Avilus. So let's start talking about their run in this qualifier. We don't want to really talk too much about Avilus except for their matchups versus Enigma Galaxy, where they 2-0'd them in the upper bracket final. Enigma was able to march their way through. Did drop a game to Zero Tenacity in the first round, then knocked out Mouse, got dropped by Avilus. And not to even mention this absolute Cinderella story of Zero Tenacity. 2-1 against Secret. Next day, 2-1 against Mouse. It feels like anything is possible in this qualifier, and you cannot count them out. If you would be a person who's just tuning into the qualifier, you're just an Enigma fan, you only watch Enigma games, they're going to be easy 2-0. That's what they're all thinking, right? It's going to be an easy game for Enigma Galaxy. But if you did watch those games, you could easily say you don't even know who's going to win this one.
Yeah, there might be a certain someone on this stream that might feel like those Enigma fans as well. I'm not going to be pointing any fingers, but yeah, we are gonna be seeing the coin toss. So first pick is going to be for Zero Tenacity. Enigma Galaxy will get their hands on the Radiant side. Still the same distribution. It was the only Dragon Esports club that wanted the dire side. Yep. How did that work out for them? Well, they're out of the tournament, so definitely the wrong choice. This is the right choice.
Absolutely. But what do you think? Like, still talking about these 2 teams before we touch upon the draft. We'll let these bands roll in for a little bit of time. Do you believe there's some magic in the air?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, Christmas time is coming. I'm watching all of those Christmas movies. You can feel the magic in the air. I would like a little bit of snow. I'm guessing you have quite a lot of that. But yeah, I can feel it. Can Zero Tenacity harness that and make something of it? That's a completely different question. But they are allowed to pick up their gyro, and I think Enigma Galaxy might just want to let them do it, because in the games that they won versus Zero Tenacity earlier on in the qualifier, they played a lot of Razor, right? So that could be a solid response to this.
Just looking at this gyrocopter pick coming out from Zero Tenacity, as you mentioned, they finally get it through. They've only got to play it once, and that was versus Team Secret in game number 1, which they were able to win. They went with Gyro, Lich Muerta, and then the Storm and Primal Beast as their full-on draft. But they have only picked this once in the first phase before. So this is going to be the second game they ever get to play this. Are you putting this gyrocopter in high value? Why they really wanted it into this first phase?
I think I am, because that's probably like most played hero, so he definitely wants to go for it. It just makes the game pretty easy to be aggressive, and we know Zero Tenacity have had troubles in that part of the game, the mid game, where if the gyro gets his timings, it's actually very easy to recognize what you need to do. So I'm liking it. I think it goes well in hand in how they like to play, and when you are more confident in the hero, obviously the strategic part of the game is gonna come easier and more natural to you.
Yeah. In the Bangkok qualifiers, one of the best lane duos and game duos in general for Enigma Galaxy was the gyrocopter with the Naga 5 played by GH. That was just crystal clean the way that they set things up. They see a gank, they song cancel, gyro TPs in, and they send the call down as soon as that song ends and turn things around. So I would like to see if Zero Tenacity has it up with them to protect this gyrocopter and set fights alongside him, or is there another hero that they want to play around? Because 16, 17 minutes has truly been their issue, and that's probably not the time when the gyrocopter wants to group up with his team and start pushing. I think he needs a couple more minutes, depending, of course, how that laning stage goes. And you're going up against a Primal Beast. Enigma Galaxy is super comfortable with this hero. You've got multiple players for this hero.
So Enigma Galaxy would at this point usually pick like a Hoodwink or an Ogre. That was kind of their go-to. I'm still leaning to a potential Razor, but Batrider was left in the pool, so
yeah.
they're gonna go for that, especially because it is a flex between their 4 and 5, and it just makes it a little bit harder for Zero Tenacity to understand exactly what Enigma Galaxy are doing.
Yeah. Omar has been really good with this Batrider. Whenever he gets his hands on this hero, he understands the timings he needs to get. If there's not a lot of fighting going on, he will maximize his farm output to just get to that blink ASAP, but he provides so much in the laning stage, so you gotta counter it somehow. And there's one hero that always comes to mind when you look up the second phase bans, that this Nyx Assassin was left through, and Nyx is it is an easy way to target this Batrider. Though we don't see the Batrider played in the same way as back in the past, where you would Firefly to scout and look ahead because you had flying vision, right? Now it's not quite the same. So you use your Firefly either quite late in, or you are already farming with the ability, not allowing Nyx Assassin to just walk into the fire, get the instant stun, and follow it up with his burst.
I'm expecting Enigma Galaxy to potentially get that Ogre right now, because I'm going through GH's heroes and none of them seem that great. To me, maybe you're fine with the Phoenix, but versus a Gyro might not be the best. There's the Ogre and the Razor. Yep, makes sense there. This is like very similar to what was happening in the previous series, but this time around Zero Tenacity they're the ones to adjust. They played the Bristleback, and a lot of the times the Razor was a problem for the hero. This time around it's gonna be an Enigma. Their side lanes look very, very strong at the moment.
They certainly do. I'm also going to take a look at Nefrit's Enigma games, because of course Nefrit used to be a carry player back in the past. He has a ton of right-clickers in his arsenal, but he also does have 20 games of Enigma with a 75% win rate. So that's not bad at all, considering what this game looks like for the hero. Some very good targets to grab. Of course, there's still the Pulverize that could always cancel the Black Hole if he's in position, but not that easy of a job to do, right? Because you need to maneuver your way to the Enigma to get him and cancel him out. But he zones out the Razor. He does very good damage. He's a great pusher, and something that Zero Tenacity kind of was missing in this draft, right? Gyro would AFK farm a bit more than the team would like, so that means someone has to take over the map and try to push those lanes. So I think this Enigma sits in pretty well.
Are they maybe gonna pick that Shaker carry? We know that Enigma Galaxy have been picking up some weird carries. I'm assuming that Zero Tenacity are gonna be banning out the Bristleback in this situation, and then they might pick up that Shaker. Wouldn't be wouldn't be half bad. But I guess no, in the laning phase, Malefice is too annoying. The Morphling you don't want to. Do they want to play a carry Razor? Because 2 times when they played versus Zero Tenacity, both of the times it was some male that picked it up. But nah, I guess you can change it now.
Well, you have the flex, right? You've got 24 picks, so something that Zero Tenacity has been against a couple times now. That was also in the previous series with Mouse, right? They were flexing their Toby's and Supreme's hero until the final phase finally kicked in, so they could hold on to their cards. I think that's a really smart decision to do, especially when you have this Razor, right? But you got to get rid of a couple annoying ones. You banned the Medusa at least away, because I was thinking for a moment, like, this could be an okay anti-mage game. Not amazing versus the Gyro in terms of the matchup, but with the heroes that you have, I think you could push a very early timing with that, and we know Miracle can be a really good anti-mage player.
Yeah, I'm looking through the heroes that they've played in pubs. Really, there isn't anything that is left for Miracle, and then I'm thinking Sumail, what is he gonna pick up if, let's say, he wants to be he doesn't want to be playing the Razor, and they just put the Razor on one, who generally isn't half bad versus the Enigma. I'm not sure what you would play. Maybe an Invoker, but that's banned out. The
Sniper, the Monkey King, those would also be 2 good heroes as well if they weren't banned by Zero Tenacity.
Yeah.
They've done their research really well.
Yeah, Storm Puck are still in the pool if you want to go that route, but both kind of dangerous versus the Nyx. Not impossible. The burst damage of Zero Tenacity is not super high, so you could get away with the.
I think Storm could actually. I think Storm could actually be the good one here, because if you think about Razor versus Enigma in the laning matchup, and then there's the Nyx Assassin, pretty vulnerable. Zero Tenacity cannot really fight back in the lane, and I think that could just be a free farm Razor, and Sumail gets to see his matchup, and if that is accordingly good for him, we know he can be a legendary Storm Spirit player. But it's really down to what does Zero Tenacity pick up for their mid lane. Do they have to watch out for Earth Spirit? That's also something that they got to keep their eye open for. Or do they pick it themselves by potentially ban Puck, pick ES? And then there's the Shaker that you mentioned. That could also be a bit of a threat. So they banned the Drow, which has been known to be good versus the Gyrocopter carry.
I'm thinking this might be a bristle for Nigma now. There is a good chance that you go that route, and really, if you look at Zero Tenacity, they aren't great versus him. They do have the Nyx if he buys a shard to break him, but even if you do, you don't have anything to follow up and just burst him down. So I'm thinking Zero Tenacity needs some burst, and that's why both the Tiny and the Quap were taken away.
I mean, like Bristol carry?
Yep, Bristol carry.
Yeah. Yeah, I would rather put that way as well, instead of putting him in the off lane. I think there's nothing wrong with Primal Bat being the duo. So they're going to bring up the Puck, and now there's, of course, the threat of the Shaker, right? Because that hero could destroy this Puck quite easily in the mid lane. Earth Spirit's another one that could stand his ground pretty well, too. But what do you think about Pango? Do you feel like Pango falls flat with their lineup?
Could be problematic versus the next Puck, right? When you want to play the most aggressive, you could make mistakes and just die. So that is why I'm not 100% certain on it of it. But if you do want to go for tempo, Pango is not half bad. So I wouldn't.
And their building damage would be Primal Beast, and then Batrider might have to swap over to Arsonist to do a bit of damage with Napalm on buildings, and that we know is not amazing.
What about the Void Spirit, right? Is there a chance we see a Void Spirit? Sumail, I mean, he's pretty big on the hero. You have an Ogre to buff you up. You are great versus the Puck in the lane.
I think that still doesn't solve their issue of hitting buildings.
Yeah, I think in this
but
game...
But if they want a snowball...
Yeah, they don't much care. They're fine protecting buildings, right? They don't really care about... okay, so it's gonna be mid-razor, carry Terrorblade. Yep, that's...
Okay.
I still thought they were gonna go for the bristle, but this is another approach. You might not be able to kill the Eidolons, but the Eidolons aren't gonna hurt you all that much. Looks like a pretty decent Terrorblade game, and there's your problem with the push just taken care of.
Yeah, they definitely needed something that hits objectives, even if they don't have a lane pushing in. Otherwise, it's just going to take forever for Enigma Galaxy to really benefit from that snowball, right? You want to take your enemy T1s as soon as possible. And with the Metamorph, it makes it easier. And even without Metamorph, this hero with just the Demon Zeal charge, he hits really fast. He hits for high amounts of damage. He is the Glass Cannon, as we know, but super mobile one at that as well. But there is the risk of Lich and Puck And of course, you could add the Nyx Assassin that their magical burst could be too much for the TB to deal with, but that's why you have Primal, Bat, Ogre, Razor. There's a 4-man squad that can run over wherever they need to. You mentioned they're good at protecting towers. And I think Nigma has a very solid, well-rounded draft in terms of their timings, the way that they want to play. I think it suits their gameplay style really well, that it allows Miracle to farm a lot. How about Zero Tenacity, though? I think this draft looks like a bit of a question mark to me.
It does, but the thing is, I think this is just the kind of draft that they need to win, right? I think Nigma, they just went with a well-rounded draft. Why? Because they know that in the mid-game, they're going to be the better team. So what you need to do versus that, you need to be able to open up the map. You need to be able to hunt. You need to be able to make these individual plays. And Zero Tenacity's lineup can do exactly that. And it's not like you're missing a lot. You have the early push to open up for the Nyx Assassin to go for those kills. Your laning stage is not half bad. You have the Gyro to join the early fights. Strong late game team fight with the Enigma. I mean, Zero Tenacity do have ways to fight in this game. I really wouldn't write them off. I like what they got.
All right, well, let's get this game underway. It's going to be the first match of our lower bracket final. We're down to 3 teams, and one of these 2 is going to get knocked out without the chance to play the grand finals versus Abalus. So every single play, every single moment is going to matter a lot.
Yep, that's what we like. I mean, down to 3 teams, big deal. Pablo will get rid of the sentry, but they already lost the ward. The puck there thought he was gonna be fast. Ooh, LeBron. Sure, Lich is strong, level 1, but not if you're surrounded by so many heroes.
Yeah, pretty scary positioning there. You have to keep in mind, though, that Zero Tenacity so far has been the only team alongside Abalus, who's been able to take a game. Haven't won the series like Abalus did versus Nigma, but outside of the others has been able to get a map win off of Nigma, literally in the first game of the opening round of this closed qualifier, where Nigma looked shaky. They were, many times, they were out of position. We saw the Spectre from Miracle that would end up in positions where he probably shouldn't be, maybe underestimating his opponent slightly. But these mistakes happened all over the place. And I hope that Nigma Galaxy has been able to sort those out, because we know this is a deadly team. We know there's a lot of experience. So you don't want to make those things happen, because they can easily be win conditions for Zero Tenacity to punish.
One thing they haven't been able to beat, though, is the Sumail Razors. They lost it twice, so despite winning that first game, surprising Nigma Galaxy, I'm having a hard time seeing them beating the Razor. The biggest problem here is that you have a Gyro, pretty much a one-core lineup. Sure, you have Enigma and the puck who can scale, some supports that definitely contribute to the damage department, but in the end it has to be the Gyro that stands his ground. If Razor takes away his damage, it's a problem, and you do not have any burst. So I'm thinking later on down the line, every single
look
Enigma
at that
Black
top
Hole,
lane. That could
trouble.
be first blood for LeBron and Dot. If they can just get this
Couple
Primal
more.
Beast out of the way, the tree placed down, it's gonna be enough. Also, Dot not gonna get his kill there. Omar responds. Instead of hitting the courier, wants to retaliate. LeBron dropped really low on HP, and so is Dodd. And Omar is gonna be able to zone them out for now. They don't think they have the HP to survive. LeBron trying to juke it out, but it's not gonna be enough. And Omar gonna be bringing in the first blood for Nigma Galaxy. And yep, that level 2 versus level 1. Man, what a play.
And now you can't get close with the Gyro. If you get close, he's just gonna zone you out, potentially even kill you if you're not careful. So this is just gonna allow the Primal Beast, who should have started the lane with so low HP, to just farm everything.
There goes Dot as well. Noob just runs him over, and that makes it look a little bit too easy. The safe lane duo has been taken down for the first time.
Oh my god, Gyro is supposed to do well in a lane, and he's still level 1. Started off with the Flak Cannon. If maybe they started with the Rocket Barrage, maybe they could have killed the Primal Beast, but not like this. And also, he went for the secondary strikes. I would imagine you would need the extra movement speed in this lane, in this game in general.
Yeah, you'd think about it, right? But I guess Dot is just recognizing his potential is probably through his ulti, maybe allowing him to fight a bit earlier as Miracle takes down Nefret. Pablo trays the TB. I guess they're kind of happy with Miracle getting a kill, but don't really know. I think maybe that slightly favors Nigma Galaxy in terms of the XP going for the TB. Then solo experience for Pablo, but I guess Nyx Assassin also wants to get to that level 6 as soon as possible.
considering that the next assassin used most of his mana and the ogre is quite high in that regard, yeah, definitely does favor Enigma Galaxy because the continuation of the lane should continue to be quite decent for the Terrorblade. I mean, we're already seeing him coming out super far ahead of the Enigma.
Just looking at this bottom lane as well, GH able to secure the Healing Lotus. Looks like they got both of them because Omar also has picked up one from the top lane. Pretty key objectives when you think about lane pressure and survivability in the lane, because as you can see, LeBron just getting run over by Noob and Omar. This off-lane duo that I was hyping up at the start of this qualifier, probably one of the best off-lane duos out there. In this qualifier, at least.
Oh boy, this top lane is, I don't want to say completely over for Zero Tenacity, but it is a disaster. You can make a mistake, right? There's still potential. The Batrider and the Primal Beast like to dive, so once the puck is level 6, he can change that one, and one kill in that lane can make a difference.
But it looks like Noob maybe gets close enough to Dodd. Not quite. However, they do get the Sinister Gaze on Omar, and Dodd picked up the second points in the barrage, so that suddenly starts to hurt. He used the level 1 on Omar first, and as he baited him in, he just hit level 3 and got the second point, and suddenly that does a ton more damage.
There's
420 damage, by the way.
I don't know if you remember Gyro in Dota 1 when he just came out, how dumb it was. You would just kill people from one rocket barrage. It was dealing like 500 damage level 1. It was insane, but even now with all of the nerfs, it still baffles me how quickly some heroes fall to it.
Haven't really looked at this mid lane matchup too much, but Razor is ahead of the puck. Both are getting closer to their level 6 timings. It is a bit stronger for the puck, and then again, where do you really rotate to look for a kill? You'd love to get this TB down if the puck is able to make a move down bottom, but Enigma not the best to pair it up with. You'd love to go with the Gyro and the Lich to try and kill, but then the problem is Primal Beast. He's already got face boost. This guy's got 1100 HP. It's very hard to rotate.
No matter what you do with Zero Tenacity, you need to bring numbers, right? That is the strength of their lineup, that they can bring a lot of the heroes, and every single one of them does contribute a lot to the early game fight. So that's what I'm going to be looking at for them to bringing 4, maybe even 5 heroes to whichever lane. Usually it's going to be the Enigma lane, because that's the one hero that doesn't really want to move.
I love how Sumail's just applying constant pressure to this puck and getting even further away. And actually now you can see a big difference between the CS of the two. Omar and Noob also thinking about a potential dive under the tower. GH has come over here, and Dodd's gonna need some backup. One TP coming in. It's only Pablo. Dodd's living for long enough, but is he gonna survive this one? They got a kill on Omar before he falls, but the damage has still been done. There's the long cooldowns on the Primal Beast, so they're gonna be backing away. They've done their job.
Yeah, the reason they went for this is because they know the puck just recently hit his level 5. So you have this timing that you can go. In a minute, that's not going to be possible because the coil will be ready. You make a play like that, you all die. And now Sumail goes towards the top lane. You bring in your mid laner as well. So then if the puck TPs in, it's not going to be that big of a deal. But they did see him. Sumail did pass a ward.
Yeah, and the thing is always with these carries rotating, and after they die once at 6 to 7 minutes, there's going to be more numbers to try and kill him again and really just destroy his game. He's level 3. There's a level 6 Sumail coming in towards the gyrocopter. LeBron's going to try and buy some time, but this Dodd gyro will unfortunately drop again, but Enigma's making it look way too easy.
Yeah, puck was low on resources, but even if he had a lot of resources, this is what the rotation of the Razor gives you. I can't believe, man, they saw him on a ward.
And they were still allowed to make it happen. And there goes LeBron as well.
Nah, he's very much dead.
Kill number 7.
Pablo might steal the rune. Nicely done.
It's something.
Okay, that's big. That's big. Level 6s are very important on Zero Tenacity on their supports. Though this experience might have even gone to the gyro. Let me check. Yeah, I think the gyro got the experience.
Well, this is going to push Zero Tenacity quite far. Already 2,000 gold behind, but I would even think that's even more, because who's going to be making plays now? Puck wants to farm his next item, and there's nobody to kill anymore. Sunder's going to be up on the TV, holding on to that value point, so you can only kill him during the silence. Primal Bats getting a good timing towards that Blink Dagger. Already sitting on 600 gold as he's just now queued it up.
What the hell is going on? They got both of the Wisdom Runes on Zero Tenacity and they're still behind in experience. That's a showing of how badly this game is going at the moment.
Nefrit does have the Black Hole and the drums up, so at least he's had a decent time in the laning stage. Almost tied it up with the Terrorblade, despite the TB getting the kill first on the Enigma.
You need to open up the map right now. That drums makes you super strong, and having the Black Hole is a big deal. Really not a lot of things that can cancel it out. Fire Blast of the Ogre is probably the best thing, or rather you'd have to position yourself really well with the Primal Beast to
and
to
that's
help
the
with
lane
that
to gank
well.
as well. Look at this gank squad. You got
Yep,
three guys heading down bottom. Combined
smart.
with Miracle maybe even playing a bit of a bait here with this TB, knowing that the lack of damage could be real. And they've connected onto LeBron, so he's the one to soak up this gank. Not sure if he saw the ward being placed down by GH as they ran into each other's, but that ward could credit them even more kills if they see a potential Enigma walking in. He's just decided to dodge this one completely. Nefrit teleported to safety, but the map is not opening.
0-10 are too slow. That is just the thing. Or Enigma Galaxy are too fast. You can put it any way you like. The reality is that Zero Tenacity wanted to go towards the Enigma, but they're probably thinking, oh, I need just a little bit of farm. Maybe this next item, this small item is going to make a difference. And Enigma Galaxy, they just make a play before that happens and open up the bottom lane even more to the Terrorblade. The longer you delay that bottom tower going down, the more problems you're going to be making for this entire Zero Tenacity lineup.
Almost 2,000 HP on Primal Beast. It feels a bit unfair. Like this guy's got 4.3 strength gain per level. And he's getting closer to having a BKB. But here comes Stoikov with his move onto Noob. Pablo will be there as well to help out with the Vendetta. And an important kill, which they will actually get without the onslaught going through. There is backup on the way, though. Razor and Batbiter. Razor doesn't have any mana, though, so it's pretty much just going to be the TB and the Razor doing most of the work. But can they get this kill? There's the haste, and Gyro could be it. Yes, but the Fire Blast, they've got this one.
No TP out for him. Even the Buck put himself in a very uncomfortable position. Sumail is going for it.
He's got Orb ready, so the Phase Shift Orb should be able to pull him into safety. The haste is not going to be enough for Sumail. So they'll only end up losing a hero. They at least got a tier 1 trade going for Nefrit down the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's not too bad for Zero Tenacity. You killed the Primal Beast, you did lose the Gyro, but a 1-for-1 trade plus the tower, it actually is quite nice. And the Black Hole hasn't been used just yet, so Zero Tenacity, despite their bottom lane being pushed out, the Enigma not being able to pressure that tower with his teammates, he still opens it up. And once you have the Blink Dagger, you are ready to help your teammates make those plays.
10-3. Still that 2K lead remains the same. It hasn't really moved in any direction the last couple of minutes. So it's not like Enigma has doubled their lead with these kills. Pablo, they might think about GH down in mid.
No
There's the Vendetta stun. Nice little burst there. Just a little bit more needed. They're going to have to use the coil for this one. And here comes the Primal Beast, and he might be able to finish off Pablo, but he used to pulverize in a jungle camp a moment ago, so Noob unable to take a grab off of Pablo.
And the Spike Airpace was still active after he used it for the Fire Blast. It just lingered long enough for him to stop the onslaught somewhat. So really a lot of the potential of the Primal Beast was taken away already there. Enigma, they need to push this Enigma out of the bottom lane, and they're not able to do it. So Nefrit will have his Blink Dagger and the ability to make plays. So I'm not sure if Enigma are gonna be ready for this. This is a good timing for Zero Tenacity.
I mean, they kind of a way you say stop the bleeding, even though they are bleeding the whole time. But maybe it's not that much of a gush. Still trying to get the Pablo, but having that high ground position. It's not like Zero Tenacity is ever going to walk into them, actually.
Exactly, but you do have wards. You're trying to get
Enigma's got Blink on the Courier, by the way. They want to use this.
Yep. I think the ward spotted it, so Nigma
This
Galaxy
could be a
might
chance.
know.
They just saw the bat D warning on the high ground here. Puck's gonna need some backup.
They're
You've
out
got
of
the
position.
silence on the Bat Rider, and Nigma in. There's the black hole onto 2. They got the backup jump on the Razor as well. GH will fall, the tower will drop, but they've got Sumail trapped inside the coil, and Sumail is gonna be dropping. But they will lose the gyro. Miracle just hammers away. A little bit more needed for the Sunder as the silence wears off. But Zero Tenacity, they'll take a 2-for-4 trade and look for the tower. Nefrit with an instant quick stun on the Primal, but
Maybe even more.
I don't know if you can get this kill. He is so damn tanky.
He will protect the tower. One good thing for Enigma Galaxy in that engagement is that they did take down the tower and defended their own. So now Zero Tenacity don't have a black hole to do anything about it. But this AD rune on the puck, if there was no AD rune on the puck, the Terrorblade survives, gets the Thunder off, and then you don't know how this fight actually ends. But this time
Probably
around,
not too
Enigma
well for
Galaxy-
Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, probably not too well. So Enigma Galaxy this time around, they were the slow ones, and they were the ones not knowing about the Blink Dagger. If they just paid attention to their ward that was on the lane, the courier flew over that, they would have known, Panda. But it's just, you cannot follow everything that happens on the map, and the courier icon is just very, very small.
They were able to get that net worth slowly drawn towards a tie, but of course then Enigma Galaxy is able to farm pretty actively. TB's farm speed is going to increase by a lot. Primal Beast is also decent at the job. For bottom lane, they are actually fighting it out versus Nefrit. They'll be able to get the Enigma out of position. And this again off of the same ward that has been giving them so much information.
Pablo sees Miracle, but on
And
the other
LeBron
side
is
of the
dying
map,
to noob. He's still got Sinister
trample.
Gaze and the Chain Frost. You're going to be careful of stacking up. Okay, Stoikov was orbing, but he wasn't orbing in. He was orbing away, just running towards. Doesn't want to face the big
somebody
Primal
coming
Beast.
here? Yep. They want the TB. Oh, they know Pablo's there.
Yeah, Sentry plays down. Vendetta is gone. He'll just throw out the stun and try
Very
to TB
nice.
away, seeing that the Fire Blast has been used. So, bit unfortunate for Pablo, but at the same time, he's able to get out. Grandmaster Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, I think they were calculating in their heads a little bit too long if they could kill this Terrorblade from 100 to 0, and I think it would have been close. Stoikov was a little bit farther away, and I think that's the main reason they didn't go for it, because he doesn't have the Blink Dagger. If there's a blink on the puck, you know that you can easily go in and just do the burst during the stun. I was about to say without Terrorblade getting his sticks off, but he doesn't have any. I guess getting his Healing Lotus off, which wouldn't have been an issue as it is in his backpack. Maybe, just maybe, they could have taken him out, but still a very risky play.
What I really like about Nefrit's build is the fact that he's going for the shard. This will help the flak cannon hits from the gyrocopter connect, because every stun tick from Malefice spawns an Eidolon, so you technically never lose track of a target that is cast on. So that helps Dot deal damage, it helps the puck see his targets. And also for Nefrit, if he sees multiple heroes around that Eidolon spawning, he can just black hole multiple people. They're going to use the Ice Fire to finish off this Primal Beast who just walks up, but they also get the follow-up stun. Do you have detection though? There's the Nyx Assassin, but everybody's going to have to walk to the high ground, chase him up. There's the coil that they will use it because they don't see anybody else coming in. And they'll get a second kill, but yeah, nobody is wearing dust or sentries. It's just an Invis rune picked up by GH, and it's almost enough to get away.
But that was just beautiful because the Primal Beast just got his BKB, so this was the timing for Enigma Galaxy to make something happen. And the Primal Beast probably in that situation thinks that he cannot die. Still, one thing that 010 have just shown him that with the Ice Fire and the Chain Frost, you have more than enough damage to kill him even on the next stun.
Bit of a bummer there in the river. Zero Tenacity, they warded this place. They put the ops down, and after they put the sentry to check out where, if they have vision here, they're hitting from the low ground, and they gave away their ops position. So that's also going to get removed in a matter of seconds. And Enigma going to get jumped on with the lasso, and they should have the follow-up stuns to take Nefrit away. But the Pulverize into the Fire Blast, they stack them to make sure if there's a multicast, Nefrit's got no chance to turn things around. Zero Tenacity not ready to fight that one.
Yeah, this is now the difference of the teams having or not having their mid lane towers. If Zero Tenacity has their mid lane tower, they are going to be the ones with better vision, with a better understanding of what's going on there in the mid lane. But now, even though they had a ward, which Enigma Galaxy didn't, it's just much easier for Nigma to just appear in the mid lane. Some people think out of thin air, but you just always have the tower there to bring in the right numbers.
TB is kind of deep. Pablo's trying to hunt for a target. They spot Noob. They hear him trampling around. He's going to be right under the Primal Beast. But again, he has a cloak this time around. BKB is on cooldown. Pablo keeping tabs on him, but he's going way too fast for him to catch, and nobody else can follow up.
Too deep, right? Last time you killed him because he was out of position. That's not the case now.
And now they have the D-Ward as well with this entry. They have taken their vision away. But again, Noob, the same thing. The Ice Spire and the Chain Frost. LeBron and Pablo take him down. LeBron giving Noob a bit of a tip there as well, that this trick has already happened before. It will happen again.
Samael now also has the BKB, but it was already shown by the side of Zero Tenacity that they don't care. At this point now, they have the burst. Both of their supports are contributing so much that if you get the stun on one of the targets, it's going to be a problem. You need those 4 staffs, and Ogre Magi already has his. Batrider
Samael,
quite close
nice
to it.
quick BKB reaction there. Stoic. Oh, Omar blinked in, trying to get the lasso off, and he got it, but he's going to die in the attempt. I know we're not an SDA, but Harry, I'm feeling some intro boys here.
Yep. Enigma Galaxy losing their composure in this game, and it just comes down to them not respecting the amount of damage that Zero Tenacity supports can do. When we saw the laning phase go really badly for 0-10, like, okay, they need level 6s on their supports. That's gonna be changing things, and it has changed so much, Panda. Of course, it's now they're even level 12 on the next assassin. This guy can solo a lot of heroes now with the Dagon.
Yeah, the Nyx and also the Lich, who has been almost single-handedly taking down this Primal Beast just by having a 15-minute shard. You've already picked up 2 of them, one on Nefrit, one on the Lich. Guessing if you go for the Tormentor, that's going to be a Vendetta break available for Pablo.
If you're lucky, you might get the puck one. Oh no, the gyro
puck
one.
One's okay. The gyro one's also good. I mean, you have really good shards on almost all of them.
Yeah, for sure. But you're probably wanting the...
Puck just bought his, actually.
Okay. Okay. So it is just a huge amount of damage when you have
Metamorphosed.
Shard of the Puck.
Trying to pressure this T2 tower. They're going to have to force out the Glyph. Pablo pushing out the bottom wave as well. But now we got TPs coming towards the tier 3. It looks like they might just let this one go.
I'm surprised. You have the black hole. You can fight this.
At least they clean up the illusions, but that tower took over 2,000 damage.
That's a little bit too much. Zero Tenacity, one thing that they definitely lack is speed. And not speed in terms of execution in a team fight, but speed in which they're moving around the map and when they're making big decisions. I can assume that the communications there are we defending the tower? Instead of somebody having a firm voice, we are defending this tower. Can he burst them down? He might be able
a sentry.
to. Okay. Yep. Try.
An attempt was made, but he's gonna lose his life for this if GH connects with his slow. He forced Staff's Miracle to get the vision. The Sentry, the Sunder thrown out on Pop. LeBron. Can he get a chain out of this one? Yes, he can. Maybe they set things up with the Thunder on cooldown. Miracle dropping, and they lose the Ogre. Pablo has done his job. They will lose Nefrit at least to this Razor. So a simultaneous jump by Noob, Omar, and Sumail to find a core kill, but you just lost your carry to the supports.
Yep, you got baited. The next assassin did take out there in the end to the Ignite, so they could have just let him go and he would have been gone, but they decided to go forward. That Spike Carapace used at a perfect spot, and Stoikov got it. Gets the Wisdom Rune.
Stolen Wisdom, and Noob nicely reads his position, but Stoikov blinks out.
Oh, he made a mistake.
He didn't see him.
Yep.
There is that one little tree in between that probably blocked his vision off of Noob.
He thought he was on the low ground. I mean, it's uncharacteristic. I also thought with the positioning of the orb that he was definitely going to be on the low ground. But that is another type. No runes for Enigma Galaxy. They haven't gotten a single Wisdom Rune in this game. Those are kind of, basic things that can cost you the game. 6 Wisdom Runes on one side. Oh, missed the stun on Pablo. He gets that stun. He gets the kill.
It's a pretty close attempt there, but not able to catch him. However, the rest of the team is taking the Tormentor, and Pablo will get his shard. And now you have a break available for either the Razor, potentially even on the Primal Beast. Not a huge benefit on him necessarily.
not that bad, right?
It's
For
not bad.
Razor, it's actually quite nice.
Take away his Storm Surge.
Yep. So Zero Tenacity, they're the ones in control of the game. Once the Enigma has the black hole, you have nothing to cancel the black hole out. Maybe Primal Beast can do it if he like buys an Ether Lens or buys a Blink and Enigma doesn't use the black hole properly. But Nefrit, he just needs to think about it. Use the black hole around yourself when you're blinking in. Don't use it in front of yourself. Use it around yourself, and then you're pretty much safe.
Yeah,
From
they're
the
thinking
Primal
probably
Beast.
there's a attempt on an Aegis. There's no gyrocopter around. They still have the T1 tower up with the lasso. It's on an Enigma
great.
Eidolon. Omar missed that one, but they will still look to kill Nefrit. Drops the black hole. Stoikov and Pablo hitting the backline. Sumail gets his BKB off barely, and here comes Miracle, and here comes Dot as well. Everybody's into this fight. Sumail gonna be dropping low. They're gonna be able to take down Pablo. The coil connects onto 2 as they push the Primal Beast and Sumail out of the fight. Miracle has already used his Sunder.
Standing his
Noob is
ground.
dead, and he is surrounded by Zero Tenacity heroes, making it a 3-for-2. GH able to teleport out. But Z10 make the best out of the situation. All because of a missed lasso, which could have been so much more cleaner. But, I mean, you've got so many units stacked up on top of each other's. Omar's going to be kicking
What
happened for that
there?
one. Take a
Why
take
did
a
the
replay. Look at that.
Enigma- It looked like the Enigma was invis for a second. Not sure why. But sure, yeah, he completely whiffed it.
He might have been smoked, but they don't have a glimmer at least, so he just missed
Pretty
that one.
weird. Yep. And he wasn't even next to the Eidolon, so it is a straight up mistake coming out from the Batrider. The way it started, Panda, this is great. Enigma Galaxy, they should be rejoicing. They with that kind of a mistake, you can instantly lose the game and the Roche. But it is lucky that Zero Tenacity used a lot of their resources to end that fight somewhat in their favor.
Yeah, it does put the puck in the first place in net worth, thanks to him getting the kill on Noob. Dot and the boys were able to take down Miracle's TB, who was defenseless. He had no backup because Stoikov was cutting out the backline, and Sumail was dropped so low he just had to pop his BKB early on instead of being able to run towards the Terrorblade. Give Miracle that much required backup. So you can either say people were either out of position or Zero Tenacity split the fight really well.
Okay, nice.
Could be both. Could be both.
Nice escape from Miracle. That would have been very dangerous if the next assassin gets on top of him with a level 3 Dagon. But the puck being ahead, I think this actually favors Zero Tenacity. It's better for him to be stronger than the Gyro.
He puts the ward down. He sees
That's
Miracle.
a
Miracle
good
doesn't
ward.
see him. Pablo's coming in as well. Miracle's in trouble.
They got
They're
him.
just going to set him up on him, and he's gone. That doesn't take more than a second, but they did use quite a lot for that. They got the lasso coming out as well and trying to save, at least jump straight on top of Stoikov and try to save the situation that is. Noob will get a big streak off of the puck.
Yeah, he also broke his Lincolns there with the Force Staff. That Lincolns could have surprised you, but he had it now for some time, and they did know about it. But once the puck gets the Parasma, the game changes, right? Gyro, sometimes he cannot stand his ground versus the Terrorblade, but you're gonna have the puck going in and out, giving you a perfect opportunity to go for an awesome black hole, for an awesome engagement from the Gyro. One thing I'm not sure that I like in this game is the level 3 Dagon. I think the Blink Dagger on the next assassin would be amazing, just so that you can follow up on the puck, create even more chaos and even more opportunities for your Gyro and the Enigma to find the perfect way to engage. Sumail?
There's no sentry down now. Pablo avoiding not getting hit by that. He's still going to give them vision with the Vendetta. Nefrit is close by. You have that creep wave showing quite a lot. The Eidolons and Dodd has been spotted. Pablo deep in and jumps on Noob. He gets the instant jump. He doesn't even have a BKB. This Primal's gone. What does Enigma Galaxy do with this? They have to instantly get the hell out of there because Zero Tenacity taking over the area. Omar looking for a potential lasso. LeBron, nice D-ward there with that same ward he placed down earlier, giving them a miracle kill. Now a noob kill
Go
too.
Roche. Yeah, go
Straight to
Roche
Roche.
right now. You have really good vision to see when your enemies are going to be coming over. And without their offlaner, they really have nobody to go in to create chaos. If you would want to fight this, you'd just be jumping in blindly with Omar. And last time, even with a very good understanding of where his opponents are, he messed up. This time around, I wouldn't even attempt it. Just let it go. Zero Tenacity on fire in this game 1. Oh, Miracle.
Considering how hard
They
this
see
game
him.
started, this is not turning out to be a happy story
again.
for them. A stun from Pablo into LeBron. We've seen this movie before. He probably gets the Sunder off and hopes he gets a kill, but they're going to make sure that Miracle dies with the Black Hole placed on top of him. He's very durable and very tanky, though. As, you know, that was a level 1 Black Hole with a level 15 Enigma, by the way, which I haven't seen too often, skipping on that second point, considering it doubles your pure damage. But sure, they got the kill on him, and they secured the Aegis for the Gyrocopter.
I've seen people be like this with the Enigma, especially if there's not a lot of fights happening, right? The cooldown reduction of 10 seconds is something, but it's not really that substantial that it's gonna be changing the game. So I think on level 17 and 18, he will put more points into it just to have it level 3.
Yeah, and he actually didn't even pick up the level 10 black hole damage because, you know, pro players, they want to min-max efficiency. They're going to get more out of 10 at Eidolon attack speed above the 3-minute cooldown of a black hole.
I mean, those Eidolons, they do hurt taking down towers.
They're worth lassoing.
Obviously, one of them, maybe if you could lasso all 6 of them, that'd be worth it. But yeah.
Oh, that would be great, you know, like throw a lasso web on top of all of them. That'd be great. Future Ags, anybody? You know, bat Ags in the future is going to be a big web you throw in an area. You lasso everyone in that and move them around.
Yeah,
Cowboy.
Awesome, right? Yeah, it's not like his Aghanim Scepter is already incredibly strong, and now we're going to be making it so that enemies just instantly lose the game when you get it. Yeah, I agree.
Solid. Just put a 6-minute cooldown on it.
Long range repositioning RP. Yeah, that's what it would be.
Just without the skewer. Anyway, Zero Tenacity, with these last 10 minutes of action, they have turned this game from what looked like a pretty horrendous start for the Gyrocopter into a nice follow-up onto Miracle, who is getting his BKB, but nothing goes out after. And there comes Todd hammering down the Batrider. Noob has to TP away with his BKB on, and Surveil is left alone, and they've got him as well. Zero Tenacity definitely is showing anything else except Zero. They are on fire.
Man, Enigma Galaxy, so many times when they see Miracle die, I guess they feel like, okay, guys, we have to do something because our carry is dying, the game is not going well. And then they just give away bonus kills. Sure, yeah, it feels bad for a carry to die, but multiple times, save your buddy syndrome without any chances of saving your buddy. He's already dead, and you're still running in with your heroes, giving them bonus kills, using your BKBs, and now because of that, opening up for this push. There's gonna be a black hole in 10 seconds. You do not need to stop.
And the Aegis as well, still for 2 minutes on this Gyrocopter. So Dot, despite him being low on HP, he's got a Daedalus already. This Gyro hits super hard. They're going to be looking for another tier 2 tower as they force the high ground glyph away. That T3 will live for a little bit longer.
This is actually smart.
Reset and regen.
You're not that great at like sieging. Gyro is not bad, but he was already low on resources. But what you are really, really good at is hunting, right? So the next assassin went for the level 3 Dagon. He has the Yule Scepter right now, so you can most definitely scare a lot of the enemies. So you don't have to force the issue all that much just yet. You can continue to farm. You're gonna get this Butterfly and the Satanic before the next Aegis fight. And if the Gyro has both of those, I don't see him dying.
It kind of goes the same way for Stoikov as well. He seems to be so hard to kill. Again, the only death that he's had that kill that went for Noob, and it was a 4 versus 1, but that's still a 7-1-12 puck. The games he's played, the sniper hold in game number 1 of that yesterday's series versus Mouse, he barely died at all in that game. I think he had 5 deaths in a game where there were over 100 kills.
You can't even imagine, like, you would imagine a country that has Saksa for them to not be stoked that much about Stoikov, but like 2017, I think, is the first time I cast him. It was a local Balkan LAN, and he was good, but definitely not even close to how good he is now. But he had so many fans, man. It is insane. They were just cheering on him every single time in stream. If you criticize him, they jump on you immediately, and for a good reason, because this this guy always had potential, and I think this is at the moment his peak. Of course, he can go higher than this, but he has never played Dota better than how he's playing right now.
They are definitely putting themselves on the map because, fun fact, we'll get to that in just a second because Pablo might be running in there, popping smokes already. Oh, the lasso attempt from Omar gets stunned by the carapace!
Nice,
and they're going to go in. Stoikov does get the stun on a couple men. They got the coil out on Bat, on Ogre, and he's cleaning them up with the black hole on the primal beast. It's a disaster for Enigma Galaxy. Zero Tenacity, they're tearing them apart. They're going to look for everyone, Sumail as well, on the run to the high ground, and they will get him as well. Backdoor protection is off, and there's nothing saving you from taking or protecting a lane of racks, and maybe even the game. Probably not going for tier 4s, but with the lack of buybacks. Oh, Nigma, oh, Nigma, oh, Nigma.
Yep, I mean, are we seeing a repeat of the first series that these two teams played? No, we're not, because last time they didn't manage to beat the Razor. They just couldn't do it. This time around, they found a solution to it. I mean, I can't even say that they countered the Razor. Zero Tenacity played better Dota in this game 1 than Enigma Galaxy.
That's mid gone. That's top almost completely gone. And Stoikov was also hitting the bottom racks with the puck, so they were splitting all 3 lanes simultaneously, maximizing their time inside the enemy base. But this is pretty much a Mega Creeps push, right? Sumail's got no BKB when he respawns in 10 seconds. Neither does Noob, but at the same time, Zero Tenacity, they don't have to stay for too long inside this base. What a turnaround game, basically, for Zero Tenacity, and it has pretty much come off of Enigma Galaxy making mistakes. Miracle 5 and 7. That's a bit too many deaths for your carry.
I'd say Zero Tenacity forced out those mistakes, that it was mostly Pablo, and I think he has been the star performer for his team for so long that has found them way too many times. But Enigma Galaxy,
and they're going to be doing it again.
Instantly like broken smoke.
This pesky Nyx assassin just foiling every attempt from Enigma Galaxy of trying to play aggressive.
They really didn't keep tabs on the Nyx assassin. Their sentry placement wasn't that great, despite them having most of their tier 1s even alive. They've only lost that bottom tower at the start of the game, and they couldn't cover their cores with sentries. So Zero Tenacity were allowed, when they got more items on their cores, to just follow the Nyx into battle. And again, they're stealing their wisdom runes. How can you allow yourself to take one wisdom rune in a 35-minute game? This is... Enigma Galaxy, they're not focused.
Is that all 10?
What I'm gonna say.
Is that all 10 wisdom runes inside the 35 minutes?
They got one on Enigma. They got one.
Okay, sure thing. 9 out of 10. That's a pretty good grading.
Yeah, and 1 out of 10 is you failed miserably.
Oh, that's probably what's going on. Probably even Kuro's head right now is that.
Look at the puck level 25. He went with the waning rift radius and max distance. That's interesting that you don't go for the Drink Coil pushes the buff immunity, especially when all 3 of the enemy cores have a BKB.
I guess they just roll around in their BKB. I guess he just really wants to pop that coil stun, but we'll see what comes out of that. Dodd is charging into the high ground.
Why wouldn't he? How do you kill him? He has both the Satanic and the Butterfly. The lasso pullback is still quite dangerous because he doesn't have the S and Y, so he's gonna get pulled quite deep into enemy lines. 80 rune bottom. Puck is gonna find it. Let's see if he waits for the gyro. No, he takes it himself. This 80 runes on the puck have been making a difference, not gonna lie. So many fights he has had them, able to finish people off, and they even killed the Terrorblade Courier. No Talisman of Evasion for you. That means no Butterfly.
Yeah, the Courier went out before the Wisdom runes, so yeah, he's not even able to run there to pick it up. Also has the Shard lined up for the Demon Zeal, knowing that if Metamorph is out, he's gonna have to try and fight back somehow, even if it is in melee form.
Why is the Courier not dead for longer on the TV? Oh no, okay.
It died before the Wisdoms. It was like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I just saw it on the screen and I thought that.
I was wondering why you were you sounded so shocked.
Yeah, because I just saw it.
Oh no! Oh no, the Courier! It's GG.
Well, it is GG because they delayed it long enough for the gyro to get his MKB, right? So your butterfly is pretty much useless.
Yeah, I mean, there's almost a level 5 take on the next assassin, so yeah, it's very fun to play against that. Roche is up, and Dot and the boys are going to be leading their charge to pick up the last banner, potentially the last banner. Enigma, if they still hold, you'd have to do something that Zero Tenacity did yesterday and stretch the game all the way to 74 minutes to turn it into a W.
No smoke on Enigma. It's very hard for them to come and place. The male had to buy a gem. You know that you cannot run into enemy vision. There's not a lot of it, but Zero Tenacity are in a good position.
Yeah, and Pablo would probably see them first anyway.
Yeah, look at him.
And he does. Stoikov is already in. He gets the 3-man silence. LeBron puts himself in an aggressive position. They might lose the Lich without any backup, but Dot has finished the Aegis, and it's just long enough that the Lich dies. And yes, he does have that buyback. He's able to return, and he's going to be coming back into the fight. Noob's BKB is already worn out. He's going to get stunned from another stun to another stun, and he's down. Nefrit, look at the black hole, but he doesn't get his BKB off, and that's going to be the Enigma going down, as there is Stoikov and Dot still pressuring and pushing them away. Miracle taken down from LeBron, buying back. He catches him, and that's everyone down, and that should be Zero Tenacity taking game number 1.
LeBron coming from the side that you wouldn't expect him. The outpost was still in control of Zero Tenacity, and he just came over there, the Terrorblade, thinking that he might be able to TP himself out. That was actually a very nice force staff over the over that rune, over that warding area, and they couldn't see him. But guess what? LeBron, he might have died at the start of the fight, but he knew exactly what he needed to do to cut them off at the perfect timing, and that. Ever since like minute 15, that game looked easy. Pablo joining in on Zero Tenacity. I don't know how good they looked when Theolicor was part of the lineup, but what LeBron said that when I spoke to him, he said, I think we're playing a lot better with Pablo, and I really like what he's contributing to the team. I now know why. Every single game that we watched this guy, he has been carrying his team quite a lot.
He is an underrated star. You have to admit that. I mean, this guy saying that he's kind of done with his professional career in a way. He's not really that interested in these big organizations. Probably just wants to, chill a little bit and just enjoy the Dota, but still contribute in a way that he wants to. And this team environment that he's in right now probably serves him the best, because we're getting a lot of Pablo content coming out from these games. He's been such a crucial factor. But you have to point out the fact this gyrocopter was still level 3 when we saw that first Razor rotation into the lane. The first 15 minutes was a debacle for Zero Tenacity. We had a triple core lead, with the Enigma having the best time on Zero Tenacity, which usually doesn't spell too much of hope. But they were able to turn things around. A couple team fights here and there, an AD rune lucky with the puck, and suddenly it's just enough. And then Miracle ends up being out of position multiple times. And suddenly, Enigma Galaxy, the game slipped away from their hands completely. It was like a greasy rope that they just couldn't grab.
This is why you ban the gyro versus Zero Tenacity, because with some other carries, we've seen that they've struggled in the mid-game to understand what they need to do. But when you have a carry that... or a hero that your carry is super confident on, he can give you pointers on how, even despite his game being really bad, and that's even an understatement, what he needs you to do so that he can come back stronger and in the end have enough impact to win the game for you. Sure, everybody else played well, but you're gonna keep your composure better. I think Enigma Galaxy might not allow that gyro to come out again.
Well, we're going to be going on a bit of a break, but all of the Enigma fans out there, at least get your bat chests ready, because Game 2 could be the time to really shine, or it might be Enigma out and he won't be able to spam those anymore. We'll see what happens after the break. You are watching the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by FISSURE. And of course, the lower bracket finals game number 2 is upon us. It is Zero Tenacity in the lead versus Enigma Galaxy and about to complete that Cinderella story of winning every single series from the lower brackets since they got knocked down by Enigma Galaxy in the first round. They've beaten Winter Bear, Team Secret, Mouse, and next on the line is Enigma Galaxy, Harry.
Yep, and you know, I thought maybe here, because there's no grudge, right? Theo was part of their team. They knocked him out as well. Mixa was part of their team, knocked him out as well. So I thought maybe that grudge was what was keeping their spirits up. But, you know, they have a grudge versus Enigma as well, because these guys just a couple of days ago, as you mentioned, knocked them down to the lower bracket. So now it's your turn to get out of the tournament. Zero Tenacity, they played better Dota in game 1, but when I watched game 1 of their first best of 3 that these two teams played, Zero Tenacity also played better Dota in that one. So Enigma Galaxy, they might wake up again. It's not out of the question.
Well, Zero Tenacity did drop the ball in game number 2 versus Enigma Galaxy, and we remember that Phoenix carry that they decided to cook with. I'm just going to say it out of PTSD memory. Don't do it. Don't do it now.
Do it.
We're gonna get the same. We're gonna get the same result very likely if they do it. So I would like to see just both teams really battle it out. Enigma knows what's at stake. A loss and they're eliminated. A win is the only thing that they can suffice with out of this. And Zero Tenacity, of course, they know victory is close, but it's not achieved yet. We've got the game 2 draft.
I always looked at you as a fun guy, and I cannot believe that you're voting versus a carry Phoenix. I cannot believe it. Zero Tenacity, they had a couple of days to think about a better way to implement it into their drafts, into competitive gameplay, and maybe they got the idea now.
Well, they might have to do it because Gyrocopter is banned by Enigma Galaxy despite them having the first pick, and Zero Tenacity is on Radiant as their choices with the coin toss. We're actually not banning the Invoker, so Sumail has at least a couple options open for himself. The Lina, though, kind of a must ban with the Alk and the DK. Those heroes are still stupid strong and have to be targeted.
Yep, you have to get rid of them. Any of these heroes, I think, that is getting banned out right now will get first picked, apart from maybe the Gyro. Enigma Galaxy, I'm not sure just how much they love this hero. Everybody plays it now. I mean, there's no doubt about that, but being able to do it...
No doubt about that.
Anyways, but the thing is, do you want to do it? And there's the next assassin. Dawnbreaker gets left in. Zero Tenacity probably not gonna be picking it. And then the question is, are they gonna be needing to ban it out because they can't take it themselves?
Yep, a potential pick for Enigma Galaxy to just duo with the Dawn and the Nyx Assassin. Double melee supports, and there may be some range cores built around those, but we'll see. Zero Tenacity with their openers. They could now pick the Ogre themselves. They could start with the Lich. We've seen Hoodwink. We've seen Rubik also from Pablo, which he's really good with. So there's a ton of options to open up with. And their decision is going to be the Lich, so they'll bring that up for LeBron.
Yep. I think the only other hero that they would have picked in this situation is the Beastmaster, but he's banned out, so that's I think there was no doubt that they're gonna go this route. I mean, Lich has been the shining star of this qualifier. Every time that we've seen it, it looked kind of good. The Chain Frost is just something that people seem to not be super used to because of that lingering effect from the facet. It just continues just staying on you, and it really makes a huge difference. You get out of the fight and you still have it in your blood, in your reflexes, that you go out and you go back in, but it just doesn't work that way any longer, and these Liches are doing way too much damage because of it.
Yeah, Lich has been picked 11 times with a 72.7% win rate. So that is the majority of the game's wins for the hero. Maybe some other notable ones to consider. Tiny in 10 games, 70%. Sniper also has won all of its 5 games, which is also in the pool. So we'll keep an eye open if they decide to bring up these high win rate heroes on either side. Either Zero Tenacity wants them, maybe Enigma wants a response, but still got to keep an eye open that Dawnbreaker is suspected. Enigma's breaking up, that's why they wanted this Lich. And we are getting rid of the Monkey King, the Sniper, and also the Enigma away from Nefret. So we're also going to get a new offlane hero for Z10.
I was a big fan of how Enigma Galaxy drafted versus Mouse when they played. The weird heroes that they played on Miracle, then also versus Zero Tenacity, they played a Slark, which is not something that's played too often nowadays, and it was a masterclass performance coming out from him. So I'd like Enigma Galaxy to go back to that, like something a little bit weirder, something that only they can play, because when they're going for these just very standard drafts, seems that they're not on the level that they would like to be at.
We're gonna bring up the Lion instead. So we got a double range support duo with a bit of crowd control on both.
Easy to burst, both of them. This is punishable.
Yeah, squishy supports. There's the Nyx Assassin. What was the other hero that we've been looking at when we've seen squishy supports? I think that was yesterday. I'm gonna take a quick look. The Spectre core and for Miracle especially. This could be the game to do it. You know, you pick up your Manta and maybe even an Orchid. That could be the build to just delete both of these two.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're going to be doing it now, but they do have the 18 pick, and on the side of Zero Tenacity, I'm not sure if you can do it. So I'm thinking Zero Tenacity might have to pick up a Morphling in their 16, 17 picks, because that could be a carry that can actually stand its ground versus the
they would have to
somehow.
They would have to look at if Omar's hero comes out. Noob's hero gets picked up now. Sometimes he has had the last pick of the team, just if it's a game where a Doom might be needed or some other sort of control, but mainly just talking about the Doom, because there are a ton of these lifesteal dependent cores in this game with these both two cores. So mentioning Morphling, for example, you pick up a Doom, makes your life so much simpler in that case. Well, we'll see. They're taking a lot of time.
They should probably get their mid laner in position 5 right now. Yeah, Tiny plus. Yep, perfect, man. Because now you cannot pick a Morphling. You're gonna get a Doom into the face. Morphling would be perfect for you, but it's just not doable. This Tiny is also a flex pick. They've played it in a position 1. You have burst damage from both of the sports, division from the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah.
Man, this was amazing from Nigma.
Yeah, really good duo pick. I agree as well, because that puts Zero Tenacity in that danger of the 18th pick trap, which could completely counter whatever they bring up. So LeBron is probably aware of the potential minefields in this draft. So now we're just going to have to look for their reply. Both supports are already out. Do we pick a Nefrit hero? Do we save the last pick for Dodd, potentially? He has been willing to pick his hero early. We've seen the Sven last pick most of the time from this team. So that could just also be saving it for him. Because he's not really targeted this draft, is he? Just a Gyro and a potential Monkey King ban. But Stoikov is mostly the MK guy in the Z10 lineup.
This could be Bristle Ember for Zero Tenacity. I wouldn't hate something like that. I know it doesn't help you with dealing with the egg, but one thing that you would have is... Okay, they go TA. So I would want them to have burst, right? So that's nice. You have a little bit of burst to help with the line, and then the Primal Beast to be tanky enough, potentially go for some auras, but mainly, most likely just gonna be first item BKB for him.
Yeah, these heroes protect the squishies very well, Lich and the Lion. The Primal Beast is very good in this case. And of course the Flex TA. Both Stoikov and Dodd like to play this hero, so not locking in which one of them is going to be the carry. Always when you have a second pick in the draft and you pick yourself a 1-2 flex with the opponent not locking in either of their carry or their mid, puts them thinking quite a lot. So I think this is a nice curve to where the Tiny Phoenix was such a good double pick from Nick McGalaxy that now they're put back into the thinking box.
So what's the pick for Noob now? I think the Primal Beast is somehow to dissuade your enemies from them picking a Bristleback. So now you probably don't want to do it, and then that leaves the Mars and the Doom, I guess, to go for right now.
Kind of like the Doom idea. Might be tough versus the TA, but he can itemize versus TA pretty well. And if this Tiny is our 1-2 flex for Nick McGalaxy, they lock in the Storm Spirit for Sumail. So it looks like we have a potential Tiny carry. I think you could still do it offlane if the matchup is bad and want to secure a better game for Miracle. But very likely looks like Miracle Tiny, Sumail with the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, Noob has been a mid player before, so you know Tiny is in his blood. This is one of the heroes that he used to play, so not impossible for an offlane Tiny either. Keeping it flexible. Problem, of course, is for
They banned the
Enigma
I think they
Galaxy,
want
they
Pango.
don't have the last pick.
I really think that they're looking for Pango here. I think Zero Tenacity probably should ban it. Even with the Primal Beast, it looks like a great counter to the hero because he can always break his ulti, and if you're BKB'd up, and just grab him. But I feel like Noob is looking for that Pango for himself.
Are you sure that they would want to play it into Primal Beast, into a line as well who can burst you down?
I think they would.
I'm kind of leaning towards this puck just being there to protect the storm, because this is generally wouldn't be a good puck game. Tiny Nyx would be in trouble.
Might have no option if the other heroes are getting banned out from them.
Yep. If it's Mars and
No,
Doom that get taken out, Pango is the only thing that's left.
There's like 6 offlane bans in there right now, so it might just be like, well, there's nothing left to pick. Unless you want to do like Centaur. Well, they banned the Dawnbreaker, which I think is a really good one here, considering they still had that Nyx Assassin combo. And yeah, of course, the puck is directly directing the Storm Spirit, but if the puck is out, it also allows the Pango to have a bit of more free reign.
See what he has played. So he played a Mars, he played a Pango, he played a Primal Beast. Is it gonna have to be a new hero for him? He played a Centaur. I don't know, man. Centaur into a lane where there's a Lich and the TA, you are gonna get smacked.
Yeah, it's not really a Centaur game. You'd have to play it by maxing your passive if you play the Centaur. Oh, they didn't even ban anything. They ran out of time.
Enigma Galaxy, please don't get a random pick. Please.
They literally ran out of time. That's an empty ban block right there. And I'm pretty sure, well, at least our drafting UI didn't break, but you can see it. They go for the Morphling, so it is an offlane Tiny in the end.
0 armor hero versus a TA in lane. 2 melee heroes versus a TA
Can
in
you
Lich.
can you just play carry TA mid primal and just pick a Doom now?
You could, but generally the Primal Beast doesn't want to go versus the Storm. But you don't really need to counter the Storm in the lane. You have a line.
You don't really need to, yeah.
I'd be down with that. I'd be down with that for sure. The only question is does Stoico want to play the Primal Beast?
I think they were thinking about that Doom ban into the Morphling pick, but imagine if they clicked it at the wrong time. They could have just picked a Doom last pick by skipping that ban. So now they decide to risk it. It could be a better game for Sumail.
What about a co-op, right? You have even more burst here. The only thing that you're afraid of is the next assassin.
Puck is banned. I think the co-op is also a good one here. Earth Spirit's okay.
Yeah, if they're picking a Stoikov hero, I'm leaning towards co-op. I don't think he's gonna go Ember in this game. And if they are picking an offlaner, I'm still down with your idea for the Doom.
I think co-op Earth Spirit Doom is the Axel we're looking at.
Well, let's see if we're gonna be right. I'd like to be surprised. They're gonna go for the Ursa, putting the TA into the mid lane.
Offlane Primal and Ursa.
It's a good Ursa game though, right? The TA is good versus the Tiny lane, but then again, so is the Ursa. Ursa is just going to be running forward. You now have a way to deal with the egg. Morphling is generally not that great with Ursa. You stack a lot of hits on him. He morphs into strength without any armor. You just one-shot him later on down the line. And now both of your cores, the 1 and 2, have potential to play with the Lion to murder somebody because both of them have a lot of burst damage. I'm okay with this. The only downside, you need a Battle Fury, so you're very, very greedy on Zero Tenacity.
But still, I think I'm very glad that my predictions go wrong here with this Ursa pick coming up, because there's Tenacity willing to double down on this idea that Ursa's going to work, and Dot probably called it, that he's happy with this. Please pick me this hero. He isn't directly countered by really anything in this game. Despite the control, there's still his scalability with his shard being so efficient this game. Might get hit by some mini stuns here and there, but no proper BKB piercer going against this Ursa. Like you said, the Morphling could always just, delete the Ursa if he's ahead of the Ursa in the game. If Miracle has a great start. But he has a hero that now has what I think he was missing with that Terrorblade. And that is an escape mechanism. And that's with the waveform. He can always reposition, really cause hell, hit the backline, delete these supports. He can look for a kill every single time he's fighting. But is this the winning draft? They missed a ban, but they still got themselves a solid draft going. How do you think this one's going to go in the eyes of Enigma Galaxy? Is this the draft that they want?
If they make this game super fast, if they make sure that they can dodge the areas that are going to be trapped by the TA, overtake this game, they can kill Zero Tenacity over and over again and just overtake the the map very early on, punish the greed. But if Zero Tenacity understands that this aggression is coming, if they play in areas protected by the TA traps and turn around a couple of those aggressive moves, which they can do, they're gonna take the game. Because if you look at Think by Galaxy, they have nothing to open up the tower. They have nothing to force out the TPs from Zero Tenacity. They're relying on murdering them. And if those murders go wrong, if those murders are found by the TA traps, you lose all of your momentum.
But there's a world-class Storm Spirit player out there with his Dota Plus showing a bronze tier Storm Spirit, but don't get bamboozled by that. I think he's got a little bit more experience than that. Smokes are popping as Dodd is the one showing them, and we're getting a first blood fight. Nyx Assassin getting targeted first, and he's already dead by the time Nick McGalaxy is not even grouped up to get their spells off. And that's an Ursa getting the first.
Exactly, and you saw how well he used the Earth Shock. The second that he saw that an Impale is gonna come out, he jumped over the Nyx Assassin, making sure that he's not the one stunned, and just gets him down. Nyx Assassin hates being brought down from 100 to 0, and I don't know why he was the first one to go up there. If you already want to go for a fight, you need somebody tankier to do it, which I don't think.
And they might be looking for even more. GH has Fire Spirits, and those are on cooldown for 20 seconds. This could be a second kill for Dodd. Just needs to connect the right clicks, the slows from the Frost Blast. LeBron's got one more right click in him, and one more from Dodd. The Fairy Fire is burnt as well, and they give up on this one as Omar coming in. He got the kill with the Earth Shock, and now Omar, he's a squishy one. Dodd might be able to live long enough to get a kill on him, but not quite enough. LeBron will have to gift this one up. His carry will die, but that is 2 kills for the Ursa.
It was still fine for him to die there, right? You get back into the lane with full resources, and you've taken away most of the HP on the Nyx Assassin. Granted, this hero doesn't have too much HP in a lot of regions, so he'll be back up to full in no time, but it is still maybe a wave or two that he will be feeling uncomfortable making anything happen. Even this spool of the creeps is going to be hard for him to do.
So 2-1 starting the laning stage with Ursa already at 1,400 net worth is quite a sizable start for him. And there goes Omar. That's a really important snipe. But LeBron, he's got another Frost Blast coming in. Does get it by the Impale. So he'll be able to zone him away, plus the boots of speed.
Very smart from LeBron there. He saw the boots of speed, so when he uses the Frostblast, he just continues chasing so that he doesn't use the attacks for nothing. GH, he doesn't have Fire Spirits.
These right clicks from Nefrit. Holy!
One more!
That roar does insane amounts of damage when he piled up all those stacks. It was about 5 hits and he almost got the kill. Pablo got the stun out on Miracle, who did already waveform in. He does have that level 2 advantage.
Yeah, they went too deep on the Phoenix. This is Morphling is just a hero that you have to pressure him. You have to make sure that his HP is down and Omar dies once again. But going for a Phoenix there, they got a little bit too greedy. Usually, even if you get the kill there, if the Morphling is farming, you're gonna be okay with it. Nefrit is in trouble. Oh boy, that was one or two hits away.
Close call. Yeah, Miracle's really angry about that last game, and it's showing. He wants to knock the wind out of Zero Tenacity, and you need these players like Morphling Miracle, Sumail Storm Spirit to get that momentum rolling in and bring in the confidence back to the team.
As soon as the Nyx Assassin leaves the lane to help secure the water rooms, which really isn't that big of a deal for Stoikov. He doesn't much care about the Storm getting both of them. The Tiny takes massive amounts of damage until he's level 6. This lane on the bottom is going to be a disaster for him. A 0 armor hero versus an Ursa.
You have the Sinister Gaze to combine with Overpower. That is going to be some guaranteed damage on the Tiny every time he moves out. So very important that they get to keep this lane in front of the TT1 tower. It's the same thing for Nefrit as well, but the lane now finally runs away as Pablo has been cutting the wave. And he's in trouble with this Morphling.
It's fine.
Miracle did use his waveform, but Nefrit, I don't think he's got the capability to kill him either. So he's going to grab the wave, buy some time for Pablo to regenerate. And they'll be able to get some CS, which they have been lacking on a bit here with this Miracle lane, who's up 16. There was only 7 last hits on the Primal.
The mid lane is completely equal. I guess it's somewhat to be expected. You're not going to be getting a ton of denies from either of these heroes, and they just have very nice ways to secure the creeps for themselves. The TA sometimes can push people away who get close, but the Storm Spirit is one of those higher armor heroes, so he's generally going to be okay.
Yeah, and TA shard this game. Like, against the Storm Spirit, getting that silence out is just really good, because it can just completely put the Storm Spirit in a position where he's vulnerable. You can even try to get like a follow-up stun to try and kill him. You get like the silence on him into the Sinister Gaze, maybe even a Lion Hex or stun. And with this Ursa and TA, they've definitely got the burst.
It's hella impressive that this Tiny has so much CS, considering how much he's been pressured, how many times he's gotten low, pushed underneath the tower. The Nyx Assassin has been doing a great job.
Phoenix is steeping in. They look at the kill Stoikov. He does have the refraction. He's waiting. Knows he doesn't have the attack speed, so he will save it for now. Has the water rune and a couple bottle charges. So GH's rotation doesn't quite work, but at the same time, Miracle is happy to soloing this lane.
Ursa is just
nice two-man stun there from Omar.
Pretty cool.
Nothing that Noob can do with his toss already on cooldown.
The Tiny is farming well, but the Ursa is farming better, and that is a huge deal, right? That the First Blood is really propelling his net worth high, and this is the thing. Ursa struggles until you get a Battle Fury. You get a Battle Fury in like a minute or two. You're already up to your Blink Dagger, and you're chasing people around the map, getting kills. Yep. It is not a great start for Nigma Galaxy, and it all started with that First Blood, them being unnecessarily aggressive.
LeBron spotted. Omar misses the stun. God is ready to go in. There's the Sinister Gaze, but nice avalanche there from Noob to zone them out.
Are they gonna...
They would have otherwise killed the Nyx Assassin without that avalanche, but instead Noob ends up taking a couple hits. Just to, just throw an apple at the guy.
They're really trying to pressure him. This is how you play the Ursa lane, by going aggressive, because you have such low attack damage. Maybe not now with the phase boost, but at the start.
The mid-rotation, actually not mid-rotation, it is GH coming in from mid towards the top lane, back to hunt down Pablo. Miracle low on HP, but Nefrit also has to be wary of that Sunray. And the big stick and the Lotus, he was never going to kill the Miracle Morphling.
While we were looking
at for the Lotus, he's got it.
Yep. He should be able to get out on Nefrit. So while that was happening, people on the bottom lane got really low. Both LeBron and Noob almost died, but in the end, both of them somehow scraped through. But it still doesn't change the fact that the Ursa is allowed to free farm. The Tiny has to go back to base, and nobody is stopping him.
Free farming Ursa. 700 gold ahead of this Morphling. Despite Miracle having a pretty free lane, he's also a 700 gold ahead of the Primal Beast. Effort's not having his level 6 just quite yet. Same thing for Miracle. Not the biggest 6 timing for him anyway. The Primal Beast, the Pulverize, is going to be big.
Ursa Battle Fury will be early, but with the Primal Beast having a bad game, you don't really have a hero that's going to be stopping the aggression of Nigma Galaxy. It really is going to have to be this DA traps. You need to make sure that the entirety of the mid lane is trapped, and maybe even an entrance to your either big jungle or the triangles, depending on where you think you're going to be needing to farm more.
Oh, there goes the Tiny. He's already used his toss, and the stun misses from Omar. They're not getting any backup for this one. Meanwhile, GH dies on the other lane to Pablo. He was able to help Stoikov to get the kill. Noob will live. He does take a couple Fury swipes, but Pablo also getting a much-needed kill for experience. He's stacking up the jungle there in preparation of that early Battle Fury timing.
Noob didn't prevent the Ursa from farming, but I'm hella impressed with what he was able to do. Now, once he gets his level 6 and the extra armor, he's no longer going to need to be
Stoikov is going to be a trap, maybe, but LeBron shows up as well. He does grab the Nyx Assassin. Stoikov's burst almost going to be enough damage. Sumail got the 80 rune for himself, and now Stoikov looking to go down. Couple more seconds to get a meld. The traps are in there. Phoenix, however, lives, and Omar with the Phoenix are low, but not enough for a kill. And there's the dive. Miracle coming out as well. Pablo in trouble. They do get the snipe, but here comes Noob. The whole team of Nigma Galaxy secure the triple kill for Sumail.
This is the speed that we were talking about. That AD runes Sumail here changes everything. I think Zero Tenacity were actually ready for this. They had the traps, they had the heroes, but the AD rune being picked up by Sumail, using it there, gives them more than enough damage to finish off all three of these heroes. There is a good chance, there's no that double damage or amplified damage, the TA gets another refraction off and you turn around that fight. But because of it, this is a huge victory for Enigma Galaxy, opening up the mid lane tower. Now once the Nyx Assassin is 6, he will be dangerous.
They're going to have to do a bit of jungling now that we're 9 minutes in. There's only one neutral item picked up on Enigma Galaxy, so you want to make sure that everybody has that item, because it is considered like around 1,000 gold for every neutral item. You can look up your equivalents in your shop. That would be at least a couple extra 1,000 gold worth of neutral items picked up.
LeBron making a slight mistake there. He could have maybe caught the Phoenix if he was a little bit closer, but doesn't get the Sinister Gaze off in time to stop the Icarus dive.
Enigma smoke
kill because of it.
GH might be low, but he can support from a distance, has Tranquils and the Magic Wand, so he's going to be okay. But Pablo in the jungle with some traps.
Dot is going to be in trouble. He is going to stay here on farm. He doesn't understand.
They don't have TPs yet. They have Lich TP on cooldown. TA TP's coming off cooldown now, but they won't be able to help him just in time. Dot
in rage.
Hit by the first stun, has enraged. He's going to have to pop it now, but nobody can help him.
Yep.
That really comes to bite them a bit as well with those teleports being used, and no one can save their carry, and that might just lead into another tower.
Oh boy, that mid lane fight, that AD rune, the implications it has on his game are insane. And Zero Tenacity, they immediately have to make something else happen. They smoke up. I think they smoked up under vision.
A possibility for it. They see them coming in. There's the Lion Finger ready, and also the Chain Frost. We saw how strong that could be. Noob is in the open ground right now. They don't have a way to angle towards him, and now they do, and get the surprise element out. Noob will drop. The finger will be used for this kill. Miracle charging in, looking for Pablo. He's got all of his spells on cooldown at the moment.
Coming.
They will force Sumail out. Sumail's low on mana. Won't be able to fight this one back, and Miracle getting caught and getting hammered by Dodd and by Stoikov. Miracle very low on HP. Can he get out? Another trap soul placed down. He's still got his morph abilities on cooldown. Stoikov takes him down. He forces GH out of this one too. And Sumail, he will drop as well. Nefrit to clean this one up. Omar slowed. He does get the Impale stun to cancel out the charge. And Stoikov continues to go. Noob has already returned. GH is low. Stoikov continues to fight. Nefrit will die to the crash landing toss at least, and Dodd should be able to run out of this one.
Getting ahead of themselves there for a second. We'll be losing Nefrit because of it, but overall still a pretty... Oh, LeBron!
Close call there.
Oh, he's gonna be fine. The creep wasn't even tossed to him. Dodd just was like, yo, LeBron, let's see how strong you are. To poke him a bit, and luckily LeBron does live through it, but... I mean, Enigma Galaxy, they knew about this. It's just that they underestimated the amount of burst that Zero Tenacity can bring to the table. Poor
That's
LeBron.
a toss kill, but that reveals the ward. It's a kill for Noob. But you're right, like they are slightly, well, they want to play around this Nyx Vendetta right now, and they find Stoikov, but Pablo is also here, and he thought he was right-clicking him.
Yep, no sentry.
Doesn't actually know about the sentry, but now he gets revealed. Stoikov's going to be there to react, but Pablo needs to get the Hex off. He won't be able to, and Omar will be traded. Stoikov with the shield, he is not killable.
Enigma Galaxy are 100% aware of what they need to do. And the Blink Dagger on the Tiny, Witchblade on the Storm Spirit, their timing is only now going to be hit. So, Zero Tenacity, they need more time. This is so scary for them. And it again comes back to the fact that this Primal Beast had a pretty bad laning stage. That Blade Mail of his, it's not enough. You need the BKB as well, but he's going to need to be in every single fight. So, farming it, next to impossible.
Pablo and Dodd were considering jumping the Tiny there for a second, but I think it would be really important to just finish off the Blink on this Tiny. On this Lion. Just needs a couple hundred gold to finish it off.
Changes the game for sure.
Smoke into the triangle, hoping to find TA. LeBron is here though, and he's gonna walk into them. They see GH first. Doesn't get the Chain Frost out, but that allows TA to live a little bit longer. So LeBron giving his life away for the smoke.
Not too bad. And LeBron will have money for the Ice Spire once...
he will, but that does cost them the tower in top. So that is
that's the biggest
every
problem.
T1 tower out of the way. Enigma Galaxy now in control of the map.
Yeah, LeBron is gonna be poor in this game. He needs to buy every single sentry that is available to keep tabs on Omar, and it's gonna be a lot of time before your carries are actually, or cores are actually ready to go forward with you. I'm even thinking of Stoikov just skipping this Deso, getting a Blink Dagger, because his team needs him, just to be able to play with the Lion.
And the fact is that we were talking about this early Ursa Battle Fury timing, but he has built a couple filler items, the Wraith Band, the Magic Wand, instead of just going, you know, face boots naked, basically, into the Battle Fury. So it's not your 11 minutes, 12 minutes. Instead, a couple minutes delayed. Doesn't really hurt that much, but Dota is a min-max game.
It's still a good timing for the Ursa, and he's
It's
gonna
still a
have
good
his Blink Dagger in no time. Okay, Stoikov is being greedy. He was the Deso.
They don't know about the Nyx. Okay, the Nyx shows, actually. His Vendetta ran out.
Let's see.
So he showed to the creep wave, and they see where he is. There's the charge in from Nefrit. He'll get the poke on Omar, and he's stuck in the low ground. There's the finger thrown out as well. I think that was enough for a Finger of Death stack for Pablo.
Yeah, he got it. They were looking for the Storm, though. What they try to do with this onslaught forward is to try and find Samael, see if he's maybe going to be showing himself so they can change targets. But when you do not have a Blink Dagger on the TA, you quickly decide it's better to just get whatever with this Blink Dagger and get the next out of the map so that you can continue to farm, right? That is the idea for Zero Tenacity. Pick off into farm, pick off into farm. You're still way too much greedy with this lineup, and it's way too early into the game.
What do you think about Noob's item build? Blink Conda.
Classic, you know, for an offlane Tiny. I just think maybe after the phylactery, he might decide to get the BKB first, and then finish the full Conda. Maybe that is something that I would like a little bit more.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Filla into the BKB would probably be the way to do it. Vision has been once again established down in bottom. That should secure Dodd his Blink farm. He cannot play top because of that T1 missing, and Miracle is the one farming this top area completely. Morphling hasn't really had to leave this top area too much. He's been part of that mid fight, went down to the bottom fight, but otherwise not your traditional carry farming the Dire carry farming the Dire triangle. Miracle's just been farming all the camps in top and the lane because he's never had to leave.
Okay. There's the trap. Stun as well. They found the Nyx.
They're bringing in numbers. They are bringing in the Tiny, and everybody else is going to be intervening in this fight, but they got the Storm Spirit, but the charge. Can Pablo follow it up with a stun? He didn't have it on cooldown. Or off cooldown, that is. That Earth Spike needed 1 extra second.
If he gets that Earth Spike off, the Storm Spirit dies. I'm starting to think the idea behind this Deso on the TA is to force a fight around Roche. Even if you look at Enigma Galaxy having all of their towers, if you walk into the pit, if you're surrounded by traps and you have a shard, it is going to be a hard fight for Enigma Galaxy to go for. Because what do you do versus Nyx Assassin lineups? You get together. But if you get together, how do you force Enigma Galaxy to fight? By going for the biggest objective on the map. So Zero Tenacity, I'm kind of looking forward to Stoikov finishing this shard and seeing if that's the play they want to make. But you know what? Miracle says, I'm gonna make that play before you, so your whole idea goes down the drain. Very smart.
That is true. That is true. I mean, if they get that Aegis for themselves, still secures the game for Enigma Galaxy, then it really just comes down to fights and spell usage. How well do they play around it?
This is huge. This is really huge versus the TA and the Ursa lineup. Of course, second Aegis is more important, but really everything that needed to go well for Enigma Galaxy in this game, in the early game.
They're coming in bottom. Nyx is already hunting, and I think he saw a glimpse of the Ursa. What I was thinking is that Enigma's just going to straight up push down the top lane, get the tier 2 tower. It's 18 minutes almost on the clock, so you could look at the Tormentor and the Wisdom, farm the Ancient Camp. So maybe it is slightly too early to just hang around there for 2 minutes. Instead, they want to focus this bottom lane first. Ursa has an idea. Pablo, he's going to have to be quick on his fingers. Yeah, only the dust. No sentry. Lich is actually... They got walking in, and now around everyone, the dust comes out. They caught the Nyx first.
What a response! What, LeBron?
What? That was insane by LeBron.
Okay, the guy knows what's up. What did they say that old people?
Oh, they go on the
cannot
Morphling
be
as well.
fast?
That might be the Aegis gone. The finger secures it. Miracle is out. Gee, just the 1
He found
HP
the Phoenix!
different. He might just be able to kill the Egg before
He
it
got
goes
it off!
off, but the Phoenix Sun is placed down and Nefrit will die for it. That
What a
was
cool
so
attempt.
close. If only somebody was able to follow up on it, but no.
If they killed the Phoenix, their Miracle dies as well. There's nothing to cover for him. The only reason that he lived is that egg got off and Zero Tenacity just couldn't chase forward. Oh boy, Enigma Galaxy were an inch from losing their momentum, but they still have it.
They still have it, just without the Aegis, they're going to have to push onward. Noob does have that phylactery, so that toss does a scary amount of damage. It could almost be enough to just almost delete a Lion. It will do probably about 60%, maybe even 70% of his HP.
They're still thinking of defending this.
Stoikov
There is
wants
no
to
egg.
protect it, but the tower's fallen. There's no glyph for it either. That's already used before, so... we'll have their glyph refreshed, that being the first tier 2 tower. They're still moving around. Stoikov with Pablo. Omar and the boys.
Nigmar fast.
Saw Morphling with the Psionic Trap.
Aghanim Shard is ready. Now that you're gonna get silenced so much, this is not gonna be easy. Because Enigma Galaxy in the bottom lane, they were fighting where there were not a lot of traps. Now you're running into areas where there are quite a lot of them.
Yeah. And he caught Dodd. Well, at least they had tabs on him.
They need the Nyx to catch him. Won't be able to.
He might have just ran under vision. They saw the Nyx was hunting Dodd. The sentry on the low ground and the ward on the high ground.
Very fast movements from Enigma Galaxy. This is what they want to see. And coming back to what you were talking about, them pushing down towers, you don't want to do it. You have 3 heroes that are pretty much amazing hunters: the Storm, the Tiny, and the Nyx Assassin. You want to utilize them at this part of the game. Not only when your Morphling is confident enough to stand and push the tower, maybe having a Lincoln Sphere, having an item that's gonna make sure that he doesn't get bursted down from 100 to 0. Maybe then you can focus a little bit more on area control and taking objectives. Right now, it's still hunting time.
Still a ton of items that this Ursa can get in this game. While the Morphling is also looking to get that early butterfly. Ursa instead has the BKB into Abyssal in mind. So there might be a couple missed hits added into the mix.
Your main target isn't the
Butterflies are
Morphling.
scary.
Your main target isn't the Morphling, it's the Phoenix, it's the Nyx Assassin, it's the Storm. Those 3.
Yep.
Ursa wants to get one of them. You get one bash on either of them with a follow-up stun from the Lion, and they die. And that's how you want to start off the fight. While that is happening, the Lion can control the Morphling. You don't care.
Exactly. I mean, you can't do anything to the Morphling, right? Because if he has that that butterfly, what are you gonna do? You're just risking it that you might get the kill. So you really just want to delete everybody else.
These towers being up is really hindering the ability of Zero Tenacity. They've had this blink on the Lion for quite some time, but you just cannot get yourself out of the map. And it still comes back to that AD rune in the mid lane. That is something that it changed the game so much. So, okay, Zero Tenacity, they have a way to come back into this one, and it's the next Shosh. Considering that they have a TA lineup, they're going to know exactly when it's up. So, it gives you info that the enemies don't have, and you have to use that info. So I think Zero Tenacity might even decide to be a little bit more passive until that happens. Not pushing any towers, not going for any aggressive plays, just defensively staying.
Just looking at the sentry situation for Zero Tenacity as well, there's none left in the shop, and they just put a scan under the Primal Beast, noticing, okay, Nyx Assassin is here. But they won't be able to put these sentries down forever. You're going to have to wait for the stock in the shop. Nyx Assassin already charging in forward with the Spike Carapace, but I think now they know that they have vision in the top triangle area. Revealing their positions. So this smoke backfires, but Zero Tenacity, they want to go on a smoke of their own.
Yep. Now they know where their enemies are at. They have those traps. On them you can fight.
Yep, and there's the Tiny, and it's going to get insta-hexed by Lion. There's more of a Storm jumping into the middle of all of them, and they are dealing a lot of early damage. That is 1 for 1 for now. Trying to hit the egg as well. Nefrit with the TA. They need a little bit more, and they got the egg destroyed. So that is going to be 2
Refraction
for
in
2.
two.
Lion bot
Got
back.
it.
Stoikov needs some help. They got the storm. He jumped in hoping to get the kill, but Stoikov lives. And LeBron's got nothing left. Pablo still has
turnaround.
the finger. He was loading it up for a second. Dot and
back.
Stoikov going for the chase. They've got Noob handled. He won't be able to get out of this one. The Dot Ursa will clean him up.
Miracle.
And now Miracle charging it onto the Lion. He wants to take this fight all by himself. He might be the all-time, the one,
can do
the chosen one to do it. It's an ultra kill for Miracle. And he knows he might still be able to get this one. But he will let Stoikov live just because he allows it to be so. Ultra for Miracle.
Okay, Solo winning that fight single-handedly, turning into a Lion. If he doesn't find the Lion with that waveform, he just dies. There's a Hex, there's a stun, and you are gone. But him finding the Lion, making sure that there's a dieback on him, changes everything, right? A pretty
Look at this
solid fight.
replay.
And that egg dropping, that was clutch. Could have been much, much worse for Zero Tenacity.
Nefret
Look
was
how
just
close that
all in
was.
on this one. Live pictures, they're getting a potential kill on the next assassin. Nice little dancing work from Omar. He walks away. But that jump from Sumail as well, thought he had that storm in the bag.
Yeah, refractions just in time for Stoikov. Let's look at Miracle here. He really deserves all the praise.
The creep wave was giving him just enough vision to show where's that Lion. And his fingers were faster. Taking the Ursa down as well, absolutely clutch.
Pablo wasn't expecting that, and you can use the Hex while your waveform is still going on, so he is going to be able to get it off before you. During the waveform, you turn back into the line, use the Hex, and it's just impossible to react to that. But it just comes down to Zero Tenacity, like, let's kill the Morphling, let's kill him! And you forget about the fact that he can turn around, he can kill you, all three of you.
Yep, and that is his butterfly ready as well. So that Morphling really packs a punch. Miracle's hitting for 400 right-click damage with his current agility. And one downside for Zero Tenacity. Not a single T1 tower has been taken. Sumail dropping low, forced this BKB. Nefret is trying to catch him. He's getting close enough, but he just cannot get the pulverize off, and he spends his entire BKB duration hoping and hoping they'll get Omar, that he's probably just going to die to Miracle, as he will. Miracle hunts him down. Noob with the avalanche toss, and that's another one from Mr. Miracle. 8-1 and 2. Stoikov has been hunting on the side here, but does have that trap shard. He's placed so many of them down here, hoping they would have run into him. He wants to do something that Miracle just pulled off in the previous fight.
Yeah, I was waiting for Sumail to go to the other side. Lucky for Sumail, he went on the other way. And Roche is going to be up in 2 minutes. Zero Tenacity knows this. They have to utilize this timing. They have to place a lot of traps on the top lane and prepare for that fight. Currently, it's hard to do, but maybe... Do they have a smoke? They need to get out on the map if they're to do it. Okay, Lich has a smoke. It's ready. They're going to prepare for the top.
Yep, it's their last one. There's going to be another in 10 seconds in the shop. So they're able to make a +1 play at some point. This being
You need to burst down
only
Miracle,
one.
I think. I think it has gotten to that point. Hex him and take him down from 100 to 0. I know it's hard with the Butterfly and the Hurricane Pike, but it has gotten to a point where he's going to murder all of you. You mentioned it, more than 400 damage per hit. If he gets a chance to hit, everybody's going to die. There isn't a single hero on their side that has enough tankiness to survive it.
Thought you were about to say more than 400 times this game that I mentioned that.
Ah, man. Dude, it's too much. Right? If he starts smacking you, there's no way you'll live. Even the poor TA with the refraction charges, he goes through them like through butter.
Roshan scan coming out, but it's not up. Dire scan suspecting the movements of Zero Tenacity, who are in the right area, but just not right on top of that scan. 9-second BKB on the Tiny now too. And the same thing for the Ursa. His 9-second BKB is still unused.
His
And he's
basher is
changed.
done.
He changed the Abyssal to the MKB shard now.
Yeah, Abyssal is pretty much an overkill. One bash is enough for you to kill somebody. You have enough burst. They're gonna let it go. PA and an Ursa lineup without the second Roche. Enigma Galaxy have just closed out all of the chances for Zero Tenacity, and the only reason that Zero Tenacity are still in this game is the greed of their lineup. Right, so they have been farming quite a lot, and if you do make a mistake where it's this greedy of a lineup, you can lose. So, yep. Enigma Galaxy not out of it just yet, but for now are gonna be quite happy with their own performance.
Roshan is up. Sumeo's the one to find it. At least Wisdom Runes this time around are going for Enigma Galaxy too, even though another one does get taken away by LeBron.
I mean, there was no way they were gonna take theirs, their own, so the only chance was stealing it. Win probability is still quite high for Zero Tenacity, but I think that's gonna change the second that this Strokes dies. That is a late smoke, and you're not getting there in time.
Nope. Stoikov might be around the area, but yeah, he hears the Roshan roar now. He has a shield in his bottle.
They're gonna fight. They want to fight there. Look at that. They have a lot of traps in this big jungle, and that is the idea. Fight around this big jungle, be it on the top lane or in the mid lane. But no, Enigma are not gonna fall for this. That is the only place that you haven't been in quite some time.
They're waiting on the other side of the twin gate here. GH will portal through to give information, but Sumeo, okay. Ursa just revealed himself taking that T1 tower. That means that there's probably more than just the Ursa around.
They saw that they weren't getting anything out of it, but this is a good area to control, and they're controlling it with more than wards. Like, there's a ton of traps, so despite the Aegis, it's not certain that Enigma Galaxy are gonna win a fight there. That's why they're just doing the smart thing, going for the push bottom lane. They're gonna pull Zero Tenacity back, and then they're gonna fight on their own rules, right? And they're gonna choose how the fight goes.
It's gonna be the first pause of this entire series, so a quick breather on both sides. What the hell is happening, and how do they get this game under control? Enigma Galaxy are the ones in charge for now, and luckily for them, it didn't happen too early this game that Zero Tenacity would be able to take control of the game, because they crumbled under that pressure. Now they've been doing this much more systematically. They get to play to Miracle's strengths, most importantly. And even Sumail, despite that little attempt on Stoikov in the previous fight where he thought he would be able to kill him, he's only died twice this game, and he's still off to a fantastic match on that storm.
He has Sanjin Kaya, he has the Great Healing Lotus still, so inside of a fight that item can make a difference, especially for a Storm Spirit. But the thing is, Zero Tenacity are still one fight away from turning this game around, so Enigma Galaxy have to continue playing this well. They have to continue playing this perfect. If you drop the ball, if you make a bigger mistake, you can very easily lose this game. And despite doing everything right up until this point, because Zero Tenacity, I can't really say that they did a lot of things wrong. It's just that Enigma Galaxy were slightly faster, and you are still in this game just because of it, because you didn't do much wrong. You still farmed quite a lot. You are keeping it competitive, and it's one fight, Panda. Believe me, one fight, Zero Tenacity wins it convincingly, let's say now on the high ground, and they're back 100%.
Cosign is given by Noob and LeBron. We're going to get back into action. See what comes out of this potential bottom lane push by Enigma Galaxy with Miracle in front and with the creep wave here and a 4-minute duration. Another pause called here.
Oh, FPS issues? Okay.
Looks like it. All right.
I guess that happens after a pause.
Yeah, it can happen. What do you think about the Lich Ags that LeBron has queued up? Oh, that is really, really, what's the word I'm looking for here? My English is so bad. I'm sorry, it's not my native language, but ambitious Ags.
Okay. You know, your game is not going well. You need a black hole. You don't have an Enigma. Well, you know, you can get a discount one, but it is still very expensive. I guess, what else is he gonna go for? If you assume that you're gonna be staying in your base for long, if you assume that you're fine, just turtling, then you have to go for game-changing items. That's how it goes. Like, a Force Staff is not gonna do anything. Like, I'm gonna protect my base for 20 minutes, not get anything for a Force Staff. Wow. Right? Aghanim Scepter, it's a different story.
They're going ready sign given, so let's see what comes out of this. The glyph is activated, a couple seconds of immunity. Miracle's not going to let this one go. He wants to clean this lane up. Zero Tenacity, they're going to have to do something about this. Roche banner is also down, and you don't really have good heroes to hit that banner either. Now Frost Shield will take down. Now they're gonna go. They get this straight jump in. Try to clean up the Aegis, but it might not just be enough. He cannot die. Miracle will not die. He hits the back line, forces Stoikov away. Da's gonna be forced to lose a lot of his HP. The Egg's in a perfect position. There's nothing Zero Tenacity can do, and Enigma Galaxy will beat the fight. They'll force them back to the fountain and clean up a lane of racks. And it might not just be one lane because the Aegis is still there.
Remember what we talked about? Miracle needs to get to a point where he cannot die when they jump him. He has gotten to that point. This game, Enigma Galaxy have... I think they've done it. It's very hard.
Oh, there's a toss as well. I think that might just do it. Stoikov's got nothing protecting him. He doesn't even get to use his BKB. And despite your fast reactions, sometimes it's just not enough under overwhelming odds. Dodd is pushed all the way. Sumail relentless on the hunt, and that will secure the team wipe. Enigma Galaxy holding on to this series, wanting to force that game 3.
I'm so glad that Miracle is playing this way, because some people who maybe started watching this game at maybe 2020, they couldn't understand what this guy is capable of. And he just takes this game by storm. His performance in that fight in the mid lane, amazing. Him helping early game around the mid lane, again, amazing. Just a masterclass performance. He did it with the Slark in the first series that they played versus Zero Tenacity, showing them how Dota is played, schooling, and well, he's gonna be doing it once again. That was beautiful. I'm getting teary-eyed here.
The story is rewriting itself, Harry. We are going to game 3 in exactly the same situation as the first time these two teams faced off against each other, where Zero Tenacity got the lead, Enigma tied it up, and then got reverse sweeped. So Enigma marched on, and Zero Tenacity has been grinding through the lower bracket, but it's the same thing again going into game number 3. But you just look at these stats all over the board. It was not a lot of hero damage required on Miracle's end here. It's a 31-minute game and only 16k needed. But those 16k, they gave him an ultra kill. They gave him the freedom to dominate this game.
Whichever one of these teams gets eliminated, I'm gonna be sad. So in Serbia, in Belgrade, with the previous Fission land, the Dacha, people are always asking, like, is Miracle going to win the qualifier? Is Miracle gonna come to Belgrade? They were all buying tickets to see Miracle. And I think it's happening once again. But this time around, we have a hometown boy. We've got LeBron as well. So you really don't know who to cheer for. Yeah, it would be amazing for both of these teams to go. But it might happen that none of these teams go. But at least in Game 3, Panda, we're going to find out who's going to get a chance to fight versus Abulus.
Yeah, there's still Avalus who could just shut the door, right, and be the Heartbreak Kids and just knock out both of these two teams out of the qualifier. Well, one from either the hand of Nigma or Zero Tenacity, and then taking the rest of the second. But ladies and gents, this lower bracket final, there's one more game left. That is after the break, so don't miss out on it. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gents. It is the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by FISSURE, and the lower bracket final. Best of 3 is now best of 1. It is a tie situation. One of these two teams is going to knock out from the qualifier, and the other one's going to be marching into the grand finals to play versus Avalus for that one qualification spot to play in a $1 million tournament in Serbia, Belgrade at the end of January. There's the group stages, and of course the LAN at the 31st of January to the 2nd of February. So make sure you find yourselves there, and hopefully, I have to say it, hopefully you get to cheer for probably one of these two teams, either the Miracle Sumail fans out there, the GH fans, or the hometown kid, LeBron and his boys of Zero Tenacity. But it could also be that, like he's mentioned in the post-studio of Game 2, we might not get either one if Avalus is stronger than any of these three teams remaining in the qualifier, Harry.
There's a story for Avilés as well. When Dacha was going on, they were playing a different LAN in Belgrade. They did manage to win, and they won versus Spotty Vision in the finals. After that, Avilés just skyrocketed in a way how good they started playing. So you know, huge storylines and really a big deal for all of these teams if they can make it to the LAN, especially if they can make it to play in front of a live audience. And that final day in the arena in Belgrade, I was there, Panda. I think you weren't. It was magical. The crowd was going wild for every single one of the plays, and it really did feel awesome to be a part of it.
I was there on the, was it the second last or the day before the last, maybe the first day of the LAN when I was dropping by, and I really liked the atmosphere. A lot of fans out there, a ton of people. It was actually a really nice experience dropping by, meeting up with some people, and of course seeing some of our favorite talent there as well. We've got Lizard, B-Cop, we had Nat also showing up to Jenkins. So that was a really nice squad around the area. Plus, of course, the storyline for Avalus, like you mentioned, it has been an amazing start for them since they got signed by the organization. They have been delivering results. They have been able to fight back versus Tier 1 teams. I think they've gotten some invaluable experience in the last few months, but they're also a team that has only dropped a single game so far. While Enigma Galaxy, they have 4 losses. Zero Tenacity maybe also has a couple losses on top of that too. Losing to Enigma originally, dropping a game to Secret, dropping a game to Mouse, but we're able to clean those series up. Now the thing that is dividing these two teams is if the result changes. Can Zero Tenacity break that curse? They don't get reverse swept again by Enigma Galaxy. And then, of course, Enigma, who are hungry for that rematch versus Avalus from the upper bracket final.
Whatever the case, for Enigma Galaxy, if they get eliminated, it's a problem. But for Zero Tenacity, who only now started playing together, they changed 2 of their players, the offlane position for pretty much a full lane, quite recently because Mixa and Theo got out of the team. Their performance here has been top-notch, and this organization, they are putting a lot of their faith into these players. I think even now they should be happy with the result, but of course it's always gonna feel a little bit sour if you do not go all the way. Even though when the qualifier started, I don't think people were probably looking at it. Oh, that's a solid lineup, but I don't think anybody expected them to go this far, let alone get this close to get into the grand finals, and they still have a shot.
Yeah, it could have all ended in the Mouse series. That 74-minute victory for Zero Tenacity, which was a over 40,000 gold lead lost by Mouse, turned into a Zero Tenacity W in the end. It was Mouse winning game 2, and if they won game 1, that would have been it. But instead, Mouse got knocked out. Zero Tenacity turned the course around, were able to get that securing win. They started the series with a victory under 40 minutes with a very strong performance. Enigma making a lot of mistakes, but game 2 was a miracle masterclass. Let's not sugarcoat it in any way. Let's not talk any lies. This was truly the miracle show. He, understanding his experience and his power as an individual, really cleaned that game up, and it brought the whole team to the level which Enigma should be performing at. GH landing some beautiful egg placements on that Phoenix. Overall, their second phase of picks, going with that Phoenix and the Tiny, just really, I think, upset Zero Tenacity quite a lot, because we did get a strong TA, sure, And we had an all-right performance from the Primal Beast, but their laning stage was shaky at best. Nigma looked really good in the early minutes all the way to the end.
There's another cool story about Enigma Galaxy in particular. Noob, you know that one of his first themes, maybe even like the first theme that he stayed in for quite some time, was from Belgrade, Serbia. It was Tempo Esports. I remember it. I was supposed to be part of that team. We were talking about it a little bit, and in the end, it fell apart. And when I saw the roster later on, he was in it, and he actually did stay quite a long time in Belgrade. That was quite a long time ago. I think 2020. Was 2020 was when the team was made. So yeah, him coming back to his roots. I mean, it was his first big break, let's say, even though the team didn't have much success.
Yeah, a couple years of that, or since that. Of course, people who still remember the LeBron name was not from NBA, but from Na'Vi, actually. Just been the LeBron Na'Vi days when he was playing with them. I'm not sure if Nefrit was also a part of that roster, maybe momentarily. Something recalls that he also played with them for a moment. Okay, actually, I'm wrong on this one, so he wasn't. He was with Nemiga and Extremum. He dropped by at Brame. That was probably the one that I was mixing it with. But another team that was able to grind from Division 2 to Division 1 and play against some top teams. But surely, these have been years of the past, and now we're looking at the present. And there would be a lot of potential first-timers on Zero Tenacity. Not really seen Stoikov play on the LAN stage a lot. I think he has been missing out on that, considering his previous years. He has only been playing with these Division 2, you could almost say Tier 2.5, Tier 3 teams for most of his career.
And
this is the first time Lina goes through the draft, actually.
Did you and me cast it even once? I don't think so.
I don't think we have. I don't think we've seen a single Lina except in the bans. Let me take a look at those Lina stats.
Dragon Esports did play it.
Lina's actually got a horrendous win rate.
How many
She
games,
is 1-4.
Yeah, but... Yeah, and you know who won with the Lina and won against the Lina? Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy is the only team that won with the Lina. They played in the mid lane versus Mouse. That series you and me did cast, and it was like one of the easiest series for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah. I'm looking at teams who have been playing it, and Zero Tenacity has a win with it, so 100% win rate with Lina. Other regions, Hokori, Talon, and Kukuis, which is the Kuku team, have been winning with this hero, or playing this hero in general. So has only been played by... Who was the one in Zero Tenacity who played it? Some guy called Derek Hale. Who is Derek Hale? I think that's Stoikov, because he had Ember Storm, Tiny Sniper, Pang. Yeah, it has to be Stoikov.
Makes sense. But we do get to see a Monkey. Is this Monkey King gonna go mid? Is it really a hero that can stand his ground versus the Lina? I mean, it is a possibility, and I've seen Monkey King win some impossible matchups because he is a melee hero, right? And not really. He does so well diving some of these very strong mid lane heroes.
Well, so far Sumail's the only one who's played it, and he has lost with that hero. That's just one game.
Okay, I mean Miracle can definitely do it, and with all of the offlaners, the slow ones that are being played now. I mean, imagine some Primal Beast trying to lane versus a Monkey King. It would probably be a disaster.
Zero Tenacity has also played a game of Monkey King and also won with that hero. No, wouldn't be too surprised if they played both MK Lina in that same game. But now Monkey King has a bit more freedom without the Lich in the game. But I do look at if Invoker Lich is out, that is there
Beast
maybe
is in the
LeBron
game.
Shadow Demon, for example, available.
If you pick Beastmaster right now in Enigma Galaxy, there's going to be a Shadow Demon. If you don't, there could be a Beastmaster Shadow Demon response from Zero Tenacity. So I'd rather pick it if I was Enigma Galaxy, because it's Nefrit's best hero, and it's actually probably the one that would do the best versus a Monkey. I think they're going to get it. Zero Tenacity, they're going to get all of their best heroes.
Happy to pick up that Bat Rider once again. I think I've every time I'm casting Enigma Galaxy, no matter what qualifier, for like in the last few months, there's always a Batrider involved.
Well, if they like it, a lot of the teams might just get it as a deny pick, so that helps as well. But
I think there was a team, I think in the Bangkok qualifier, where teams started to just ban the Batrider in the first phase and not let Omar get his hands on the hero.
really has been looking clean with it. And Enigma Galaxy, I think with all of them having so much experience with the hero as well throughout the years, that it just feels natural to have that lasso pull back, and they know how to position around it. So it makes sense that the whole team really does love this hero.
So there's the Beastmaster you were calling for. It's going to be a pretty no-brainer here for Zero Tenacity to pick up. Now the real question is, what is our support duo going to look like here for Pablo and for LeBron? Nice. They are bringing up the Muerta once again. So Theolicor, who previously was the guy who always played Muerta, I think we've only seen maybe 1 or 2 games Pablo play this hero, but every hero he's played so far has looked amazing. So Pablo has really been on a high momentum throughout this qualifier. No matter what hero he has, he's been looking great.
So what does GH want to play here? I guess the Phoenix just doesn't feel appealing at all, just because you have so much attack speed. Ogre is in the pool if you want to go that route, and then Monkey King will get buffed up quite a lot. So I wouldn't mind that at all.
Remember that one game, Enigma Galaxy, they played Centaur 4 on Omar?
Yeah,
that was against Mouse.
I think Omar is still gonna be taking the Batrider. Maybe just get something that's gonna be doing well versus the Beastmaster, like an Enchantress. But it isn't really his style on GH.
Because if they do that, they could flex GH to play the Batrider instead of Omar.
They could. They go Pugna.
All right.
The
good old Thompson Pugna pick coming out there, and combined with the Mars.
Okay. GH does play quite a decent amount of Pugna. Just I think it's scary to do that into a Muerta. Even a support Muerta might just kill you when you try to decrep yourself. So I'm not sure in terms of bursting him down. There is quite a lot of potential Zero Tenacity. Sure, Ward is always gonna be great. Is this a Clockwork pick? This could be a good Clockwork game versus a Mars, versus a Pugna, versus a Batrider for LeBron. I know that he does play the hero. Go Morphling.
They're gonna. Are we doing something different here? Are we playing Lina support?
I don't think so.
I don't think we're playing Lina support, but like,
no.
You're 20. Okay, you could 23rd pick a support. Sure, they want to secure the Morphling, and they see the Mars out there, so no risk of a Doom. And you don't really want to fit that into this lineup anyway. They have both supports out there too, so no AA risk either. Is there anything else that this Morphling could get hard countered by? Not really.
Drow? Yeah, there it is. No, because it's banned out. Maybe a Shaker. A carry Shaker is something that could happen. I mean, we've seen Miracle play it. That could be the one. I'm just not sure how his lane would go in this one, but
I think it will be okay. I mean, you're up against Beastmaster, right? I think you should be fine with the carry Shaker.
You're good, actually, because when you kill the creeps, they might just be killing the boars as well. Not half bad, especially having the Pugna there to soften the boars up as well. Yeah.
I like the idea.
Could be good.
Of course, it is a deciding game 3, right? So you would really want to bring a shocker hero that just knocks the wind out of Zero Tenacity. Could do it.
Just
can work.
The Clockwork here for Enigma Galaxy. I don't know if they're going to be banning out the Ogre, which would also be a good one, but the Clockwork needs to get taken away.
What if Nigma just skips 2 bans, right? They already skipped one in the previous game, so...
Yeah, awesome.
All right, let's not do that. Ban the Clockwork. It's a pretty straightforward one. Maybe that Shadow Demon that you mentioned wouldn't be half bad. Really, when you look at it, a save for the Lina, a save for the Morphling when the lasso comes out. It makes sense. Inside of the arena, you can also give vision with the Shadow Poison, and then lasso was and then disrupt as well. So I would like. I wouldn't be too I wouldn't be too worried about the Phoenix pick. If they ban the Phoenix as well, that would mean LeBron's all 4 heroes are gone, basically. Unless he picks up the Ogre, which is still in the pool. So Ogre and Phoenix are the only ones that he has played during the course of this qualifier.
Phoenix is not bad for versus the Enigma Galaxy heroes, but he's not that great with Zero Tenacity's heroes.
There we go.
But they will... Yep.
Don't ban the Phoenix. Okay. So
Shadow
it's
Demon
either Ogre or Shadow Demon or something
so.
else that LeBron's been playing. The Pulse 5 Pango. Would this be the time to bust it out?
Yeah, for sure. If you don't want to play a $1 million LAN in your country, he's been playing a lot of Dark Willow, which not gonna lie, it's not too bad here, right? The Terra is actually
Classic
quite
23rd
good.
pick, right?
But it still sucks as a position 5, right? With a Morphling, you need something strong in the lane that's gonna soak up the damage. Dark Willow isn't that hero. No, it'll be too risky. But what would I rather
have to wait
see?
and
A
see,
Shadow
right?
Demon or an Ogre? I think
Ban
Shadow
the
Demon.
Spectre, so I think that might lead into the Ogre pick exactly. So there's your buffer for the Morphling and your frontliner. That also enables them a lot. They've got 4 heroes with crowd control and 0 tenacity. A Morphling timing to play for. Stoikov with the Lina, but you are going against a Medusa on Miracle. So a giga strong late game hero if you get to that point. What do you think about the drafts and Harry power rankings? 50-50, which direction are you leaning on here based on the heroes on the board?
I think I'm gonna say 0 tenacity. It's hard, man. This is actually a very good draft around the Medusa. Oh,
Male Monkey King, Omar getting Comfort Batrider, GH from Pugna. I'd give it a 60-40 for Nigma.
I don't know. Because of the burst potential of 0 tenacity, I'm not sure if that's how I feel, right? Because Nigma have this lineup that doesn't really allow you to play super fast unless the Monkey King really gets off to a great start, which versus the Lina should not happen. I mean, as Stoikov, you need to prevent this. You prevent the Monkey King from having a good game. I'm going to say 55-45 in favor of 0 tenacity.
Okay, so yeah, I'm leaning more on Nigma. You're leaning more on 0 tenacity.
Might be biased. I might be biased here. It still would be nice to have
it's your country, man. I'll allow you on that one.
Exactly. Imagine if you had a Finnish team and a Finn that is trying to get into a Finnish LAN, or even just one Finnish player trying to get on the.
People know I was rooting for MTD. Like all those times he was playing, I was always in for MTD, hoping that this guy could shine. But I think those days have now passed, and we never really won anything. So we do have at least we've got our past TI victors, right? Matumba Man, Jerax, Thompson. Still the legacy of Finnish Dota in the world, but
we got those as well.
Which ones?
Not really.
So I understand.
A full Balkan team just before the first TI won versus Navi. So if they were invited, they would have won the tournament.
But still,
not
really, maybe LeBron's the guy to bring in a victory. You know, you need to win this series, then you need to beat Avalos. You'd get to the LAN, and a Serbian winning a Serbian LAN. That would be kind of hype for the home crowd, sure. And we're just gonna have to wait and see if that is going to be a possibility or a reality, because Enigma Galaxy, Comfort Heroes, strong draft. It's going to be a scary one to play against this one if you are 0 tenacity. But they haven't beaten Secret and Mouse for nothing.
Yeah, if they can open up the early towers, that's going to be big. The biggest problem, I think, for 0 tenacity in this game is that the laning stage of the Beastmaster is going to be great. And I think that's where we're going to be looking at Pablo. 0 tenacity have to believe in Pablo that he's going to be making that lane easier for Nefrit, because if Nefrit loses the lane, if his tower falls, and we have seen the Beastmasters lose the towers early on into the game, then I think 0 tenacity have got no chance. It will delay a game enough. The Medusa will get strong. You're going to have so many ways to protect her, to bring heroes towards her, for her to be able to do the damage, and the damage for 0 tenacity to kill the Medusa isn't there. It has to be a map open, and you hunt these easier to kill heroes, the Monkey King, the Pugna, the Batrider. You get your advantage, and that's how you win. You stop the timings of Enigma Galaxy, but it all comes down to this offlane. You have to do well there.
Pablo's already being hunted, but he sees Omar walking in, so Pablo's going to be fine, dodging that first blood attempt. They do have a pretty strong level 1 side of Enigma Galaxy, which you probably don't want to face 5 versus 5, but you do have crowd control, which could be your advantage. Sadly, just the learning curve Ogre doesn't really do anything. Soaks damage.
Yep, I would really like to see more of the let's allow the Ogre to get level 2 in the lane so that then he has all of his spells. I've seen it a couple
And
times.
an honest lane.
Oh. LeBron is not that kind of a guy though, right? He's kind of self-sacrificial more often than not. And even in even outside of Dota, right? When he talks, he never wants to be greedy. So it doesn't go with his character.
Let's get this laning stage underway. Sumail Monkey King versus Stoikov's Lina down in mid. We have seen Sumail bring up some crazy good results on the hero. Unfortunately, just not a game win in this qualifier. While in the top lane, Dodd gonna have his hands filled because remember from game number 1, Omar's Batrider constantly flame break, forcing them out of position, and that credited them like I think 3, maybe even 4 kills. Just by pushing them out of position.
This top lane, LeBron needs to do some heavy lifting. Soak up all the damage, as you mentioned, like a sponge. A fat sponge. The Ogre is. LeBron is, of course, not fat. He is very slim. He used to be a bit chubby. Not any longer.
With this wave under the tower, these range creeps almost getting denied, but Ogre doing a good job securing at least the first one. Getting that second would probably give them that level 2. Much needed. Well, looks like one more creep required. They already have 2 on Noob. He's got the spear, as we already saw. There we go. Now that lane turns instantly with that Ogre. Having 2 points ignite right away.
Yep, you did survive it. So far, so good for Nefrit. They're controlling the lane equilibrium. Pablo is stopping the pulls. They're doing everything right. They did deward the small camp though, Enigma Galaxy, so next wave will most likely get pulled.
Yeah, a bit of a change compared to the Nyx Assassin gameplay, right? While LeBron gets taken down in the top lane. Noob for the first blood, Enigma Galaxy on the board.
Yeah, Sponge took a lot of damage, but not gonna be able to sustain through it. Unfortunately, this top lane is going really badly for Zero Tenacity. Even though it's not the most important lane for them for the early mid game and mid game transition, you still cannot allow your Morphling to get super far behind.
Could be maybe looking at potential early timings on Noob. Do you think he needs an early blink?
I think he will get it. Right, especially if the Monkey King has a decent game and you're able to play around him, hunting some of the heroes in Zero Tenacity is gonna be nice for him. I mean, what else is he gonna get? Every single Mars that I've seen lately, I've just been going for a Blink Dagger first.
Yeah, the Blink definitely a useful one here, and that talks a lot about like the warding game from Zero Tenacity. That has been one of the key factors for this team. Why they've been doing so good is the information they always get, the amount of D wards LeBron gets on average.
This guy does his homework, right? He has probably watched like dozens of Enigma Galaxy replays and knows how they like to ward. Everybody has a pattern in how they ward in Dota, and you cannot go against it. If you try to go against it inside of a game, you are going to be losing valuable brain energy and time to think about where to place it. So if somebody is analyzing you, they are going to have a general good idea of where to ward. LeBron is that again.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of damage onto LeBron. He gets the ignites off, but that will do no good, as that's going to be his second death. And again, another kill for Noob on this Mars. Feeling pretty happy with how things are going in this top lane. Enigma succeeded in what they needed to. Sumail also keeping up to the Stoikov Lina down in mid, so Enigma's doing a great job in the laning stage.
And this leaves the Morphling alone now that LeBron is refilling the bottles, so the Morphling won't be able to farm at all. Sure, it's a hero that can come back into the game, but this is not a great start. But still, the Beastmaster is having somewhat of a decent lane. If this continues, I still say that Zero Tenacity are gonna have something to play the mid game with, and there it is, the LeBron D ward. I mean, we talked about it. He knows what's up. Are they gonna kill Sumail? They might.
There's a possibility for it, sure. Fire Blast is available. He bloodlusts the Ogre himself to just keep on going on to Sumail. He does get the one charges off. He regenerates and gets the Jingu. Dodging nicely there, but a couple low ground misses, and it's just not enough against the 16 armor on this Monkey King. The double Wraith Bands making the difference.
He even messed up there with the mischief. He didn't dodge the Dragon
They
Slayer,
still
but they still want him.
He never left. And that
Boundless
ignites.
in 2 seconds. He's fine.
He's gonna be fine. He's gonna kill Stoikov as well. Oh dear. They didn't want to commit for the dive on Sumail. That ends up them costing a very big price.
They weren't sure about the Boundless Strike. They used the glyph earlier on Zero Tenacity. They thought they had it there, so they didn't want to him to heal up all that much on the creep, so they used the glyph, but no, he didn't have it for another 2 seconds, and maybe if they knew that they had that much time, maybe would have gone for it.
That really hurts a lot for Stoikov's lane.
Yep. It was going well, but you got greedy. You didn't want to get an LSA versus a melee hero. You have an LSA there, and you're getting the kill.
Yeah, 2 points Fiery Soul. Now GH is also down in mid, dropping down the ward, which they will try to clean up as soon as possible.
Everyone is in mid.
For Stoikov to have access. Nice dead shot there from Pablo. Good Boundless Strike as well, but GH will drop. Stoikov will get a revenge kill.
And an Illusion Rune as well.
And Miracle dice to Nefrit level 5. That's without a roar. What happened in bottom? No wild axes and no primal roar. What?
Didn't use the healing lotus. I'm just gonna assume that it was in his backpack and that he didn't go for it. But it's the one thing that the Beastmaster can do. He can run you down. Okay, this is huge, Panda. This changes everything. The Medusa usually pressures the Beastmaster after a solo kill like that. Another one is not out of the question, as he will have level 6.
He's 500 gold ahead of this Medusa with that kill. The lane has been going excellent for this Beastmaster. I mean, in terms of holding on, right? I don't think he was ever supposed to get that solo kill on the Medusa, but he did. He proves everybody wrong. And he's got some big stacks for himself. GH also finds these stacks. Those are going to be of high interest for Nick McGalaxy to intervene. Try to maybe even invade this this dire triangle. Ward's placed down. I'm not sure if Pablo saw that one. He's got Sentry flying in, so I think he should be able to devorp this one. There we go.
Helm of Dom is almost done. You get the Helm of the Dominator to open up the map. It's going to be huge. Sumail is he's going to get interested.
That ward is in a good position, though, but without any proper spells being cast, no extra damage flying in. Stoikov gets to clean the stack. He has skipped LSA completely. 4 points Dragon Slave, 2 points Fiery Soul. And now the jump on GH here. Good dead shot once again from Pablo. Sending in the Pugna into their arms. LeBron body blocks, and Stoikov gets his second.
Yep. On the same hero once again.
And here comes Noob. He's got the arena. They want to get into this triangle and clean those stacks, but it looks like they're going to be a bit too late. LeBron and Pablo are playing bodyguard. There's the arena. It's just catching an ogre. Stoikov takes down one. Omar is dead to the Laguna Blade. The haste rune is secured at least for the Monkey King. He can maybe continue chasing Nefrit here, but does he have the damage to kill him? Boundless is cooldown for another 12 seconds. Death shot used. Boar on the other side. Stoikov in a bit of a no man's land in the river. He's got the silence from Pablo, and nicely with that Hurricane. Nefrit. Clutch play, but still isn't enough. Stoikov burst away the dead shot. Beautiful spell usage, and then maybe even saves Stoikov. Sumail's too deep.
No way!
Sumail's maybe too deep. Ogre gives his life away. Sumail can't get the kill. Stoikov lives only thanks to Nefrit and Pablo. Brilliant spell usage.
How did they pull him out? Like, there's no way. I think you play that one again and you know what you have to do, what worked for you last time, and you still don't do it that well. That was so clutch. Boundless Strike leaving him on very, very low HP. One hit from dying, and the Ogre comes in just in time. This is left Dodd to farm and come back into this game completely. He was struggling early on, and now he's ahead of the Monkey King.
Nefrit just leveled up to a whole different plane.
Well, this is his best hero. This is his best hero. You can see that he's struggling on other heroes, but on a Beastmaster, he is he's a beast.
It is very curious to me. Nigma letting both the Lina through in the first phase for Zero Tenacity, and then the Beastmaster going through as well for Nefrits. Like, they got themselves pretty much of a dream draft. Dodd, gonna get jumped on, has the waveform, tries to go for the instant teleport with all the stuns used, and he's gone.
Yep.
Lack of crowd control. Spear not on not off cooldown, and still the level 5 Batrider, as you mentioned. No lasso.
I'm really liking what Zero Tenacity are doing in this game, especially the Beastmaster going for the Helm of the Dominator. He's gonna buy the Drums of Endurance, but I'd like the Drums of Slum later on down the line in this game. I can understand the Helm of the Dom. You need to open up the map, reduce the Medusa's farm, but I also want him to be super tanky on this Beastmaster, and I think you can get away with a full-on greed on an effort in this game. There's no burst damage on Enigma Galaxy, so having Drums of Slum would just be perfect.
Very early group up from Zero Tenacity. We have not seen this team push as 4 at the 10-minute mark in any of these games so far.
Yep, but now they're going to be getting the tower. The siege creep is coming. You don't mind if you're trading this one. It's just important for the Beastmaster to be able to enter the enemy big jungle, because that's where you're going to be getting a lot of farm, applying a lot of pressure, and smokes are going to have to be used for Enigma Galaxy to push him out.
Morphling's Courier is dead. Sumail was able to snipe that Vlad's from being finished. Considering him fighting Dodd, but it's going to be a pretty tricky one to catch. Miracle also gets the tower from the top lane. Put him that much closer to finishing his Manta.
Bots and Stoikov. That's so huge when you have a Beastmaster. Any roar is going to be resulting in a kill. These two are going to be a murdering duo throughout the game. Drums of Endurance ready. Man, this Beastmaster is huge. He doesn't even have boots, but with the drums now, the movement speed is not an issue.
Yeah, love it. No boots beast.
Look at how sad Sumail is. He's just not having a game in this one. He needs a couple of kills to go his way.
Yeah, a bit of a situation a lot of Monkey Kings might end up in if there's not a plenty of action going on and him feeling powerful enough. There's a risk that Monkey King struggles to get to a timing where he becomes really a big threat.
Blink on Mars. It has just been bought. It's being delivered to him as we speak. Do they have a smoke ready? They might not even.
It could be the saving grace.
They're pinging out.
That blink is going to be delivered right now. He's waiting, but the arena's already dropped. Nefrit right on top of Sumail. LSA is there. He's waiting with the Laguna. Doesn't want to throw it onto the Monkey King just quite yet. No, dodging the Boundless Strike too, but LeBron is going to be sent back in. Pablo can't save his life. They'll give away the Ogre, but they do manage to reset.
Why
so Noob is able to save that fight.
Like, what happened? I mean...
Medusa quite far in. Okay, Miracle should be okay. Has a big, great healing Lotus, and the Magic One charges. I guess Stoikov didn't want to use the Laguna because of the fact there's the Mischief, and he drops his Laguna. Miracle's fine. The lasso comes out, but here comes Dodd. He's going to be cleaning up GH, taking the first kill. The Spear as well, landing on that cornerstone. They'll be able to get one with the LSA stun follow-up, but the Wukong's insta-cast canceled by Sumail. Bit of a mistake there from the Monkey King, and that opens up the tower. Zero Tenacity. They'll have all their 5 heroes to push down this mid lane, and it will not take them too long. Miracle risking it. The Deadshot doesn't quite connect the Spear, pushes him away. Noob gonna go for the blink. He gets the Morphling. Nice play there from Noob. He'll be worthy of that tip as well. That should be able to force Zero Tenacity back as soon as they got that good momentum, that good push going. Nigma instantly punishes.
Zero Tenacity, they shouldn't move away from this mid lane tower. You need to defend it, but the problem is that now Miracle got healed up by GH, so he's gonna be able to just stand his ground. And you don't have any more left in the tank. You cannot defend this. You have to let it go. This is huge for Enigma Galaxy. Protecting towers and taking a tower, the enemy tower in the mid lane. Miracle has found his impact in this game. Now he can go back to farming, understanding that he has given the positioning advantage to his team. That now they're gonna use
LeBron's under board.
Kill LeBron.
That's going to give away the ward position, but they can get another kill on this Ogre. That'll be the 6th death for LeBron, but he's soaking up so much, and Dodd is coming in. They'll get the bonk, and there's the Laguna plate. Noob will die as well, and they will lose Omar. So that's a 2-for-1, and the ward should now be taken away. LeBron knows exactly that they have vision around the area. Just need to spot where it is, because it's actually outside of range of that sentry. Doesn't show far enough.
With those 2 kills and the Troll Summoner, these skeletons are going to be doing a decent amount of damage in the mid lane tower. Now there's no more Glyph. Zero Tenacity, they were given an opening. Enigma Galaxy playing a bit too fast. In those situations, if you wait a little bit, Zero Tenacity will disperse. But considering that you were just in the mid lane, finishing the fight, running away from the tower, letting your enemies get away with it, Enigma Galaxy, they thought that the speed here is gonna work. Well, it just wasn't the case.
Let's hope their lockdown damage on Zero Tenacity is going to be good enough, because Miracle is already working towards that butterfly. That Manta is now ready, sub 15 minutes, 142 CS, so 10 CS per minute pace right now, sitting at 8,000, doing a good job. But Stoikov, that Ags is almost ready on the Lina. That is a game changer, the Flame Cloak.
GH? Well, he
stole the Wisdom right in front. Both Wisdoms taken.
He's fine. Yep, one of the fastest heroes in the game, has more than enough movement speed, no adaptive strikes.
Oh, they're going on Pablo in the top lane. They've got the Morta. The Pierce available by some time. Nefrit gets hit by the Boundless Strike, but the lasso comes out, and they will be able to lock him down, but the Roar never went off, and Nefrit, can he cast it? He can, but that is going to sting quite a lot, as Sumail should be able to clean him up. Dodd is keeping tabs, watching the Monkey King as he takes him down. He will drop. The Roar took forever because of, you know what? The venomous volley facet on the Medusa, increasing cast speed slow by 50%. He didn't get the Roar instantly and was able to run away. It took forever to finish that cast.
It's just a bummer.
Such a weird thing, but that's how it works. That venomous volley in the right time. You can't really calculate it, but that was perfectly timed there from Miracle.
Well, if he's constantly attacking him, you're pretty much going to have it all.
But you need to have the tick, right? It's every 5 hits.
And it lasts for 1.5. So yeah, you know, it's still a narrow time. How many times did he hit per second? A little bit less than twice. So yeah,
sometimes you just save that 4 charges. It's kind of like loading up your technical bash, or getting your Slardar up to 3. The next one's gonna bash when he connects a hit. So
they want the Beastmaster again.
Can do that with a Medusa. Nefrit, he's got a Mars nearby. He's in blink range for the blink arena.
They have a good ward behind as well.
Nefrit's just sitting still there for a second, gets caught. Wukong's is used as well. It's not tanky enough. Stoikov, quick teleport, but it's not gonna do any good.
I don't think they saw that teleport, but either way, with the ward that they have on the side, you could attempt to do some damage to this tower before the Beastmaster comes back. Because Beastmaster is really the main team fighting hero for Zero Tenacity. They are going for a smoke, so they expect to be able to get there in time, so that once the Beastmaster is back up, that they can defend this. Big stack being stolen, and Noob is gonna get it all.
It's a lot of money for the Mars. And Noob is going for the Desolator. I'm not sure if you mentioned that, but it's going to be a big damage buffer as well for his Medusa and his Monkey King.
Of course I didn't, Panda. You're listening to every word I say, so you would have heard it 100%.
Just wanted to point it out that Desolator doesn't show up in every single game on the Mars. So that extra buffer of damage, not only just from his source, but really just the amplification for his team. I really like seeing him picking that one up.
The idea behind it is he wants to sit on the Lina, jump on the Lina, smack her, and Lina has to move away. You are a hero, especially once you get the BKB, they're just going to be able to live through her damage. You cannot allow any one of your teammates to get instantly deleted. So he is going to have one job.
AD rune as well in the river. Looks like Noob's going to be able to secure that for his team.
Roche
that could be a very scary Roche timing as well, because Arena's coming off cooldown, and they know this is going to be a race against the clock. Roche is down to half. Maybe if they get this one, but still it might end up costing quite a lot, because an AD Mars is coming in. Monkey King is ready. Medusa's already pushing up the wave. Aegis is secured, and they're going to be committing. The ward on the high ground, they see everyone right now. They're backing all the way, and there's the roar on the Mars as he got the arena off, but he might just die and not get the spear off. And there's their AD gone. They've got the Bat Rider, also Laguna plated by Stoikov. And the LeBron boys will get 2 and the Aegis secured. Close call.
Yeah, that was very, very close. I think the Enigma Galaxy, they hesitated a bit. They were trying to go around. That allowed Zero Tenacity to get back onto the high ground, position themselves correctly, and not get caught by the arena with multiple heroes. And you got it in the worst possible one. The Beastmaster just instant roar, turnaround. Very easy fight to go their way. Sumail.
Sumail's thinking about the Wukongs.
Does he think he can do it?
Can he burst that Aegis? No, he can't.
They messed up the
Medusa
timing.
on the side is going to be pushing them out. Morgan's grasp already thrown in the air, but that butterfly, they know they can't really fight this Medusa at the moment. They need another 20 seconds for the Laguna.
Very nicely done by Zero Tenacity. They even got the tower, got themselves away, didn't give away the Aegis.
Did you Todd is using Medusa's voice lines against him as a Morphling.
Of course, because that's what you do, because when you're a max level Morphling, Samael!
I know. Oh, Sumail caught. Oh, and GH gone too. Pablo setting things up.
Now the real question is,
Nefrit and Pablo just playing on another level again.
Yup. Is Nefrit gonna buy a BKB or is he gonna go for an Aghanim Scepter? That is now the real question. Not gonna lie, I would love both, but I think if he gets the BKB first, then it's probably gonna be something different as his next
I'd like
item.
to see the Axe. He's got 1700 HP, and there are some dangerous damage dealers. I'd like to see him just build up on some extra stats and get that extra spell.
Yep, just to have that beefy guy stand in front would be amazing, and Zero Tenacity, the win probability is gonna be in their favor, because... Okay, Noob making his presence
Quick reminder.
known. I'm here, and I can hurt you, but Enigma Galaxy, they need to get the momentum back in their favor, because Medusa's timing is now, and you would want to be in front. You would want to be the team that is applying pressure, not the other way around.
Let's see what Dodd also thinks about this game. And we discussed, we had that interview with Dodd.
Race.
Wait, we'll get back to that in a second. Yeah, Pablo. Here's the Veil already popped. Mars will pop the BKB. Pushes Pablo away. Pablo, can he teleport away? Oh, very close.
Almost. Even pushed him away
Extra
from
half
the,
a second. LeBron's just going to die to this Medusa.
Yep. Miracle's positioning is top notch in this game. Really, usually with the Medusa, you think he's not going to be able to make plays, but when you're at the right place at the right time, it's going to be possible to get a couple of these kills.
That is Nefrit securing the Wisdom Rune, so all they're going to lose here is the Tormentor. But two important kills for Nigma, and man, Miracle's net worth is just crazy. He's at 15,000 already, and almost 300 last hits. This guy, he's already a problem.
He is a problem, and he's going to be a problem until the end of the game. The thing is that you have to ignore him.
No, GH's TP cancelled. That will be a kill for Nefrit.
Just kill everybody else. That's kind of the idea. Zero Tenacity, they have a possibility to do so. Blink Dagger on the Beastmaster, finds one, deletes him. Lina finds the other, deletes him. Morphling finds the third, deletes him, and then you leave the Medusa for last. That is the only
That
way
was the
that
same
you can
idea
go
they
for
had
it.
in the last game, right? Where kill everybody else and leave the Morphling. But then they're like, we kind of have to focus the Morphling. And that's where Miracle just got to shine.
But Medusa is different, right? Because Medusa doesn't do that much damage. I expected him. I saw he first queued up the Daedalus. Now he decides to go for a Scotty. Not gonna lie, I would have liked the Daedalus more. Because if you have the Daedalus, then ignoring you becomes increasingly difficult. With the Scotty, it's annoying to the Lina, annoying to the Morphling, even to a Beastmaster potentially if he gets his Aghanim Scepter. But it's still not as much damage as the Daedalus.
Yeah, maybe with his aggressive positioning, it might be better to have that extra durability. Because if there's a moment where Enigma Galaxy can't follow up, honestly, you have a Monkey King and a Mars. You should always be able to follow up and play around as a team. These are some really good team fight heroes that you have. But still, maybe having that slight thought that I need to be just that little bit more tanky. Plus, Scotty versus Morphling is good.
They did get a tier 2. A trade will come immediately. So Enigma Galaxy are doing a really good job utilizing this Medusa's timing when the enemies cannot fight you. So you always have to be on the aggressive. Going to defend towers is not going to be ideal because then Zero Tenacity are just going to spread the map. So it's much better if you are the ones applying pressure and hoping that at some point you force your opponents to TP back.
What a tight game as well in terms of net worth. Even if Medusa has a 4K lead to the rest, Zero Tenacity has been able to, one, they kept this Monkey King on a leash. Their supports are doing great. Well, maybe not LeBron that much, but he doesn't have to exactly. He's an ogre. But Pablo has been looking great. Nefrit is skyrocketing. Not necessarily net worth, but he's got the items that enables him to just do whatever he pretty much wants.
I think one of the reasons why the Mars was considering a Deso, he's not considering it any longer, is because Sumail is having such a bad game. And you might run out of damage. Sure, you're going to have a strong Medusa, but you still need another goal.
Yeah, with an AD right now.
Yep, that's when you're not going to be lacking damage because you have all the stats in the world and you're hitting, again, more than 400 per hit. And this is the magic number for Miracle to kill everybody.
Seems to be like it. Just like last game. Yeah,
Yep.
Bloodlust that tower all you want. You're not winning against Miracle with a TO2 tower.
He's an immovable object, not a tower in the mid lane. Easily taken down. Zero Tenacity, they're going for a smoke, but you still need to find the backline. And if you look at Enigma Galaxy's positioning, it is awesome. Miracle is always in a position to protect his supports, and Monkey King obviously is going to be either on the other side of the map or in the trees. Mars isn't really a target, so it's not even that hard for them to position correctly in this game.
Yeah. Nefrit has been holding this bottom lane in place. And there's a fresh ward on the high ground by Omar. So they can see anybody coming to defend that tower. Open up for an instant blink lasso. If it's Pablo, it's probably not that big for Zero Tenacity. If it is the Lina, that is a costly death.
Are they going to go for Noob on the bottom lane? That tower is almost dead.
Tower is very low. But the same thing, Miracle sieging the tier 3. We've got a bit of a small base race going on.
Ready.
But they're TPing in to defend, and I think that should be a warning sign. Stoikov coming in, but the roar is already out from Nefrit, and that might leave the Medusa. They need to kill him right there. If they cannot, then Miracle can just kill them all, and they're dropping low. Miracle is able to get up the 4 staffs, but Omar, Sumail, they pay the price for protecting Medusa. GH gets out with just 100 HP.
Oh, they're not trying to hunt him in the trees. It's one of those situations where you should have known that he doesn't have the resources necessary to get the TP out. So Zero Tenacity forgetting about it, but still, a fight does go their way. I think they even did more damage to the enemy tier 3 than the other way around. Nah, it's pretty much the same.
It's pretty much the same, but important that Miracle does end up getting out of that. I think they're happy still in a way that they gave those 2 kills away, because if Miracle was the one to die, I don't think they would be that well holding a defense anymore. But now Miracle's still up, has that full 2,000 mana pool up again. They can continue to de-push these lanes, and Zero Tenacity, despite 2 heroes dead, cannot find an objective.
Roar back in a couple of seconds, so 0-10 are gonna have all of their spells back. Again, Enigma Galaxy are just going towards their own vision. They are gonna take the tier 3 on top. They've pushed in the mid lane. There's no glyph. That should be at least a tier 3. Let's see if Miracle has the guts to go
We're back to the same setup again. Nefrit's already marching towards the bottom lane, and Nigma's doing the same thing. Now they put the lane wards down by GH.
You just trade.
Nefrit's trying to go for the backdoor protection. That's not going to work. The creep wave is at his tier 2 tower, and Miracle's looking for a lane of racks here. The range racks is about to fall. 2 more hits, and he's got it.
Okay,
now they're setting up. They need Nefrit here. They need him to blink roar once again. Blink is available. There he goes. But the Manta dodge from Miracle. There's the follow-up. Noob sets up for a beautiful arena. Spear 2 on 2 of the heroes. They've got Dot and Nefrit. Nefrit is able to get out. Noob drops low. And Dot is very deep in. He's alone. The Morphling is gone. The team couldn't follow. Nefrit's going back to the fountain. Stoikov wasn't in position anymore to follow his teammate. The Flame Cloak had run out. And Dodd went just a little bit too deep, and that's a costly mistake, which Nigma's happy to punish right away.
Miracle this time around, he was ready. They even get the deny on the rack, so that's nice for Zero Tenacity. But you saw last time he got roared and he tried to dodge the LSA. Now he knew, if I get roared, they're gonna 4-staff me in once again, and it's gonna be a problem. But if I use the Manta, turn around and then get roared, my supports are gonna have the 4-staffs to get me into safe position. I think after that, when Zero Tenacity popped the BKB on effort to escape the arena, at that point you needed to stop the chase. That was way
the double 4-staff. The double 4-staff versus an arena that is blocking 3 heroes' projectiles, and all of them happen to be big damage dealers. So this Mars has a huge role in this game, and Noob saves that fight.
It's a Miracle show. He is understanding so well his timings. He is calling the team to follow him, and that their lineup is working out. This is a perfect time to go for it. These are the 4 items that you need to end the game. Now Diegas on top of it. There is no reason for Nigma Galaxy to
they're
not
so
go
close
high
here
again.
as well. Lina gets the stun. It only connects onto the Batrider. Can he delete him? The Decrepify comes out, so he prevents the right clicks from going through. But at least a big burst, and GH will die for this one.
Omar?
And can they get Omar? No. Pablo did have that dead shot on cooldown.
That was close. You did delay this a little bit, but I don't think that Miracle is going to be stopping. He's still going to be shoving in the bottom wave, and as soon as GH is back alive, they're just going to go for that tier 2 push. And now Zero Tenacity don't have the opportunity to go for split push, because that lane that they were targeting is now overtaken by Miracle. I think they need to fight for this tier 2. No, they cannot just let it fall on Zero Tenacity. On the high ground, it's just going to be way too easy for Nigma Galaxy to position themselves. They're going to know from which direction you're coming. Zero Tenacity, this is a late smoke. This is not going to work. Goodbye, outer
It's too
tower.
late again. The Enigma's just playing too fast for them. Zero Tenacity just doesn't have the tempo to match up to them. They'll catch Omar. They'll get him in silence. Nefrit's looking for him. He's got the roar, but now Miracle's coming in with the gaze on. They'll be able to get the kill, and that stone gaze does not find a connection.
Hex on the Mars.
Is that enough? Is that enough for them to maybe go for more? Morphling is not around. It's still 4 heroes of Zero Tenacity.
He did
And
try out the
Sumail
top
steals the
lane.
wisdom.
They should go. If Zero Tenacity do have another smoke, they should go even without the roar. It's much better for them to fight in an open area than if Miracle gets to your base. Right now would be perfect for them to engage. Morphling isn't coming. They're allowing Nigma Galaxy to get into position.
Yeah, Batrider or not.
Here we come.
This Medusa is just huge. Headshot will connect on point. Doesn't really do too much to Miracle. He still continues to siege. The wraparound.
Stoikov is coming.
With the Shadow Blade. He sees the Mars. That's the one he needs to see. And try to catch, but that Shadow Blade doesn't last for an eternity. They're trying to get close enough. Nefrit blinks in. Sumail gets the stun out. Move is already there. And with the Mars getting the Beastmaster out, the roar is unused completely. LeBron will drop as well. And that is going to be Nigma cleaning up another 2 kills. And that was just a failed initiation. And now Stoikov. He does pop the Shadow Blade, but what can he do? You're stunned. You're sentryed up. They see you all the time. He's got no buyback for 70 seconds, and Nigma Galaxy is just proving to be a whole different raid boss. If game 1 looked like Zero Tenacity looked amazing, you've got to watch Nigma Galaxy improve from game to game. This is their territory.
Dot, it's all on him. I don't think they can buy time for their Lina also. Versus 2 lanes of Rax, it's going to be a problem playing this game. You need to fight now, and it has to be Dot that makes a difference. They're not even trying.
Yeah, they have that Roche banner at the back, and they have nothing on this Miracle Medusa with the Lina dead. They just don't have enough. And it's an Aegis anyway. So pretty much, are we just looking at Mega Creeps then?
25 seconds for the Lina. They can delay this, so I think the Lina will be coming back. And they push him out of the base there.
It's a beautiful Ignite there, connecting onto the back line. The supports that are there to save this Medusa.
Gas is coming. They will reset. Yeah, smart thing to do, right? Zero Tenacity really don't have a play, and Nigma Galaxy have hit their timing so well that with the 2 lane of Rax already in their favor, you can always get to a position where the Medusa is pushing and your team is behind. Now you are no longer on a timing. Sometimes Medusa lineups are on a timing, even though this hero can be ultra strong in the ultra late game, but they were gunning for the timing of the Medusa. That's their draft. Yeah. That's how they itemized, and it worked out. And now with these 2 lanes of Rax, that timer is gone. You can wait however much you want, and you're still gonna be fine.
Yeah, and you have the Scythe as well on that Mars that can just lock down Nefrit right away. And he's done it. He's done exactly that. He's got the Beastmaster. Nefrit, the allies can't even see him inside that arena. Pops his BKB for the roar. Tries to give him the fighting chance. Miracle is dropping low, but that's still the Aegis. So life number 1 will go down. And Wukong's is spent when Stoikov will able to clean up Sumail in the moment they really needed to. Stone Gaze does go up. They probably all end up getting stunned by this, but they've got themselves the backline hunt. Dodd gets stunned for a moment. He'll start to soak up some damage, but BKB's popped a Miracle. He doesn't have necessarily enough. GH is trying to help him out. The LSA stun. GH coming in with the Vivic as well. Stoikov going to be dropping low. They're going to take down the Lina, and now going to continue going onward to Miracle. Miracle's going to be so low on HP, but can they finish him off? Then there's the Pugna giving that healing battery. Dot is right there. Can he finish him off? No, it's taking forever to get Miracle out of the way. This hunt is taking forever. GH is going down. Noob is going to go down as well. Miracle finishes off Nefrit, and Omar and Miracle save his life, and Sumail gives his life for the greater good to get the Medusa away. And that was actually 2-on-1 of the buybacks from Nigma instead of Zero Tenacity.
Is he gonna find Miracle? Is Miracle gonna be that greedy? Don't do it. Okay. He'll get out. And that was a Medusa also without a buyback. Imagine if he dies and both him and the Monkey King don't have buyback. We would see a repeat of what happened yesterday with Zero Tenacity losing the game, and then suddenly they come out as the victors. But this is still not over. This Morphling can finally stand his ground versus a Medusa. And he does have the MKB. Medusa doesn't have the MKB. So when it comes to a 1 versus 1, this Morphling is now stronger.
But the thing is, the Morphling might just die, but Stoikov is there to help him out. And Miracle will take a bit of a beating here. Stoikov, though, he is hexed up. The spear is available for Noob. They'll take him down. That's a dieback. 100 seconds without the Lina.
Ooh, they're gonna be coming for you, but they don't know about the MKB. If somehow he can keep it hidden on the Morphling, it's gonna be huge. But I don't think that's actually possible. There's very good vision on the side of Nigma Galaxy, and Dot will show himself on the wave right now. So now Miracle is gonna know to be a bit more careful.
35 minutes. Kills are almost even. Net worth only slightly in Nigma's favor. And they have used 3 of their 5 buybacks. Batrider almost about to get his. Miracle cannot afford yet.
They should go.
They're setting up to try and kill this Miracle with the MKB, but the blink comes out first, and they caught Pablo. The roar is out on the Miracle. They just need a little bit more, but the save from GH again. The detection, the dust comes out a little bit too late. But into Miracle they go once again, and they've got him. They've got Miracle out. There's the lasso. Morphling might die as well. He will drop in here as Noob takes down the Morphling. He's gone for 90 seconds. He needs 500 gold for a buyback, and I think Nigma Galaxy, they've done what was required. They'll trade their carry's life for the enemy carry and Noob to secure their triple kill. That is the last glyph as well, pretty much for Zero Tenacity.
Blood lost a tower. That is your strongest fighter right now. You don't have anything, no roar. Lina will be coming back in 10. At that point, it might just be too late.
Yeah, into the bulwark of Noob. He doesn't care about the tower damage. 1 more hit and it's gone. Another explosion from GH, and that tier 3 is history, leaving the lane of Rax open. And the tier 4s and the Ancient are everything else that remains in this base.
But not dead. It's still there. Man, Dad, he doesn't have a space for dust. I'm even thinking of him contemplating maybe selling Boots or Vlad's to have a dust on him, or maybe give him a gem, because that is twice in a row that the Glimmer Cape on the Medusa is delaying that kill way too much. If the Medusa dies there before the Glimmer Cape or instantly after the Glimmer Cape was used, the Morphling can probably live. Morphling lives in that fight. He cleans up house.
Nigma can almost smell victory. It's so close. It's so close that they can see it, that they're going to the grand finals. But Zero Tenacity is a team that has broken. They broke Mouse in a series where they were 20 minutes with a Spectre lineup, sieging the high ground, about to win the game. And it wasn't just one push, it was multiple. While Zero Tenacity somehow got that game together, won that one. Also game 1 of that series, which was 74 minutes of absolute mayhem, absolute chaos in the end. A 40,000 gold swing victory ended up for Zero Tenacity. They beat Secrets in the day before. So no matter how much you see this as a Nigma victory, very likely Zero Tenacity has 2 days in a row proven almost everybody wrong. You cannot count them out.
Miracle is level 25. He gets an Aghanim Scepter. He gets an Aegis. Okay, can I count them out now? I mean, you know, it's Nigma Galaxy. They have everything they need.
Anything can
to
happen.
This game. Oh, Zero
Anything can happen.
For a smoke. This is so smart, but Nigma Galaxy, they know the only way we lose this game is if we are caught off guard before we make it to the enemy base. and they smoke
Expect
themselves
anything.
to make sure that it doesn't happen.
Expect anything. That's all I can say.
They might
They
find
are
them
running
still. GH
into
has
each
been
other.
found.
LeBron has already popped those smokes. He gets hexed up. They even throw the panic Roche banner down on the ground. Anything that will make them win this fight,
over.
and that should do it. That should do it.
What a
I don't think they can hold any
ending.
much longer. With their Morphling, he does have a buyback, but still, I think
Just
that
got
was
it.
the decisive one.
He's not doing it. He's gonna wait for their enemies to get close. Miracle doesn't have money for a buyback, so if
It
he
would still
dies
be 5v4.
twice,
They don't have the Ogre coming back. He does have his buyback off cooldown right now, though, and he actually can afford it. Beastmaster's buyback's also coming off cooldown. Maybe it's not fully over, but still, Nigma want to push those buybacks. They want to be the ones in command.
they're already shown that they can win versus Mega Creep, Zero Tenacity, and Enigma Galaxy. They seem to not care.
There we have it. 2 buybacks. Dot and LeBron buying themselves back in. Nefrit does have his own. Enigma Galaxy, they got what they wanted.
That's a Monkey King. That's not for the push. That is inside of the Wukong's command. He's finally going to start dealing damage. He's not level 25 just yet and probably won't be until the end of this game. But now if you commit onto the Medusa and there's a Wukong's command protecting her, the damage output that is being dealt will be insane. Imagine everybody's armor being reduced and then Medusa with the level 25 talent just critting everybody down. It is a real problem for Zero Tenacity to survive more than 3-4 seconds inside of these fights.
Miracle is leading the charge. There's an Ogre, there's a Nefrit actually in the backline. The Beastmaster shown for a moment. I think with a, wasn't actually even with the scan. He is smoked up, so they don't
There's
really
no
see him, but they
glyph.
felt his presence. And the
You have to fight?
the Ancient is low. They already got themselves the lasso on Nefrit, and Beast will die. Very likely he will. He needs to buy back instantly. And Lina down too. Stoikov gone. He's not returning. The Ancient is falling. Miracle in the front. They will try to protect him as he's about to finish this game. Zero Tenacity. The moment of despair has finally come upon them as they protect Mr. President Miracle and Enigma Galaxy. They will crush Zero Tenacity under their feet and go to the grand finals versus Avalus. That's only 50% of the job done, because now the real challenge begins versus Avalus, but they did what was necessary to keep their hopes alive.
Imagine Avalus watching this series and get tired everybody, so that when you come up against us, you just don't have the power any longer. Enigma Galaxy, they're going to be needing some energy drinks here, Panda, because this series wasn't easy. And let's say they win 3-0, which is very unlikely versus Avalus, especially what happened in the upper bracket finals. Let's say that happens, they're leading 2-0. They're still going to be tired in the third game. And I think that there is a very real possibility if Enigma Galaxy is winning that series, it is going to have to be in 5 games.
Yeah, it is a best of 5 that is coming up next. But we have one thing about, you might say tiredom or fatigue or whatever you want to put it. I think Enigma Galaxy is just looking better the more games that they play, to be honest. I think with the series the series win versus Zero Tenacity, before this one, they were very rocky in games 1 and then slightly in game 2. But they looked better on that. That same day they play against Mouse, they stomped Mouse. They made them look really silly. Full-on masterclass by Enigma Galaxy. Then in this lower bracket matchup here, starts the same way. Game 1, not really Nigma's game, and Zero Tenacity kind of shocking maybe a little bit. Hey, it was a repeat. Game 2 goes the same way as expected, but as time progressed, I do think Enigma Galaxy will look just as sharp going into that grand finals. The more games they play, I feel like the more heated up they are.
One thing that is certain is that Miracle is back. This guy is once again making waves in the Dota world. Look at his GPM, 920. I mean, alchemists nowadays don't have that GPM. Previous game with the Morphling, when things look grim, when you're losing the most important fight of the game, he single-handedly turns it around 1 versus 3 by doing everything perfectly with this Medusa in this game as well. Rotating to the middle lane at the perfect timing, surviving so many times on a sliver of an HP. He's probably giving most of the calls because they are playing around him in this game, and he he makes it look easy, even though so many times there was a chance for Zero Tenacity to turn this one around. A team that came in from the open qualifiers. A lot of people didn't even know that this new team was made. And this is just the beginning, Panda.
This is the beginning of something, but we have to find a team that qualifies to the main event, and it is going to be between Avalus and Nigma Galaxy to fight against each other's. Of course, with back-to-back series, Nigma Galaxy, a bit of a break for them in between, naturally. I think it's going to be about an hour or so as we're going to get that grand finals up and running. So who do you think is going to win this one, Harry? Avalus or Nigma Galaxy? Who do you think is going to the main event in Belgrade?
I'm leaning Avalus. I definitely would have said Avalus. You've got me thinking with saying that Nigma Galaxy, the more they play, the better they play. That might be true. So one thing I'm certain of, the last series or the grand final is not going to be as easy as the upper bracket final was for Avalus. But I still think we're going to be seeing them in Belgrade.
But there's been a great qualifier indeed, and it's going to go down to that one series. I hope, my ex-co-caster Eki, of course, been a big enjoyer of BetBoom's original roster with Soneko, the Hawk, and the boys. So hard to say no, Stormer. I'm just excited to see how Avalus does in this grand final. But all those Enigma fans can rejoice because they're going to have another series at their hands. But this is it for me and Harry. We'll be back with the East European qualifier tomorrow. Aries and Danog will be your caster pair for the finals. Do give a lot of respect to the guys. They've done a great job. They always do. And enjoy that grand finals. But that is in an hour. So we'll see you guys then for the final best of 5.
welcome back to the official stream presented by FISSURE. It is grand finals time for the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota closed qualifiers for the Western European and MENA region. We got 2 teams remaining, my friend. It's Nigma taking on Avulus in a rematch.
Yeah, I thought you were going to slip up there for a second. It is Western Europe and MENA, and how fitting, right? We get one team from each of those regions in the grand finals. Nigma Galaxy with, I wouldn't call it a lower bracket run, right? As we have a look at the bracket there, just got dumped down into the lower bracket by their opponents today in Avulus in pretty convincing fashion. But just having a quick look over, well, we were casting that previous series and the first series today, Nigma Galaxy, their drafts from game 2 and 3 were night and day between their previous 3, right? My main issue was that it was very obvious about how they were going to, go about some of their picks in the draft, as well as how they were going to try and initiate a bunch of fights. But then you have a look at, games 2 and 3 in that previous series. You had the Storm Spirit, you had the Bat Rider, you had the off-lane Tiny, multiple heroes that like to dive in and make life really difficult for the supports. We saw how great Seneko was in that series yesterday, and I feel like he's going to be the main priority for Nigma Galaxy today. Don't let the captain, don't let the shot caller have too easy of a time.
Okay, so if you're expecting Nigma to try and target Seneko, how do we feel about Avulus? I guess, like you just said, they 2-0'd Nigma in the upper bracket final. Do they change anything, or is there something that you saw and maybe something that Avulus just saw in the lower bracket finals that will force them to adapt a little bit, even though Avulus did just recently beat Nigma?
It's a best of 5 series, right? So I think that Avulus can feel pretty confident with the fact that, look, they've just had a top 6 placement on LAN against some of the best teams in the world. They've gone all the way through the upper bracket pretty flawlessly. And they made it look pretty easy against their opponents now in Nigma. So I think game 1, everything exactly the same as they just did. Go with their own strategy. It's going to be up to Nigma of can they raise the bar and reach Avulus's level. If so, then maybe Avulus need to, try and go back to the well, go back to the drawing board, find something new that's going to catch them off guard. But if it works, don't need to fix it.
Like you said, this has been a pretty flawless run, right? Where the one loss against Secret. So yes, if it works, don't need to change it all. We'll get to see where the coin toss is sitting as well. Avulus will decide first pick. Nigma going to be on the Radiant side. So far, there has been no real favorites in regards to sides. I know when people have the decision, they have been choosing Radiant, but so far we have 16 wins on Radiant and 17 wins actually on Dire. So it doesn't really mean much, but it is very, very close in regards to at least who's been getting the victories on either side. But we have really seen first pick has been that thing to keep our eye out for. And also, why do we feel like then, like, what are the heroes that we are expecting to be prioritized from these 2 teams with Nigma and Avulus?
Probably going to focus on the mid lane most and foremost. Like, you get the Invoker, you get the Tiny in particular. I think they're going to be the big 2. Stormer, his Storm Spirit, even though it, not really fitting for the name, he doesn't play it as much as someone like Samael, but I think that could still be a big priority. Just because Avulus want to kind of take away the comfort zone from Nigma Galaxy. So if you can find a few block picks that force Samael to, play into some of the heroes that he's not as, I don't want to say not as familiar with, but that he hasn't had as much success with in this tournament. So for Nigma's strategy, I just want to see them play more around their mid laners. Samael, when they give him that lane dominator, he's absolutely able to pop off. That's why we see the Sniper already banned out. By far one of his best heroes in this current meta. I'm expecting to see, Monkey King and Lina also considered by Avulus as bans, but with their first pick, I can't imagine they're going to ban the Invoker just because they'd be very happy for Stormer to pick it first up.
Mm-hmm. Just to stick on the Sniper real quick as well, when I was looking at some of the win rates on this hero, I think he's 5 games, 100%, if I remember correctly, so far through the qualifiers. So a very good reason why it's going to be first phase ban for everything that you mentioned, and at least the percentage is showing why as well, with it being flawless so far. But let's get down to it. Like you're saying, probably a lot of cores, carries, mainly mid lane is going to be banned out in the first phase, which will mean some supports get let through. There's the Bat Rider for one. I know you're a really big Bat fan. Eki in particular, we saw have really good performances so far. We're getting a lot of the Ogre, a lot of the Lich, a lot of the Pugna. There's a lot of other things as well that we can continue to mention. But where do we want Nigma to go now with seeing the Bat Rider?
I wouldn't mind them picking up a Shadow Demon. Yes, it is something that for GH, it didn't necessarily give them a huge amount of success when they tried this against Avilis previously. But again, that was when they were under this huge amount of pressure, when they kind of had to wait for the counter initiation all the time. And eventually you're going to make a mistake, right? That's the thing. You know, all it takes is 1 or 2 times catching out the Shadow Demon, formation completely breaks, you catch out a core. At that point in time, it was Miracle on his Gyrocopter, I want to say, and he didn't go the Satanic build, he didn't go the Aghanim Scepter build, he went like S and Y straight into crit, so didn't really have that survivability when the Shadow Demon wasn't there. So I wonder if they're going to go down a similar sort of route again. But I really want to see them do a lot to be able to protect this SD, as well as have cores that are able to take a bunch of the stacks that he's going to eventually be making.
Okay. And interesting adaptation. We're going to get the Tiny Band out as well. I think this is something that Nigma, we're not really seeing Sumail play. He's really kind of avoided it. We saw Noob, of course, in the previous series have that victory, but Stormer yesterday and a lot of the other teams have looked really good on the Tiny. I also like that Avios are kind of focusing Noob's hero pool. I do think this is something that is a little bit limited in regards to the heroes that he can play. Mars and the Dino are definitely up there on the list, so it might be difficult if we get to the later stage of the draft what hero that he can play.
Now, it hasn't really been picked at all in the pro scene, especially not as a core lately, but Noob played a mean Snapfire in the mid lane, and I wonder if going up against the Phoenix, that could be something that you consider. Yes, it does mean that you might be a bit backline heavy, but you're super capable of going into like a bunch of auras, for example, and being that aura bot for the rest of your team, right? The Greaves, the Pipe, very, very easy once you've got the full bore facet to be able to just stand on the backlines. But as I just said, it would kind of limit you in terms of like what's going to actually stop them from straight up running at your Lina. Not too much.
Because we more than likely know this is going to be Sumail playing the Lina. What do you think Stormer is already thinking about to go into this matchup?
Honestly, the Storm Spirit is a possibility. Okay, yeah, just one of the spirits, just something able to get onto the Lina. Of course, both of these supports are very dive focused as well, right? So they're really going to need some protection for this Lina if they're going to be able to make it work. I would love to see a Clockwork. I think Clockwork would work perfectly fine going up against the Earth Spirit, provides a little bit of that extra protection. Also, just against the Phoenix, you could sometimes interrupt the Icarus dive as well, just with the battery assault or laying down the cogs, feels kind of nice. And you are very rotation focused as well, so I do quite like that. As a possibility. It's not out of the question either that this Earth Spirit could be like a 3 or even a 4 if you wanted to run the Phoenix as a position 3, so we'll see if that does eventually happen.
I really like that point because I was going to... Whoa, hang on a second.
Okay, you talk about save.
I'll quickly...
There it is.
Yeah, there's definitely a save with the Gyrocopter. I think Nigma, I know previous Nigma have always been one of the best IO teams. They're going to go IO Gyro, which we really do not see. Well, like, people are fine first facing the Gyrocopter, but now they get an IO as well. Firstly, where is this hero? Like, what actually happened to IO? Because I don't remember the last time I saw the ball alive.
No, it was probably Nigma playing it the last time that you saw it. I don't know. I just feel like these days it doesn't necessarily provide a whole lot to the team fight, and it does seem to be team fight meta focused a lot more. You know, it's a little bit less on the single target, and you know, the single target that does exist, you have to look at the Lina, the Tiny. Oftentimes you could just blow someone up before the IO is even able to react. So I wonder if Avilis are going to go even further down that route, just look to pick something that incorporates a little bit more of the team fight. We were going to touch on the point of could this Earth Spirit and Phoenix flex a little bit, but I wonder if into the IO Gyro you almost consider going like a Doom just to get rid of that healing aspect as well. You might be able to, you know, just consistently chase with the Earth Spirit as well, so you're not really as worried about just running back and disengaging. You're probably going to be able to chase with a Bat Rider and an Earth Spirit, and even just Doom with Scorched Earth.
With that being said, it could even give you more value of the Earth Spirit mid going Spirit Vessel. I know this is a little bit lower on the list, like Blade Mail looks quite good this game, but we are still seeing people itemize into the Spirit Vessel, which could be warranted in a game like this.
Could see Phoenix just go it as well. I know a lot of the times you want to go Solar Crest or whatever else, but it's a possibility. You know, you don't really need that many items on Phoenix to have a high level of impact, and you know, maybe they just pick a position 1 that doesn't necessarily need it quite so much. Their answer is the question of where is this Earth Spirit going to be going, unless we're seeing a mid Phoenix with getting his Tidehunter. played a pretty great Tidehunter game as well in that previous series. So again, it really does feel like Avilos are going with this "if it ain't broke, don't fix it" strat of just playing pretty much, what is it, 3 of the same heroes that they had in the previous draft. Pretty cool.
Yes, we're going to keep in mind that was a Tide versus the Gyro too. So they played that lane, and you are right. It was Batrider, Tiny, Phoenix, Bristle, and Tide. So just the Tiny and Bristle are the different ones.
And with the Doom being banned out by themselves after picking the Tide, I wonder if the Bristleback is still up for consideration for themselves, right? Or if they do want another form of being able to find this Shadow Demon in the Io. Because realistically, that's what this game boils down to. Can you find these supports who are incredibly squishy on their own, but they're so vital to the damage that Enigma Galaxy are able to output? At the moment, you've got the Earth Spirit, which is good, but it is a little bit more of that gradual damage. And if you're able to get into, an early Tormentor, you get a bit lucky, you get the Demonic Cleanse for the Shadow Demon, then suddenly you're not as worried about the damage over time coming from the Phoenix. You're not as worried about the Batrider. You're not even worried about the Magnetize and other things of that nature. So really feels like Enigma Galaxy have these key tools that they really need to be hitting.
Do you feel like there is some concerns on the Enigma draft in regards to, like, you see Avilos is super heavy into team fight. Like, I would really favor them in 5v5. And Enigma at the moment, definitely pick off reliant. Like, the IO really thrives in that. We know the Lena is going to as well with the Scepter. But they have nowhere to stop these, like, little pick-offs across the map. So what do you do here? Do you try and at least go for a crazy team fight hero to potentially fix that weakness? Or do you go for the pick-offs?
Yeah, I think it is that crazy team fight hero that could be. I mean, Noobs Pangolier is still in the pool, right? That's always something up for consideration as they do go for the Bristleback. Surprise, surprise, 4 out of the 5. Or another option could be, I keep suggesting the Marcy, and I think it is still a possibility. You might still want to have, it's probably going to be GH playing the IO, just because IO Gyro, it's really the thing that he's done for quite some time. And then you put the Shadow Demon on the 4, make some more stacks for yourselves. But I really feel like this Marcy is going to be that extra stun that you need, and that frontline body that they're so sorely lacking. But whatever it is that they choose, it needs to be something that has a decent amount of just beefiness inherently. Tidehunter's already gone. You can't really pick the Centaur because you've got a lot of physical damage coming out from this Bristleback, and even just Anchor Smash and Gush is probably going to put you in a lot of danger.
Can we see an Underlord potentially?
It's possible. I still don't hope this game, hopefully. Void Spirit, okay. Interesting
Offlane
stuff
Void
coming through. Looks like it's the case. I mean, you can take the player out of the mid lane, but you can't take the mid lane out of the player. Noob still going back for this. This time around, we have to see a Silver Edge, right? That's the sort of thing that I was asking for Enigma Galaxy to get in that previous series that they were playing up against them, and then no one got it. It meant that it was so hard to be able to take out Chibe. It was so hard to be able to take out Smiling Knight playing this Bristleback and the Tidehunter because they're just so damn beefy. But you've got the damage, especially burst damage, in the ways of Samael as well as the Gyrocopter. Again, the Void Spirit, kind of squishy though. If you are on point, of course, with your spell casting, and if he's in the zone today, which I guess they have had like a series warm-up, right? So maybe Noob was really feeling his confidence towards the end of that earlier series today, where they were able to knock out Zero Tenacity. He's going to have to do a lot of work though, right? Because he wants all of the attention to be on him, enabling both supports to do their saving role, as well as Samael and Miracle to just sit back and right-click, basically.
Feel like this is a massive game one though for hopefully a full best of 5, and just the strategy that we get in this series. There's like a couple of new things. Again, Noob, like you said, previous mid laner, you can't take him out of the role. He's going to pick up some of those heroes in the off lane. We saw the Tiny to success. Now we're getting the Void Spirit. So the thing I was looking for in this series was that I thought they were going to pick Noob's heroes earlier in the draft, because I feel like his hero pool is a little bit of a liability. They say, no, let's go ultra last pick. Let's try and prioritize him. Let's use that wide hero pool in the mid lane and maybe try and allow him to play some of those heroes in the off lane. Of course, there's great value with the Remnant versus the Bristle, right? We're going to have to see how he itemizes. Another one for me is the fact that we are getting the mid Earth Spirit, where we casted their series versus Secret, and we saw that we were asking Stormstormer to play the Earth Spirit versus the Invoker. That was one of the other better ways to at least draft into it, and they were not going Earth Spirit. Now we get to see him played a couple days later. Let's see if the confidence is going to be there for him.
And you know that he's going to be, oh, hold on. Walking up underneath the watch.
Okay, not a bad start. Avulus are ready though. They've got 4 heroes nearby and Smiling Knight's going to run at them too. You'd have to say Nigma's level 1 is not as strong as Avulus's as GH gets to tether down.
Nice
It does leave Miracle, but a beautiful LSA from Sumail. You kind of force it out, but you know, it's okay. I guess LSA level 1 isn't the worst.
It's not the worst, but the last few times that I've seen Sumail play this Lina, he hasn't put a single point into the Light Strike array until level 8, I think. You know, he's really just about maxing out the Dragon Slave, putting a couple points into the Fiery Soul. So, you know, it's, again, like you mentioned, not the worst. I personally see a ton of value of it, just 1 point at level 4. But he's stuck with it, and they really didn't want to give up the first blood. They want to make sure that they're getting off to a good start here. Will they be, though? This is a decent amount of damage. Miracle even trying to turn this one around, and
Oh,
the
they
rest
got
of
the
the
kick
boys
as
are
well.
here. Oh, the miss.
The random kick from inside the river, GH. They're kind of splitting their attention. Jibe over to the Ire, Miracle trying to get the tether right. Did GH just put himself on a platter? Looks like he's fine with the flame break not available, but dude, they've got no resources. Miracle, their tangos. Hopefully, eventually the tether can start to kick into play.
I want to see if Eki just hangs around, just tries to scout out where these... Oh, GH taking a little bit of damage there. Is it enough damage? Oof, close. Yeah, I want to see him try and snipe these couriers, right? Like you mentioned, they have no regen on this bottom side of the map. So if you get rid of that, they really just can't walk into this lane. And Jibe was already giving Tidehunter that he was successful with previously is going to have an even easier time. Instead, Eki just wanting to get up in Miracle's face and bully him. And he might be successful.
Miracle? Oh, is he gonna die? Eki goes for the tether regen. Eki finds first blood, and dude, what's going on bottom? Like, you bring out all the sustain, you bring out the resources, and you're still gonna end up dying. Top lane, looks like we are gonna see the banishment into Remnant combo, so nicely done from Nigma. They're gonna be able to strike back in quick fashion, but of course, it is not the first blood that they're unfortunately not getting.
What's the cool new cosmetic as well for the disruption? Haven't seen it in game yet, so Omar has clearly bought up a bunch of hats. You see some of like the new unique poses as well. Like they actually changed the like idle animation and the spawn in animation from stuff. It looks pretty cool.
No, I have not seen them. I've only seen some of the new sets, but not some of the new poses.
Each of them look like Transformers as well. Like there's a metal Venomancer, there's a Dark Willow that looks like a space woman superhero.
The poses or the sets, sorry?
Both.
Yeah.
Anyone that says Valve doesn't care about Dota is dead wrong. Like, we've had so much content this year with Crownfall and everything surrounding it.
It's been a good year so far. Hopefully we can continue that.
Only got about a
Don't
week
have
left.
much to do in... Yeah, but I'm into the next year, continuing into the next year. I know they don't have much to do with gameplay, but hopefully we get some good gameplay too.
Not a letter patch, please. Number. That's what I want to see. Oh, Sumail is getting bullied a little bit. He doesn't have the kick, though, for the mid lane.
I mean, bottom is the big thing. 5 last hits for Miracle. Smiling Knight's only got 8 as well at the early stage, so the carries both struggling a little bit to find some early CS.
I think he should be relatively fine. I mean, you've always got, of course, the stacks to be able to go back to Phoenix, Batrider, 2 heroes that are super capable of being able to build those up for you nice and quickly. Not even just him that's going to be taking it either, right? You've got a Tidehunter that, I mean, if he was having a really rough lane, could have gone back to that, but with the first blood, with the fact that he was able to get like 2 full waves without Jara being able to contest because of his lack of regen, he's doing just fine.
They're struggling a little bit to be able to find that CS under the tower, but it's going to be okay. I'm intrigued on overall how the Void Spirit's going to fare in the early game. Not being mid to be able to get that solo experience could be a little bit difficult for him, but yeah, as we're seeing in regards to the CS, Sumail having a great time. 23 and 6, probably expecting. Looking to get pretty aggressive as well with the offensive glyph. Nice sidestep. Sumail might be able to turn it back around, but the Dragon Slave, it's going to be up in time. Sumail finds his solo kill. The spell's going to be there with the banishment to set up for the LSA. Pretty difficult kill to get onto Eki.
They're going to be able to get a kill going back the other
poison.
way. Yeah. It's Gonna back off for now, but even if he's just putting his body in the way, enabling Smail to get this water rune, that'd be huge. Man fight.
Becky? Does he, apparently he knows the damage tick. I mean, he himself is also getting some stacks.
Always close.
Yeah, wow.
The role wasn't really around Shadow Demon getting the kill, it was just him making space for Smail, right? Because of that, he was able to get both water runes on top of the kill that he was able to land there onto Stormstormer, and have a look across the board, all of Enigma Galaxy's cores in a pretty good spot right now.
Yes, that they are indeed.
I almost wonder as well, are we going to see... Yeah, Eki, he's getting chased a little bit. Are we going to see an early purchase of a Aghanim Shard by Seneko this game? Just to give Shibe, assuming he is third on net worth for his team, a chance to be able to get that Dead in the Water shard for free. Just because if you're able to lock that in onto the Lina or onto the Void Spirit in particular, that just takes away so much of the mobility and that ability to escape in a lot of these team fights.
Yeah. If it does go early ag shot on the Phoenix, then what are you kind of missing out on as another item that sometimes we see first for this hero?
I mean, a lot of the times it's +5 isn't really that complicated these days, right? People are just going into the Solar Crest these days, but it doesn't necessarily feel like an amazing Solar Crest game. You know, Smiling Knight's going to be doing the majority of his damage off of the Aghanim Scepter that he's going to be picking up third item, I believe, after Power Treads and just a Null Talisman. So I feel like this is the sort of game where you can afford
Miracle.
to do that.
Stormstormer with a roll in, but it's not a full distance roll, so Miracle has enough time for GH to be able to respond, and with the Afterburner sets himself in a position where he is not going to be in trouble. First movement from Stormstormer will not convert on a kill. It now it means he's away from the power rune as well, so it's a regen for Smail.
This isn't unknown territory for Enigma Galaxy though, right? They have oftentimes come out of the laning stage in a really good spot. It's just about what they can do after that, and I still feel like that is going to be a bit of an issue for themselves, right? You can be as far ahead as possible, but if you don't have a way to start these fights, and if you don't have a way to control the enemy team from being able to start their fights in any way that they see fit, that's still going to be an issue. Miracle might even be going for a little bit of a dive here onto Jibe.
They are really pushed up. Like, can they punish this? If you're Avios, Seneca's going to attempt to TP down. You've got Stormstormer starting to run as well. Miracle wanting to turn it back around, but without the IO bonus movement speed, they're going to be able to catch up to the Giant. Enigma just playing far too aggressive in this bottom lane. Samael even TPing down, but unfortunately, we're going to get nothing out of that.
Well, won't even be able to get the deny onto the bounty rune as well. So Stormstormer with a lot of those that mana that he used to be able to get that gank going, able to recover it as well. Yeah, that could have gone so much better for Enigma Galaxy, but GH unfortunately just got the tower aggro onto himself, so gave him that little bit of extra damage that he needed. That resulted in a little bit less movement speed coming through from Miracle, and Samael maybe a touch slow on the TP. So just these small little margins that they have to be able to play around with, and you can't expect any less in a grand finals.
Looks like they are trying to contest Samael in this farming going on inside the jungle. GH going to be able to get the D-ward. That's the knife from Eki. Power runes up once again, 10 seconds, both side. Let's see if we're going to get some cores rotating though. Have started to see that lately this stage of the game. Should be fine. Laguna Blade magnetized in turn as well. Stormstorm actually feel like he's going to be able to get the roll in, but you've got GH with the bonus health. Samael should be fine in our noob as well with the rotation. There are the cores that they need from Nigma to get the return kills. It's going to be a 1-for-1, but it looks like we should get some supports that go down as well with another round of the Astral Sept. Seneko has a big one. He's fine, but it looks like it's going to be the damage coming through from Omar that should tick him out to the poison. Enigma, some big kills, and what do you know, Miracle's here as well. Wasn't getting involved in the kills, but maybe able to transition this into a little bit of damage on the tower.
There's 4 people in this mid lane, and Samael's probably going to come join them pretty quickly. Never mind, go on top, just not wanting too much damage into the tower. Making sure to protect their stacks that I'm sure that Omar is going to be starting to build up even stronger in the not too distant future. Going back in though,
Oh, they got the Ravage.
They do, but it's
Long
a slow
TP.
TP, yeah. Even just cancelling it there on Shibe. I was wondering, like, I felt like that was the time that they would be looking to try and make their move. You know, Shibe, he's got the Soul Ring coming out to him on the courier now. He was just lacking a little bit of mana for the laning stage without it. But now, it really does feel like they can look to potentially make an engagement happen. Only one with TP, though, is the Bristle. So if they were looking to try and get aggressive onto Shippe, he might end up falling down. He's tanky enough, though, to be able to just shake it off.
That is. Good signs from Nigma, though. There's really no hesitation to bring a lot of their cores to secure the mid lane. We need to see Samael off to a good time. And dude, he's continuing to do this well. Just Laguna Blade trying to bring down the resources on the Earth Spirit, just making it a little... So he's a little bit more hesitant to potentially make these rotations to the side lane like we see the hero can do with ease.
And you just have to look into Miracle's mentality with his item build that he's got. He's going into the drums. So really interesting thing from a position... One of the aspects of the chop shop innate ability. Hold on.
Banishment. Into the relocate here. Stormstorm is able to get the roll away. Meanwhile, Eki, though, caught inside the river. Omar should probably tick out to the Magnetize. Now, Noob did commit in, and they're going to have a Ravage coming out shortly from Shippe. It's going to be the last second that clips onto Multiple. Samael has been left behind, however, with a TP out. Unfortunately, Stormstormer not having the roll back up. Not maxed out just yet.
He'll have it very soon, though. Just about to hit up onto that level 9. So if they get a couple of kills, they protect their tower, which again, very important with this Bristleback and Tidehunter combination. Speaking of Smiling Knight on his Bristle, he has been pretty much unsighted so far this game, just farming away, doing what he wants, getting into that Aghanim Scepter, and then looking to join, even dragging the wave, making sure that there's going to be a little bit of creep pressure onto that top tower with the siege creep. Look at this protection
Again,
coming through.
can Avulus punish the greedy positioning from Nigma? They are hitting a tier 1 tower with 2 heroes. Miracle split away from the Iron, and I mean, they're going to be licking their lips any day of the week if Avulus are going to be able to find these 2 heroes in a position like that. They know that no one on Nigma is going to be nearby to connect.
I was wondering if they might be considering the Laguna Blade onto Stormstormer, but looks like he'll be able to shake it off for now. Might not be able to protect this mid tower, though. Smail putting some decent damage into it. At the same time, Avulus doing the same sort of thing down onto the bottom side of the map. So really just comes down to how badly do these teams want to protect their towers. I would say top tower for Enigma Galaxy, by far the most important.
Well, they want to protect bottom. Yeah, Enigma tipping multiple heroes down. They're going to try and chase Zippe. Looks like a free kill. Now, can they do anything quick off the back of this as well? Because they got the relocate. Looking for the top lane potentially. Noob trying to go for Eki. Looks like they'll secure the kill, but now with the roll in as well. Nice use. He's going to be able to get out of danger here, but still Stormstormer is ready to go. Finally, we're going to get the relocate out, and Stormstormer is going to eat the full charge of the flak cannon. There is an egg over the right side. Nigma forced to turn. Can they stay alive until the relocate comes back into their favor? And that'll be the case. They are out of trouble. Wait. Oh, and he ticked out as well to the poison on Stormstormer.
He did. He actually had a trusty shovel and dug up a bounty rune at the very end of it, but was just a little bit too late to be able to get that bottle regen before it popped. So, nice little attempted play there coming through, but unfortunately not too successful. That's the sort of thing that Noob needs to be doing, though, right? I was kind of surprised that he committed into that fight continuously with the Dissimulate, but really just looking to try and play around Miracle with that damage that he has. And again, the Drum of Endurance really just enabling the rest of the team to be able to dish out a little bit more damage than Avulus are able to deal with at this point in time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And I wonder what the build afterwards is going to be for Miracle. We are starting to see the Gyrocopter shy away from the Scepter, which is something we saw in that previous game versus Avulus with pretty much the same heroes. The Tired and the Batrider, where we saw the chain control and him being blown up 4-0. And something that I was mentioning was maybe if he had the Scepter with the Satanic Lifesteal, then maybe he could have stayed alive long enough for the save to come through. And we'll see if that's going to be something that he's considering later on, because again, it is a very early game set of items that he's going for.
Yes, indeed. The BKB's queued up next, so they really just want to make sure that they're playing hyper-aggressively, and I like it, you know? You want to make sure that you're not able to take advantage of these stacks on Avulus. You're not able to get the Bristle back, because they don't really have any of that healing reduction, right? No one's going for a Veil. No one's going for a Shiva's Guard. No one's going for a Spirit Vessel on Enigma Galaxy. There's really nothing that's going to be able to stop him from just committing into the middle of these team fights. They're even just lacking in stuns, you know? So once Smiling Knight is able to pick up that Ags plus the Bloodstone, might even afford himself to go the BKB after the fact, it's going to be big, big danger for them. So they want to try and close out this game, or at least limit his farming space before it gets to that stage.
So Room Snap, unfortunately, TH not going to get that, and also Stop the buzzer from
Smail?
Stormstormer. So we even have Samael almost getting solo killed by Eki.
Not almost.
I mean, are we serious? This dude's Batrider. Yeah, give him some tips. Well deserved from Eki. Miracle's going to be able to
Denied.
cut off the escape avenue, but oh my god, dude. Oh, Eki Dota.
That's a Grandmaster Batrider for you there, knowing his limits, and this is what I love about Batriders, right? Not content to just sit back on their side of the map, pick up some of this passive farm. He's stealing away farm, he's ganking, he's making life so much more difficult from a support role. And you see there, like, Miracle has to respond to that just to get something in exchange for it. But it does mean that he's not exactly farming at the exact same rate as Smiling Knight is. You know, he's still ahead a little bit on the gyrocopter, but that's just because he's been participating in a whole lot more of these skirmishes, and now he's going to look to really extend his net worth lead here. A bunch of stacks for Miracle to be able to claim.
Yeah,
and
wow.
actually, looking to make a play up
They want
top
kills.
prior to that, yeah. They want to try and take away this
Man, he is-
tier 1 tower.
Dire's top tower is under
Do you defend this if you're Avulus? You just got Scepter complete on the Bristle. I don't know what the cooldown on Ravage is, though.
top tower.
It's not that important, this top tower for them. Like, mid and bot, far more important. So the fact that they've lost their mid tier 1 tower, they're probably not too happy about that. But top, I think it's kind of overstayed its welcome a little bit. And Noob, he's done a pretty good job of just continuously putting himself out there, body on the line. I'm sure his eyes are just constantly flicking back and forth between that mini-map. And the most important thing in his mind right now is, where are the people that can kill me? So as long as the Batrider and Earth Spirit are revealed on the map, he's not...
Speaking of the Batrider, there's the blink from Eki. Noob's going to tap the TP
Oh,
up,
they
but the
missed.
roll, it's off the mark. Stormstormer, I guess maybe he wasn't expecting the TP. I'm not sure. I didn't see when he channeled up the roll.
One other thing I'm noticing as well, Omar, with a bunch of those stacks that he's been able to build up, plus the 8-kill participation, already going into that Aghanim Scepter. So we'll have to see if he gets the Philosopher's Stone. Hold up, we're seeing a little bit of an invade here coming through from Stormstormer with the shield runes, so he should feel pretty confident.
It's going to be cancelled on the high ground, but the burst potential, Samael just blows him up.
Ravage.
A potential for a good team fight here from
Ravage in
Nigma.
one.
Jibe posturing aggressively at the river. He's got the Ravage ready to go. Hasn't casted it just yet, waiting for Smiling Knight to enter the team fight as well, because the Bristol's going to be pumping in the damage they need to get these kills. Sidestep with the miss on the road. Now Stormstormer's
Went too
committed pretty deep. Nico knows this, they turn it. Instantly back around, capitalizing on the opportunity. Down goes the mid. Looks like Nigma. So they want to go back in. Samael trying to get in
Oh,
range for the
Bristleback.
LSA, but Seneko steps out. You're still going to be cautious about this Smiling Knight Bristleback. He's full HP, Jibe as well. So they are happy with what they've got in there from Nigma. A couple of decent kills.
But they're out of cooldowns. That was the big thing for Avulus, right? Ravage used, Pipe used, Sunray used, Egg used, and they were only able to get the 1 kill onto Noob, who, again, Void Spirit, not the most net worth, but he's doing his job. You know, he's playing on the front lines. He's got a Mage Slayer as well, so reducing a bunch of the damage that this Bristleback is able to output.
Are scanning.
Going into that BKB as well, so Enigma want to fight.
Radiant's middle tower
Actually,
is falling.
not in a position though to defend this T1 tower. So another objective's going to go the way of Avulus.
Shibe's going for the Aghanim Shard purchase for himself as well. So Seneko, like we expected, has gone for the Spirit Vessel decision. So this makes it even more important to be looking to try and play around that Tormentor on the Enigma Galaxy side. It's 2 minutes away. Like I said before, Omar, he's looking to try and rush for that Aghanim Scepter. He's about 1.5 components towards it. If they can get a free Ag Shard, you're not worried about the Spirit Vessel anymore, as well as a good portion of the damage from like 2-3 of the Avulus heroes. So really keen to see if they can look to try and prioritize that.
What is your read on this game once we get to the later stages? Because I feel like we can speak about that with how even this game is and no one has a massive lead at the moment. So if we get there where it's a pretty even net worth, do we feel like one side's going to be a bit more favored?
Hold on, they're going to be able to get a quick kill onto Eki. I still
They are
think...
smoking down actually from Avulus.
Yeah,
Are they wanting to
using
try and commit
fate.
to the team fight? Stormstormer gets a great initiation from the Shadow Demon, taking away an important support to Nigma's
There's no
team
water.
fight. Now they're going to be able to isolate Miracle as well, but the sustain from GH, it's not enough to be able to keep Miracle alive with the relocate far too late. And Samael is now is going to be the next target from them. They'll chase down a secondary chorus Nigma. Try and take the fight to Avulus, but we've seen multiple times now they've postured far too aggressive in this bottom lane.
Nice little attempt there by GH to be able to get Miracle out, but still just with the level 1 relocate, the cast time was a little bit too long. Ends up being able to get out with his life and almost has enough for the Holy Locket there. Just on that point, I feel like the name of the game, this entire game, is going to be, can Avulus find the supports, you know? And it's just going to come down to something as simple as that. So, you know, eventually you're going to be getting into, well, you've already got the Blink Dagger on the Bat Rider. Eventually you're going to get a Blink Dagger for Jibe as well. Off the back of that successful team fight, he had the Dead in the Water to start it, and now he's already up to about 1,400 gold. So he's really looking to try and close in on that by the time the Ravage is off cooldown in about 1.5 minutes. So those are the sorts of timings that I'm looking to see in, you know, the mid game before we even start to consider the late game, because this game is going to become so much harder for the Enigma Galaxy supports once these Blink Daggers become available.
Okay. Well, are there any ways they can... Is it purely playstyle, or can we see some items to potentially help out the Enigma supports?
Ooh, I can't think of too much that's going to be able to help them, right? Like, you've got... If you look to try and itemize for Ghost Scepter for the physical damage, then you've got plenty of magic. If you look to itemize for a Glimmer Cape, then it's something as simple as just a dust that's going to reveal you. And look at the heroes that can dive in onto you, right? Like, they've got 4 heroes, essentially, that can fulfill that role. And look at how much they're playing around this Tormentor.
Aggressively onto Miracle. They don't really have everyone nearby on Nigma as well. Oh, the benchment with the jump in stops the Bat Lasso. It looks like, unfortunately, Shadow Demon is just going to be the only casualty. Probably something that you're happy about for Nigma, considering not everyone was here. It does mean they lose the area control and another member being GH's life off the back of the return to the relocate. So Wisdom will go the way of Avulus. Maybe someone on Nigma can steal the opposite side.
Eki making sure that that does not happen. So I thought they were going to go for the Tormentor themselves and then buy the Aghanim Shard for the Shadow Demon, but it was actually the other way around. So he bought it, and then it ends up Noob being able to get a free Ag Shard for himself. So, you know, his net worth is a little bit inflated, let's say, but it's a pretty decent one, right? You want to make sure that you've got that every little bit of net worth that he can get to be able to, you know, extend himself that little bit further is going to be so vital. He's got the BKB now, 9 seconds, going straight into the Lincoln Sphere after the fact. He just needs to be playing on the front line consistently, and he's going to do that to try and defend this tier 2 top lane. Smiling Knight's going to die.
Knight actually looking like he's going to be blown up. Nigma now looking to try and continue the chase. Unfortunately, no one there to be able to stop the TPR. I was going to ask a question shortly if we felt like Nigma were going to have some damage issues on Smiling Knight, because we've seen him posturing really aggressively through the past 5 minutes, but I guess that fresh scepter from the Lina, 1,000 quick bursts. I mean, everyone else as well outputting a decent amount of damage.
And with Omar being the one to get that killing spree as well, brings him even closer towards that Aghanim Scepter. He's got about, you know, 1,000 gold and change to be able to finish picking it up. So that's going to become even easier. Of course, added bonus, the Demonic Cleanse, that was purchased up previously as well. So he's going to have 2 of those for the ensuing team fights. So I keep saying it, but it's because it's the reality of the situation. Shadow Demon is probably the most important hero for Enigma Galaxy to be playing around.
Well, eyes on what Eki's going to be able to do. Jibe is going to have no worries about jumping in the middle. They're going to put everything onto the Iron, try and bring him down. It's going to make it that much more difficult for Miracle to play the team fights. With the kill into the ball of light down. Now looking to try and roll for more. Somber won't make it a low ground. Tamil already up, protected inside the base regardless. Now, do they continue to posture aggressively on Avulus? Got a couple of heroes from Nigma looking to stand and hold control of their triangle, but it looks like Avulus want the objective down bottom instead.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the bigger priority, right? They know that they want to make sure that they're able to dive in onto that high ground when they do eventually find that big pickoff. So, you know, taking tier 2 towers is the priority for this point in time. And Enigma Galaxy, they don't want any part of any ensuing team fights, right? They need these supports. They need to protect their cores because they're all pretty squishy right now. Even Miracle, who's very close to being able to finish up the BKB, still not going for the Satanic, realizing they've got a decent amount of that heal reduction coming through. He's just looking to try and itemize for the crit stick coming through once this BKB is completed.
Is this a concern if Nigma give up the Aegis? Because we've spoken about there being a potential team fight weakness if you compare them versus Avulus. So do you feel like Avulus could just start to five-man and walk down objectives now, and that could be something that Enigma aren't going to be able to deal with.
Here's a possibility, but I think that it's just going to come down to Noob in that sort of situation. One of the other weaknesses that this Enigma Galaxy draft has is that Shadow Demon and IO, we keep going on about how important they are to their lineup, and they don't really do any pushing on their own. Or if they do, like Shadow Demon might be able to do a little bit, but you just can't risk his life at this stage, especially as he's still trying to farm up for that Aghanim Scepter. So it's really just going to be on the rest of the team to try and put some lane pressure on so that these lanes are pushed away and you're not able to do just what you said in run down a lane. You can see arrows drawn on the map by GH, just saying, look, this is where they're going to be playing. Let's try and play around the rest of the map. Force them to play defensively when they want to be, you know, pushing up into our high ground.
It does look like off the back of the ages, Atlas are going to be able to go back and get their own Tormentor.
Radiant's
So
Valuable one.
Seneko gets the Ag Shard. Very nice.
Going for
Quickly to
setup.
mention as well, the Void Spirit has gone for the talent with the Resonant Pulse True Sight. So I haven't seen a lot of Void Spirit lately. I don't know if that's what they're going for, but I know at least a while ago we weren't seeing that, but may be able to help out with the Vision game to protect the supports like you are putting a lot of emphasis on.
Yeah. Damage is not going to be the stat line that I'm looking at here for Noob, right? It's pretty much going to be received. Not that you really want to be receiving a ton of damage, right? But it's not something that is easily trackable. You just want to make sure that you're, again, all attention on him. And he's done a pretty good job so far. Only the 3 deaths, 26 minutes in.
Well, Avios are looking to try and smoke as a team, playing away from Smiling Knight at the moment. He's going to clean this top lane up, and they're actually going to move in aggressively, looking to invade into Nigma's triangle.
Got this blink on
Both the
Shibe
Iron and
as well.
Gyrocopter, they're standing hand in hand. We'll see if Shibe's going to be able to use that blink to get the Ravage on top of these close heroes, but it looks like they'll be able to back away and collect the farm and get out of danger. But the lanes are all getting shoved in, which is going to put Avios in a great position to get some objectives or force a fire.
Yeah, but they knew that they were hanging around. They had a sentry ward preemptively placed down in the lane that the creeps ended up getting.
Storm. Look at the invis. So much information that the Earth Spirit is providing them. I thought he saw GH run to the right side as well. A little bit away for the Gyrocopter. Shibe's not going to mess around with the Ravage. Clipping
at
out of the
it,
Shadow Demon
focusing.
on the back, and look at the attention they're putting onto Omar. They will be able to get the Shadow Demon. Importantly, the relocate does get Miracle out of danger. So they save the carry, but again, it's going to be both supports that go down.
Are they coming back? Or it's just
No.
He was keeping that tether up. I was a little bit worried because he had recently finished up the Aghanim Scepter, and I'm sure someone's having a look at GH's inventory and saying, hey, Omar's inventory, and saying, hey, he just bought this. He doesn't have buyback. Otherwise, they might have looked to try and contest that team fight with that. It's that high ground push that we were
Oh, they
talking
got the
about.
lasso Samael. Eki on the Batrider once again, dude. He's got a PKB playing on the high ground. I don't think we can see Eki play this Batrider again this series, dude. He's
Not
doing way too much.
Illegal. Are they going to be able to catch out Noob as well? I don't think they have the lockdown to be able to kill him. But Seneko, he's looking to try and assist with that as well. Scythe of Vice, the next item for him being queued up. And this is the sort of game where I'm very happy for the Phoenix to be able to get it, right? All you need is that, you know, a couple of seconds of lockdown, especially onto the IO and the SD, and they become so much weaker, so much easier to be able to take out.
Omar looks like going to try and
Dire are
hope and pray that no one from Mavulus run up for the Wisdom Rune, but that's not going to be the case. And now, once they get a glimpse of him, now Nigma are actually going to try and protect the Shadow Demon. They're going to be a little bit too late to do so with the Supernova on the
Lena.
backside. Nigma will be able to address this. Keep in mind, Ravage is on cooldown as well, so a big ultimate from Mavulus they do not have to work with. But they're probably, honestly, I mean, you get a buyback out of the Shadow Demon, you're going to get out with a fight where
Run,
you don't
GH.
have Ravage.
Ooh.
Get out.
Mech?
Big wanded mech?
Oh.
Maybe? Okay, never mind.
It's not the size of the mech that counts, or the wand. It's how you use it.
Just how many charges?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, yes, unfortunately, not used in the perfect way there.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay, my friend.
What are you saying?
No, it's okay. He comes back and it grows and then it shrinks and now he's got more one charges.
It's cold. He was in the pool.
What is he? Wait, do you get them over time when you're dead? I didn't even know. With the locket?
Yeah, you do.
You do? Okay.
Every 8 seconds.
Didn't know if I didn't know if it kept ticking when you were dead.
Mm-hmm.
Value. Yeah, some value there.
Mm-hmm. You know me, Mayor of
This-
Value Town.
I
I'm
mean,
all about it.
Yes, exactly. Take a look at Tide. He's getting kind of close to refresher.
Oh, yeah.
So 6,000 net worth lead. I mean, you do have. We haven't really seen Nigma take a full 5-on-5 fight though. But again, I'm not entirely sure
don't
if
want
this is
to.
going to favor them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, it's not as cut and dry as that. They need they need this weird combination of things to happen for them to find these successful fights, right? They want to find someone that doesn't have buyback, use the demonic purge onto them, and just blow them up with the whole team. Really wants Samael to be playing a little bit closer, and finally he does look to join the rest of the boys. Once again, dangling Noob out on a silver platter, especially with that gem
Is that a
he's
DD?
got. Yes, it is.
Uh-oh.
And it's Aki that claims it, because why not? He's pretty much been the carry this game.
Samael is quite isolated from the team with a fresh blink, maybe looking for a quick pickoff, which we haven't seen from him so far this game.
I don't think you can afford to do that solo. They've got pretty decent vision up on this high ground, so they should know that, you know, they're not playing super defensively. TP coming into the lane. They've actually
He's
got
going to be able to control this high ground ward.
It's a fresh smoke as well being popped by Enigma Galaxy, so they really want one of these team fights to happen. There they spot out the Earth Spirit, but
Smoke's going to pop. Stormer.
go.
They're actually going to go on the Earth Spirit. Probably happy with forcing out a BKB. The silence is there in time. Noob's going to be able to respond with his own. Turns the gold and he's okay. Eki steps potentially a little bit too far forward with the remnant, drags him back inside the river.
Miracle.
Jibe's going to strike at the jump. Look at the burst. He's gone. The support.
Relocates
They
already
weren't
used.
close enough.
Nope. They
And
had
now,
the vision
it's
for it
just
as
an
well.
all-out retreat from Nigma. Hopefully they're going to be able to cut their losses. Unfortunately, with the relocate, it's coming back. They've also been able to run into Noob. Astro steps up in a couple seconds. He just has to go for the kill.
Are they going to fight this?
Held into place thanks to the Ag Shard from Jibe. Where is Samael? Tries to get the combo out. It's onto the Blade Mail target, but the damage, is he going to tick out? Earthspell with the roll. Minimal health surviving. Omar will get the tick, but he will be sent to the grave. That's a dieback on the Shadow Demon. We are seeing, though, Smiling Knight. He is continuing to go untouched in these team fights. They have massive bristleback issues.
They do, and I mean, even just the targets that they're choosing to go on, right? It was a good move by Noob to be able to, you know, pop
Oh,
that
Lincoln's
BKB.
popped. Jibe? Is anyone coming, though? Smiling Knight's going to be here. Looks like Noob's going to be able to deal with the anchor.
But it's a good move, right? To be able to force that BKB out and then retreat. The issue was, like you said, supports just weren't close enough to Miracle. If they were able to get that disruption off, it's a completely different story. If they were able to get a demonic cleanse onto him, maybe he's able to stand and man fight. But for now, this really feels like a big issue. And I mean, even just the Paladin sword, right? I'm not sure if that's going to be enough lifesteal for him to be able to just stand and fight against this overwhelming amount of damage. It's not necessarily burst either for Avulus. So maybe they're just putting a little bit too much faith into these defensive supports. I guess you kind of have to though, right? Because Io's not going to be outputting any damage on its own.
You know, maybe the Sanjin Yasha can help with the stats so you don't get blown up. And of course, status resistance is definitely the big one too. So we will see. It's a bit of a later game Sanjin Yasha for the Gyrocopter.
Tower has fallen.
I'm honestly surprised this game is only 3,000 advantage for Avulus. Like the cores on Nigma are quite far, more things considering. But I feel like it's the support from Avulus as well is where really they have the lead.
Yeah, completely in agreement there. The supports are just going completely out of control. It's not exactly like a Tide Hunter has this big farm potential. Not certainly at the same rate as, you know, Bristleback and even Batrider, you know, being able to take so many different stacks at once. But what Chibe does have is Ravage off cooldown as well. Imagine that they're looking to go for some sort of a smoke play in the not too distant future. Could they afford to wait for Seneco's Scythe of Vice? Probably, but they're also considering, is Roshan up? You know, it's had the opportunity to be up for the past 50 seconds or so, and it's going to be about a mid-duration respawn. So is it going to be who claims that high ground first? As for right now, it looks like being Nigma. No one wanting to reveal anything.
25s. Both sides playing incredibly cautiously. This could be the fight for Nigma to get back into this game, and at least take the first net worth lead that they've had so far. It's really been all Avulus So both sides recognize the importance of this fight, getting closer and closer together with the smoke popping. Smiling Knight, he's going to charge forward. There's that vision up on the high ground. Ever so important to try and get the information to take the team fight. It's a big Laguna. They're going to take the Batrider out of the equation, but still over the right side. Jimmy's ready to go with the second Ravage. Down goes Samael. It's up to Miracle to be able to turn the team fight, with the A going down once again, but Miracle doesn't have the iron to buff him up, and Smiling Knight recognizes this. He gets the relocate out. No way. GH at the last second keeps Miracle alive. The president is out. Unfortunately, again, the IO will take a bit of a tumble.
Oh.
No way.
Yeah, okay.
That was actually a pretty decent start to the fight there for Enigma Galaxy, right? They used a lot onto Noob, speaking of which. I'm going to try and go onto him again. He just bought up the Crystallis as well, so he didn't have buyback as a result of that, and I thought that could have been a huge blunder for them. Unfortunately for them, Samael just got caught by that double Ravage, so it meant that he was able to get burst 100 to 0. They were able to limit a huge amount of the damage coming through from the Enigma Galaxy side, and again, we mentioned it before, in terms of damage coming from supports, it's almost negligible coming through from Enigma Galaxy. It needs to come from all of your cores, and Samael's just not doing any, and we're behind the 8 ball from the very beginning.
They are beelining top here from Nigma. Unfortunately, they don't have the outpost to TP to with the Dire side, but Ultimate's on cooldown for Avios, maybe making Nigma feel like they can take this fight. So we're just going to pop Ekio on the right side. Isolated from the team. It's not a bad kill, but I think it's just giving space over for them to take Roshan, and Smiling Knight has that Aegis now.
They're going to try and find more. It seems like they're going to be able to back off. Maybe they would have committed for the actual Roshan if GH had a TP or the relocate available, but because of that previous attempt and that save onto Miracle, just wasn't able to join into the fight even after respawning. He's going for a BKB himself. They really want to avoid this Ravage as much as possible. Is everyone going to have a BKB on their team? I think so, outside of the Shadow Demon. He's going for the Aether Lens just to try and keep himself a little bit more spaced away from the rest of the team. Makes sense. Could it be a cheeky deep ward by Omar as well? I'll just try and find that quick pick-off.
Maybe it might catch Abdulis off guard, because we haven't really seen Nigma actually putting themselves this far forward. Unfortunately, it is the Bristleback that's in the lane.
They've got the gem on Stormstormer as well.
Are they going to go for it?
There's the break.
Oh, Remnant's going to be off the mark.
No TP for Batrider. He wears boots of travel. Of course he does. Oh, Eki. Daedalus for Noob. Okay. Damage. We were talking about damage issues. They're slowly being resolved by Enigma Galaxy's side. It really just becomes now a survivability issue for Samael, who still doesn't have his BKB. He opted to go a Boots of Travel 2.
Okay. So
Not the
I
biggest
Smiling
fan.
Knight too. 9-1 and 9. You're not a fan of the bots too?
I mean, I am after the BKB. It just...
Sure.
I don't think you could look to play that far on the backlines. Maybe he's looking to try and wait for the first Ravage, then blink in, use his full combo, and blow someone up while he's waiting for the second usage of it. But that's asking a lot, and that's making life perhaps a little bit too difficult when the simple result might have been the easier one. Ooh, AC removed. It's a nice pick-off.
Yeah, not bad indeed.
Omar with a ninja gear as well. You love having this as one of these defensive supports, just giving yourself that much more extra level of save. That plus the blink dagger. There really isn't too many excuses for him being caught out. Noob.
Actually, Stormstormer. He's going to run into Noob inside the triangle. Looks like Shadow Demon's going to be caught up to as well, so he's going to be able to find one. Unfortunately, it's not that more valuable kill they're hoping for from Mavulus. Nigma making it a bit frustrating to play on the map. I mean, bottom shoved out. We see the Void Spirit attempting to cut, but maybe the lanes are finally in a position where they can walk it down with 2 minutes remaining on the Aegis.
I think they're just trying to force them back. Again, like, it's all about these defensive movements that Avulus really don't want to be making right now. You've got the Aegis, you've got 2 minutes left on it. You want to be pushing up onto that high ground. So Smail just doing these cheeky little plays, shoving out bottom lane, using the Trickster's Cloak to be able to do it from the fog. That's the sort of play that you need to try and do. Miracle, it's a ballsy move if he did commit for the lane. It doesn't look like he's going to, having to defend against this push.
Oh, they might be able to... Oh, no, he got the turnaround at the last second. So Laguna Blade wasn't enough. Still Stormer's stuck inside with the base. The BKB, the lasso though, drag back on Miracle. Is he going to be taking up the Ravage? It comes through, but the BKB was there in time for Miracle. Now with the turnaround, Egg is gone as well. And Avulus, first team fight we have seen where the spells have not been perfectly together. This is now giving a big opportunity. Enigma, they need to capitalize, but Miracle, has he gone too far? Trying to man-fight the Bristleback, and he's going to be successful by the looks of it, but the late game Bloodstone, Smiling Knight, he'll back up, trying to look for the TP out. They're not going to get him.
It's close though, and you see the difference that happens when you're actually able to be the ones that start the team fight onto that key hero as opposed to the other way around. You know, Omar wasn't part of that at all pretty much, just because he was still respawning, but that damage output is seriously dangerous coming from Enigma Galaxy because they've waited long enough on Avulus to be able to make this high ground push happen, and that's due to just the split push that's been coming really effectively from Enigma Galaxy. Even GH was getting around it with his spirits finally leveled up.
And now up the high ground they go. First time I believe Nigma have held the net worth lead this game and looking to get the objectives first as well before Avulus.
They got the gem as well from that previous fight, which means that they don't have, and they've got an idea of this bottom ward. They saw them walking up for it, but the top ward is still giving a decent amount of information here.
Now, do they stick around though? They have to read, of course, with Ravage and Refresher on cooldown.
Yep.
Potentially Supernova for a little bit as well. They are wanting to go and get some more objective damage. So a big opportunity for Nigma to strike a blow into Avulus. Noob, jump in, run the back. Where's Samael? Not going to be able to get a range for the burst. Now Noob is committed inside the base, but he's okay. Instead, they're going to turn towards Stormstormer, who's stuck in the middle of it all. Stormstormer's got no buyback. They're losing everyone. Avulus, what is going on? The Bristol has been pivotal for them so far in these fights, but he's going to have to do it with a numbers disadvantage. He's not even going to be able to do it.
And
what?
That might just be it. They don't
Two
have
fights?
supports. Yep, 2 fights. That's all it takes, where the supports are able to do whatever the hell they want. Shibe barely able to get away, and he just calls GG without being able to get to the fountain. So you just see the difference coming through there, right, where you don't get the initiation onto those key targets. They're able to run riot. It was a preemptive demonic cleanse used there just while they were going in, making sure he had that extra little layer of protection, enabling Miracle to delay the BKB usage so that when he was wanting to, you know, commit to the team fight, he still had that extra layer of protection as well. Noob, I really want to just highlight his game once again because he was playing a rough game. You know, he didn't have the greatest laning stage, understandable. Off-lane Void Spirit, not exactly common. And you had a lot more emphasis on the Shadow Demon for the stacking, as well as save for both Miracle and Samael, as well as, you know, GH was basically attached to the hip with Miracle 99% of the time. So Noob was playing a solo hand this game, and he was still able to get a good amount of damage, he was still able to get his defensive items, and he was able to keep these lanes shoved out very effectively. Again, not really going to show too heavily on the stats sheet, but that is a very, very good, you know, KDA to have when you're playing this super sacrificial role.
Crazy, honestly, when we look at the stat sheet, I mean, 29 to 33 was the kills this game. It felt like, it really felt like, honestly, we didn't see Enigma on the front foot once, and then 2 fights, all of a sudden, a decent one inside their base, and then on the other side's base as well, with the key ultimates being on cooldown. So a couple of really things, I mean, takeaways for me is how Miracle adapted the item build this game to what we saw in the previous game versus the pretty much same lineup that Avulus had. And now I want to pose a question for you. Do we think that the Gyro and Io is going to be something that will be at least a combo that needs to be considered further in this best of 5? Because we know best of 5s can have their own meta. Have Nigma made it so that Avulus needs to even be considering about removing these heroes? Can they even pick it up themselves?
They can pick it up themselves, for sure. I mean, Shadow Demon's just such a solid hero all throughout, especially with a team that, I mean, we just saw it there, right? This was let's call it 3 Protect 2 that they were trying to play. Not quite 4 Protect 1. Samael was still such a key part of the damage output. But if you're able to claim the Shadow Demon for yourself, all these things that are going to be buffing up Miracle, suddenly you can turn that against them with the Demonic Purge, right? That was what provided the break that they needed to be able to just explode the Tide Hunter and the Bristleback. That was what provided, again, the Demonic Cleanse, provided a little bit of the saves coming through. So yeah, I think that is something that you need to be considering. But the game, let's be real, it was like pretty heavily favored for Avilis for the majority of it. It was a 75% win probability about 30 minutes in. They just were really effective on Nigma Galaxy of splitting up the map, pushing the lanes, forcing them to use both Aegises really defensively, and then they just weren't able to find those key initiations onto the backlines effectively enough. Some clever wards as well, giving Nigma all the information that they needed to be able to get the W in game 1. But it's just game 1, isn't it?
Yes, it is indeed. So this has to be a lot of confidence for them, though, because we saw in the previous series versus Avios, it was a pretty quick 2-0, and we didn't really get to see them put up a fight versus this team who've only lost 1 game up until now. This is their 2nd defeat in the qualifiers. So Enigma strike first in our grand finals. It's a full best of 5 though, so it is still a long road home to make it into Belgrade and represent Western Europe and MENA at the tournament as well in front of some fans. So we're gonna have to wait and see what more we have in store for us. First to break, we'll see you guys shortly for game 2. Welcome back to the official broadcast presented by FISSURE. We got game 2 ready to go here with grand finals. 2 teams looking to try and book their slot and make it over to Belgrade to play in front of that amazing crowd. Denok, we saw Nigma take game 1, but I tell you what, it really felt like it was a weird victory for them in the end, where it was really Avulus for the lead for a majority of this game. The ones making a lot of the moves, being very active across the map inside Nigma's own territory, and then I don't know, something happened. We got one fight inside Nigma's base. All of a sudden, you win a second, no buybacks. That's it. Game's over, apparently. So what do we take away from that game? Because it really felt like, yes, Nigma won, but I don't know. It wasn't as convincing, and I don't even know if what the confidence levels are going to be like. It's not like, yeah, guys, we won because we dominated.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they could feel very confident with if these conditions happen, then we're good, which was Shadow Demon and IO don't die, and then Miracle could do whatever the hell he wants, pretty much. And it was really just about the supporting cast that enabled that. In reality, it was 2 fights, right? Obviously, there was that one at the very end, but it was when Avulus was actually looking to try and push that high ground, and that acts as a bit of a barrier to protect the support. So I wonder if the best option for them was realize the advantage that they had, play around some high ground outside the base. I know it probably means that you have to play around an expired Aegis, because Nigma really have no reason to leave the base when, you're fighting into the Aegis. It's already hard enough to get through 1 life on Smiling Knight, and, getting through 2 is just that much more challenging. But it really just was, they failed to get onto the supports, and that was the end of the game.
Yeah, that it was indeed. So let's see, because we do know best of 5s can be quite the a battle between the captains and also the coaches as well, to be able to determine the drafting and who's able to edge out that victory in that regard. So where does the is the emphasis going to be put on the Gyrocopter and the Eye? Are we going to get that? Was this just a 1-game trick from Nigma, or are there other things as too? Because we were mentioning through that game, feels like Batrider is something else we need to look at for Eki, but then maybe you can pick that for yourselves and see Omar playing it. We have to see the Nyx Assassin banned out. I don't want to see the Nyx Assassin. Maybe Nigma can go for themselves if they have first pick, but we've just seen, I feel like Nyx makes the game really unconventional and very, very difficult to play with how you have to kind of group up early on. So honestly, with all that being said, I love the fact that we're speaking about all these things, but something has to be let through, and you have to come up with a strategy against that thing that gets let through.
And for Avulus's side, not that it's something too challenging, but this time around, it's Nigma that actually have first picks. So they're the ones that are going to be able to let the Invoker through. They're the ones that have the potential to just first pick a Sniper. They're the ones can, block pick that Batrider. Have it for yourselves, take it away from Eki. That's the sort of thing that needs to be playing on their mind right now. So you've already lost a draft that you felt like you should have won, so I don't think that they could be thinking too deeply into that, right? I think they just needed to identify what could have potentially lost them the game and then just look to play around that. This time around, though, this is a completely new slate. I think Avulus are just going to go into this one thinking, you know what, we had to win 3 games. We still have to win 3 games. It's not the end of the road. It's not, last ditch, but, they got to try and bring their A game. And maybe that was the warm-up game that they needed themselves, because they were looking pretty good throughout the majority of it.
Yeah, like you said, maybe this is an advantage that Nigma have going into this series. The fact you played 3 games versus Zero Tenacity leading into the grand final. So maybe you're just a little bit warmed up. I have to imagine that Avulus it's late here over in Europe, but it's 8:40, so they've probably been pubbing for a while now. So got to imagine the fact that they are ready to go and at least warmed up themselves as well.
We're talking late. All right. I don't want it to be a contest,
I know.
It's 6:40 a.m. here. So I'm ready. I'm ready for 5 games. Over in C, they had a 112-minute game, the longest Pro Dota game in the past year, which is super exciting. Check out the Liquipedia if you didn't see it, or just go onto YouTube for some highlights. Actually, don't spoil it yourselves. It was a really entertaining series, but this series is also down to be a banger. A lot of people would have had Avulus being the favorites, so them being 1 game down is certainly a recipe for really solid performance that could be coming through.
Yes, without a doubt. And because again, we saw that 2-0 previously, right, in the upper bracket. So already the fact you're able to get that game 1 victory, and we'll see what position they can put themselves in now. So we've got our draft ready to go in a bit of a different at least start than what we've been seeing. We are not really getting the Magnus because, of course, it's been first phase banned. So that slips through. Enigma will look to grab that. Now let's see what the response is going to be from Adverse if they want to already counter the Magnus early in regard to like some single target, like instant stun to be able to prevent the skewer.
Yeah, I mean, do you even just pick up the Rubik? I think Eki's got a really good Rubik to be able to play around it, and that's always been a pretty solid answer to it. I mean, the thing with the Magnus is you can realistically play it in, like, I've seen it in all 5 roles, to be honest. Obviously a little bit less of a factor in like the 4 and 5, but I think it can work 1, 2, 3. It does also resolve one of the issues that you were having in Nigma's drafts in general, in that Noob does tend to have a slightly smaller hero pool, or rather unconventional one that doesn't necessarily fit the offlane quite as well. Magnus is one of his best heroes for a traditional offlane hero, and they've been able to pick it up first with that first pick overall. We're going to see a Dawnbreaker, though, coming through with the protection, of course, of having no Nyx Assassin, so that's always going to be a nice little tool. Who is going to be the team to pick the Winter Wyvern against the Dawnbreaker? Because it's still a great pick to be able to answer to it. Every single time that they ult in, you just ult whoever's, you know, being healed up, and suddenly they're the ones that are actually dying as a result of the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, I feel like we have a couple of heroes, right, who
10 seconds
have not
remaining.
been really thought of lately. We haven't seen the Wyvern for a while, and maybe people have just forgotten about how this hero could potentially be viable in some particular games. So
Even
we'll see what
Silencer.
that comes through. We'll see what the other heroes come through. Yep, that's another one, true. So we've got to come up with some crafty ways to be able to deal with the Dawnbreaker, because at the moment we are seeing really the Nyx Assassin be the most frustrating one, and just gameplay wise where you always hunt to the opposite side of the map where the team is playing.
Yep, for sure. Just trying to think what Enigma Galaxy are probably going to not open with, but they're probably just picking their 2 supports with these next couple of picks, right? Like they want to make sure that they're able to maneuver their cores to just give this Magnus the freest lane possible. There's a reason it's first phase banned, right? 1, the flexibility. 2, with that new build that people are going with, the Aghanim Shard, you're just able to farm up so effectively while not sacrificing your team fight effectiveness. So it's not necessarily, if you want to farm, you empower. If you want to be, you know, at least somewhat impactful, you just go for the skewer. It's really Shockwave kind of giving you the best of both worlds.
So a couple of things we've already spoken about, really some of the supports that we're going to be looking at. I guess we can put the Phoenix in that category again. Both Seneko we saw previously, and GH has been playing it a lot. So Enigma already with their first pick. I know you spoke about the Magnus and Noobs hero early on, but also last game they had no team fight. Now at least already you get someone with a little bit of team fight, which at least can fix maybe some of the issues where we saw they really struggled in 5v5s. Another thing is, like, where does the Morphling fit into this draft? They're actually going to ban it themselves. I feel like it's always a possibility for the team against the Magnus to pick the Morphling, but they want to take it out of the hands of Nigma and go for the Batrider.
I'm totally on board with this. Eki played a pretty damn good Batrider game that time around. Of course, in that last fight, he ended up lassoing the Shadow Demon after he'd already pretty much used all of his spells, so not sure if that was the best choice, but a few of the things prior to that, you know, solo pickoffs onto Samael, getting a bunch of farm across the map, enabling them to build up that big lead that they had previously. And they're just going right back down the same path. Why not? You know, what else has been banned out? Enigma Galaxy actually banned out the Shadow Demon. So remember, we were talking about it in the previous game, right? What can stop this fully buff up one hero draft? It's the Shadow Demon that's able to, you know, disrupt things a little bit. Do they even pick something like the Mars for themselves? Make the Gyrocopter's life a little bit more challenging. Get a spear off onto the IO. Break the tether in some capacity. Is it a Grimstroke game even that you might be looking to play against? No, it's an Elder Titan. Okay, something a little more unorthodox. Oftentimes you see it into the Deucer, but all right, I'm interested to see how they're able to make it work.
Pretty good in regards to being able to like counter initiate any reload win and potential mag combo as well. So it is, like you said, a bit more unconventional, but it feels like the team fight out of the ET and the Batrider is pretty strong.
Yep, for sure. Even got a little bit of that scaling potential once you get, you know, level 15 plus. So that's always good to be able to see. What is the follow-up, though, that I'm really looking to pair together with this? Like, is it just something like, could you Medusa yourselves just to be able to face up into this? Okay, it's going to be the Razor. Just maybe looking to force a few more points into the Skewer in the early-ish game. make like a little bit more challenging. Of course, it could just be a mid Razor, so we might even see something like... Do you quap this early? I feel like it's not a terrible quap game. You know, if you're Solar Guardianing onto a bunch of people, it's really effective. Just being able to push back that BKB timing feels quite nice. And it puts a ton of pressure on the Bat Rider to be able to find you out, which then frees up space for the IO, you know, to still do its thing. Make sure it's protecting the cores.
I think just a couple things with that is I don't know if Stormstormer is the Razor player, and also I really like with an IO lineup where you have your mid laner that can set up for pickoffs across the map, and Pop kind of can, but I would much prefer it to be Sound Hero with a stun.
Or even, you couldn't Nature's Prophet, right? Go full global strat, potentially. Not many people are picking it as much anymore, though.
Can you into Bat and Dawn?
Yeah, it doesn't feel great. I mean, what, just a Storm Spirit again? IO Storm, early game, not terrible to be able to look to try and make plays around.
Monkey unfortunately banned, which maybe was another one, but potentially then put the Razor mid. So there is that Storm that you are mentioning. I'm trying to think of some of the other heroes. I mean, Earth Spirit.
Tiny.
Also, but... Yep, well, yes, but I'm not seeing Sumail play that. I think the Tiny is an incredible haul, and I want them to play the Tiny. Maybe they still can, and...
I just think, okay, that... I just think back to TI8 where Sumail was on EG and he got like 34 kills or something like that, and they still lost the game somehow. But man knows how to play Tiny. You know, you don't forget how to play Tiny if you're doing that on the TI stage. Coddle, though, coming through instead. Still yet to be seen if this is going to be like a core Coddle or if it's just going to be played in the position 4 role. You could look to make some stacks. You could make Magnus's life a little bit easier just by using a bunch of chakra magic onto him as well. Just now enable him, excuse me, to spam out a few more of those shockwaves in a lot of these team fights. Really could go either way. I would assume it's going to be a core, though, with the puck being banned out. That's one of the big counters to the mid Coddle, just enabling them to actually catch up to you. So whatever it is for Avulus that they pick, it's going to need to be just something that can control this Coddle a little bit more effectively. DK is a decent one, but it's already been banned out, of course. Alchemist, Blink, Stun, already banned out. What else can you really look to go? Maybe like a Pangolier with the Thunderbolt wouldn't be a bad choice, just to be able to try and chase him down.
What are we even looking for Nigma if you want to... Yeah, sorry, if you have a suggestion.
I mean, if this was Thompson, he would pick mid-faceless Void if it was indeed going to be a Coddle, because that hero just crushes mid-Coddle. You just time walk off everything and you're able to chase him down with all of his stuff on cooldown. And I mean, even just against an IO, right? Teamfight is the way that you look to try and beat it. So I could certainly see it working. Not sure if he has that in his arsenal, though.
Okay, so some of the mid heroes that you're saying to be able to get on top of the Coddle, at least the role with the Ember and the Puck, and now we're going to be looking towards either Omar's hero or Noobs. I mean, they ban out a Centaur, so thinking potentially the mag could be flexed, but you have a preference currently? Or I guess, what do they even need to... What does this last pick need to do for Nigma?
Wouldn't mind a little bit of extra tower push for their team, and even just an additional stun so that you're not relying everything onto the Magnus. Early game, there's nothing really that's going to be stopping the Razor from doing whatever the hell he wants. Same sort of thing with the Dawnbreaker, right? You can just dish out way too much damage that isn't able to be controlled. So yeah, some form of stun is probably going to be the biggest priority for mine, especially if it can pierce through the BKB. Yeah, that'll do.
Okay. The Noob still has his Primal Beast left in the pool. Now for Avios, because they don't have a lot of time, do we want the Razor carry, or are we looking for the mid still?
Okay, well that answers that question. I think it's probably going to be a mid Magnus though, right? Nope, still that. So where's this Magnus going? Pos 4? Yep, looks like that is the case.
For mag.
All right, like I said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It can really fit into every single role that exists in the game. So I'm keen to see how Omar is able to make it work, because he's going to need to do a lot of work building up stacks for this team, because every single one of these cores on Enigma Galaxy want to be taking those stacks. You need to be playing early around Sumail and Noob. Miracle, I don't know, actually. I was about to say he's going to be sitting back farming a little bit, but that really hasn't been when we've seen the successful Nigma Galaxy, right? We've seen him go into the early Falcon Blade, into the drums, just because as a gyrocopter especially, you can constantly just disassemble, reassemble it, refreshes every single one of those charges. So it's a really value item to be able to pick up as this gyrocopter, especially when you're playing with a Primal Beast and a Coddle, right? Movement speed is an absolute premium, and you're just going to be giving even more of that.
Yeah, I think Nigma are at their best when you have Miracle actually getting involved early on. And so we saw the gyrocopter, like you're saying, with the itemization in the previous game. Let's see if that is going to be the similar thing heading into game 2. And maybe this is what I'm going to say. Let's see if they can cheese this second draft. Because again, it's another Ire gyro. Like I said, last draft, cannot remember the last time I saw Ire. They get the opportunity to pull it out again with the gyrocopter. Maybe Avulus have a better read and a better strategy to be able to deal with it. We'll have to find out because if you can't, we saw them previously in the series in the upper bracket. They couldn't go up against Avulus. Avulus were pretty convincing victors. I think both around like 30-minute mark. So they're going to have a full best of 5 grand finals where they can go this Ire and make things a little bit wonky for the boys on Avulus. So we're going to have to see if the Ire does work out once again for Nigma. How are we feeling about this draft, though, between both sides? We feel like there is a team that is at least a little bit more favored heading into the second game?
I don't want to even say favored at this point in time, right? I still think...
Okay, Eki. Okay, we turn him.
It's going to come down to Noob once again, in my eyes. You know, you're going to be looking to try and play around Omar, who's not necessarily going to be providing too much assistance in the lane. So, once again, solo hand being made for you to play up against... Not exactly the easiest lane either, right? Like a Razor plus a... What are they playing with this? An Elder Titan? Not exactly a cakewalk, let's call it, for a Primal Beast to be playing into.
No RRP as well from the Magnus. We're going to get the normal RP from him. Trying to see if there's anything else that is of mentioning.
Wouldn't have been horrible
this
this
is
game,
what
actually.
that Nigma can play with. Smiling Light. If he runs down, they're going to get a wrap around from Mag. I can walk back up the stairs and I'll look for the skewer to put it even more of an awkward position for the Razor. It's not even going to matter. Shockwave leveled up and it's going to be first blood. Enigma.
For GH.
It's going to be a big advantage for them to play in the lane. GH gets it. It's all right. What can you do?
Not too bad, right? You might be able to buy like a full headdress just for the laning stage. Provides a lot of that passive regen, considering you're not up against an easy lane with Eki and Jibe going up against you, right? This is a high damage off lane that this IO is going to need to be contending with. He looks so goofy actually with the hat on. I only just realized it.
Is this the Ire? Sorry.
Yeah.
Take a look when I see him next. Okay, he does actually. I want to see him with more hats. That'd be so... Okay.
He's already got 2, I think. Does he? Or is that just like his insides? I don't know. It's weird.
Well, let us see what he's able to do with that first blood overall, though, how the lanes are going to look as well. We saw both carries early in the previous game. Struggled a little bit finding CS. We are seeing Sumail currently struggle a lot with finding CS against Storm. Storm at 8-1 compared to the 3-1. Definitely one of the better mids against the Coddle. I think it's more as the game goes on, though, where we can really see this Storm be a bit of an issue because of the ability for you to get on top of the squishy mid laner.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing for the early game for Stormer is just making sure that he stays at range. He's actually getting a few of his creeps denied in that mid lane now, though. He's messed up a couple of the last ones, but as long as he keeps up with denying a lot of that experience away from Sumail, it's going to become easier and easier for him, right? Prior to level 6, Storm is still quite vulnerable, although not as much as he used to be without that ball lightning.
Really intrigued on how bottom goes too for Nigma. There's double melee. I think Omar, I believe as Avius, we saw him play the Centaur, and I know he doesn't mind playing this like melee 4s, like unconventional 4s. So I definitely think Mag
4s.
is... Yes, big ulti 4s, yeah, without a doubt. So I know we are seeing some other people play Mag as 4, but I definitely have a preference of it being as like 4. So I'd say this is still a bit more unconventional. Miracle. It's going to take a lot of damage here, but the Starbreaker does get that last slam connection. Miracle very low health pool. Eki's going to try and close him out, but at least it is a lot of damage dealt in regards to the resources, but Aya should be able to top him back up.
Headdress value off of that first blood. Really giving him that little bit of extra assistance that he needs. Nice little lane shove as well if they are able to get this this creep pull off. Might not be successful though with how Jibe was able to manipulate the lane, as well as Eki looking to try and pull that one out. Although with the lane being shoved in, Miracle looks like he's got eyes on that Lotus. Of course, realizing the threat of this really strong lane duo as well, not wanting to put himself too far isolated away from his little safety net, let's call GH.
Dire's courier has been killed.
There's a massive wave under the tower though. Nonetheless, that Thornbreaker looks like he's going to be able to find a lot of farm. Noob is also just getting chased down by Seneko, so classic Elder Titan things with brown boots. That's pretty much the only item there for the Seneko. Does mean that Razor should be able to honestly have a pretty good time, but
Yeah.
I don't think there's any kill threat that Avulus have in this lane, considering both the Enigma heroes have at least some way to reposition with ease.
No, definitely not. But, you know, every single time that static link is used, it's just mana that Enigma Galaxy won't have to make a move of their own. You know, that's they're not going to be able to farm quite as effectively. I think Seneko is playing this lane incredibly well, just keeping Noob bullied away. Do they even have any regen on Omar? No, they don't. So they're completely run out, and he's forced to go for this lane pull. That's happening right now. Seneko doing his best to try and join it, but Noob turning it back the other way. And Eki just doing Eki things, stealing away some of this farm, predicting where Samael is going to be looking to try and pick up his next little bit of net worth.
Yeah, even blocking the stack as well.
Radiant's top tower is
Or
under
valuable things that the Batrider is going to be able to provide you. Knowing that Jibe should honestly be okay with the Gyrocopter, tends to shove out the lane with the flak cannon. Maybe even looking for GH, but tethers back up. So some chip damage, nothing too crazy. We'll have to see Nigma put a lot of priority on defending their jungle, because Avulus have pretty easy ways to be able to invade. So I was just waiting to see if anything more broke out. But do we feel like Nigma do have that ability to defend their own jungle against the invasion from Avulus?
I mean, it's really just going to be around that Keeper of the Light, right? So, oh, hold on. Miracle is getting kind of low. Plenty of sticky napalm stacks on him. Nice maneuverability coming through from GH and GH2, if we're going by their pub names. It's going to be on Samael, right? To be able to just keep them shoved away with the Illuminate. You know, it's just so hard to walk into a Keeper of the Light this early on. And honestly, even a Gyrocopter, right, probably has one of the better ultimates.
Actually TPing down Samael, so looking to make it go early on. Level 6 online here for the Coddle. They actually want to try and put their attention over
missed.
towards the Razor. They bump him out of the blast, which might be costly. Smiling Knight, unfortunately, not able to get the kill onto Noob. Now forced to go for Omar, but we just was hoping to bring someone in the grave with him before he dives. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, off the screen, we actually got a double kill top lane from Nigma. So once again, their prowess inside the lanes, they are showcasing that they are continuing to be a very good laning team.
Really just does come down to a lot of these early items that GH was able to get as a result of that first blood, right? He's already only 700 gold away from the mech. That's crazy early for an IO to have at this stage of the game, and it just means that they're able to bait them underneath the tower quite efficiently. Even just going for another dive onto Jibe here.
See if the dive once again will reward them in a kill. Jibe gonna be okay. Gonna be a little bit cautious how far you move now. Stormstormer was able to pick up an arcane rune. Does actually activate it instantly and look to go towards bottom with the skewer. Omar, it is as good as gone. So Avulus at least able to hit the board for the first time this game.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Stormstormer on the Storm Spirit, able to make those early rotations. And I mentioned the Coddle being the key for Enigma Galaxy to be able to protect a lot of these stacks to make sure that he stays alive. Well, the one that's going to be able to stop him from doing that is Stormstormer, right? You mentioned those long-range engagements onto such a speedy hero like the Keeper of the Light. That's going to be on the back of the Storm. So, oh, speaking of, we're actually getting a TP down here from Samael. Will he be able to stop this invasion?
Potential wisdom rune. Doesn't have a whole lot of mana though. Is Stormstorm is actually going to look for the kill? What's going on? What's that thought, bro? Stormstorm. I mean, this is some crazy stuff. You try and get incredibly aggressive to steal the wisdom rune away, but It's not really going to work for a Storm Spirit unless you have other people nearby. Maybe the communication wasn't there because the rest of Avios, they were back wanting to farm instead.
And also they were able to get a kill onto Jibe in this top side. Dawnbreaker is a notoriously strong laner and wasn't able to really make the most of it because of A, the positioning coming through from Enigma Galaxy, but moves like that mean that someone needs to be soaking that mid lane. Eki was revealing on the lane, so they knew they had the complete freedom to be able to go onto this Dawnbreaker and not give her the snowball start that she absolutely loves.
It's going to be a poor Dawnbreaker this game, but we do know this hero can keep up. You know, high points to Celestial Hammer, your farming speed, and also your ability to then get involved across the map with that Solar Guardian. So we're going to have to keep tabs on the level 6s and also the power runes for the mid laners. It's just going to be regen top though, so not another active rune, but Storm it does at least get it.
I mean, for a Storm, you're incredibly happy to pick that one up though.
That is true, that's true.
Still just revealing someone on that mid lane, and so Sumail should know to play hyper defensively, which he is, to the right-hand side of his tower, away from where someone might have been able to place down a ward. Maybe just realizing that Eki has been revealing away from the lane for quite some time, even considering that there might be a defensive observer ward up to be able to scout out this sort of movement. So, nope, it's just Spidey senses and probably good communication coming from the entirety of Enigma Galaxy. Really solid start from there.
I really like... Yes, it is. And you're also going to bring Miracle through the portal. So a lot of importance they're putting on this bottom tower. They want to open up the map, which of course really enables the lineup you have. Like, you are very pick-off centric with the Coddle to be able to sell for the solo buy-in into the relocate in, even Noob as well. So not only does this open up the map for them to be able to invade deeper into the jungle, but also gives you a couple more camps to be able to farm.
I think that the latter one is probably the more important thing, right? You can see they've set up an observer wards to the south side of this bottom tier 1 tower, just because I feel like Miracle kind of wants to be roughly in this area at this point in time. He's going to keep the top lane shoved out a little bit, and it does enable Coddle as well as Magnus to just, you know, move back, build up a few more stacks, look to take them away. For Noob especially, like, he was having a really rough time, was bottom of the net worth in terms of all of the cores, but they've been able to recover his game somewhat. Well, he was.
Lane, Sumail's going to show, and now with the zip to the backline, they've got the Vortex to hold him inside for the Solar Guardian. It's an attempt at the skill, but the Flame Break stops it short. It's actually not going to work in Radiant's favor because Noob just shops with the combo, but the charge in. It is perfect. Great involvement out of the Primal Ds. Coming through. Massive importance then from Nigma. 4 heroes. This will hopefully secure the tower, maybe even a power rune as well. Love to see the emphasis that we're getting from them once again with everyone rotating.
Bro, Noob was like a bowling ball there. He just absolutely clattered through 4 different heroes, completely disrupting that team fight. Unfortunately for him, not able to protect Sumail's life. If so, I feel like they might have even continued this pressure forward. With Sumail dying,
too greedy though.
He TP's back in. He's got a vessel charge.
To try and get some pressure onto the tower. That's a great Echo Stomp. Sinecro's going to be in, and yet Nigma, they overstay their welcome. Noob tried to do the same thing, but he cannot replicate the success we saw from him in the previous team fight as Nigma. They, in turn, give a massive victory over to Avulus in the mid lane.
Yeah, just not really needing to stick around, right? It's always the case whenever you're playing on the high ground or when Storm Spirit's able to play around a TP in from Fountain. He's just got that extra little bit of mana to be able to look to try and play around, and well, off the back of that, Stormer, he gets 1 kill for himself, but is involved in the rest of them, putting himself at the top of the net worth charts, and that is not what you want as this Coddle. You don't, or even the IO, you don't want a rich Storm Spirit who's able to get this early Kaya and look to make frequent rotations onto you. Eki looks like he's primed for a smoke to try and keep the pressure on, punish, scout out some of these stacks that they might have been able to build up.
Because, man, what a free Storm Spirit game it is, really. Like, what is he... What is actually Sumail got queued up at the moment? What's the items? Because we have sometimes seen the Orchid from the Coddle. I don't know if it's something that he's looking at this game. He's got a Glimmer.
Glimmer Cape, yep.
So I was thinking maybe... I mean, late game we're going to get a Hex. I have to imagine another Coddle. That is a big advantage of your cast range. But this just... I really think this is an incredibly free game for the Storm. And with a start like this, we need to see that Storm Spirit is able to convert.
Eki? Speaking of converting.
Boys around him. Skill up. Keeps him inside range. Still, there's going to be an attempt to protect him. RP, it's not good enough. Omar's going to go down for the bag. Gyrocopter looking to charge in the middle. They do a good job to split away from Avulus, which really could have looked like a worse outcome from them with the angle we saw from the Gyrocopter entering the fight, but it is only a 1-for-1.
Charge coming in from Noob as well, really forcing the rest of the boys back. This Noob, he's hungry for more. He just wants to keep an eye on to Shibe. My eyes are on Stormer though, but he doesn't have the TP this time around. So even though he's going to be able to get back to the fountain, get that full fountain regen and bottle refill, won't be as easily able to rejoin this one. And I'm sure Enigma Galaxy are conscious of this. So that's why they're looking to try and once again open up that map, make things a little less obvious. Although we get
not another repeat. GH, I mean, you've got the relocate, but is it going to happen once again with the Glimmer Cape trying to keep Miracle alive? Great blinding light. Samael able to keep Miracle alive, gets the reposition, pushing away the side of Avulus, and we were very close to getting a repeat when Nigma stick around for a little bit too long, get greedy on the tier 1 push. They're still going to be here to maybe keep the eye alive, but Stormer with the timing of the Vortex, make sure there is no zip away. Now, Noob, this is a difficult hero to bring down. Seeing this early Glimmer Cape from Samael really catch them off guard. Now, Noob, maybe going to look for the Pulverize. It's going to give Samael a free opportunity to use the spells from the outskirts. Stormer tries to do his best, but a zip into the TP out. Stormer, whoa, that was close. Miracle almost showcasing the raw damage burst early with that rocket barrage, but we are having so much action in the mid lane, and we're not done just yet.
Looking to try and go for more. He's pretty speedy. Might be able to catch up to Smiling Knight here.
He does his best to disrupt, but the lasso drags him away. Still, Samael is locked onto his target, and nothing is going to pull him off the Razor. Stormer is back in with a fresh Menopause to work with. Zips over towards Miracle. They are going incredibly deep, but Nigma not respecting Avulus at all. It is an absolute bloodbath in the middle game. 14 minutes in, both sides are not just done with the action. We saw Solar guard him almost last minute ago when he's back up, and Chibi trying to do whatever he can inside the team fight. Stormer's going to be able to isolate the Coddle. Noob charging off the back of the respawn, protecting the Coddle as best as he can, but the slow is going to be there. Eki tries to jump over the cop, almost dying to the Pulverize. Even Smiling Knight's back alive. What in the world is going on in this game?
I want a timer on that. When did that team fight start? It felt like it was at about the 12.5 minute mark, a full-on 2-minute team fight with the most damage being done by Storm Spirit. Pretty much the only hero that didn't die throughout all of that engagement, and that's just crazy stuff. Two teams that just want to run at each other and realize the strength of these early timings. Samael, enough said, this is the Coddle's strength period, right? But he also has some of those big counters going up against him, constantly on the prowl, looking to try and pick him off. And
we're not done.
They're not done. 10 seconds away from the lasso as well, and Eki's got the Blink Dagger. So they want to try and find out who might be able to pick off Omar. He's going to be the one. They know that RP isn't available, so this should be a freebie.
Yep. Get the Galvanized stack for Stormer, so not the worst in the end. Dude, what value out of a Glimmer Cape? I don't know if I like... What an early item here for Samael. Very impressed.
And still only a dust onto... Hold on, Shibe is dead.
Okay. Yeah, Jibe's dead. Relocate in to get the kill. Does mean that
Where did they relocate
Eki as well.
from?
I thought it was the triangle.
Okay. Is that stomp that you're talking
Raiden
about?
starting to set up... Oh, they actually ran into Samael. Over the outskirts, Samael wasn't expecting the positioning, but GH
Gyro's here.
tries to freshen up the resources. Samael is going to be canned yet with Miracle showing up. It's a nice Thompson Acre is going to make him work for the kill. Importantly, just gets everyone out there. Actually sticking around though, Avulus, maybe trying to defend their Observer.
I think so. Be mindful of this RP though.
Stormer onto Omar, but again, you're not addressing GH. The IO's keeping anyone alive. Noob went in where the rest of the team wanted to disengage, and now Smiling Knight protected with the PKB. There's nothing that he really needs to worry about. Miracle doesn't have the damage at the moment, but once the golden protection has expired, they can now look to go in and clean up Avulus on the retreat with a TP out. Oh, Smiling Knight.
They want more.
Great heads up play from him. Just is able to escape. They want more, but they're not going to get it by the looks of it.
Stormer got clipped by that Illuminate as well. Looks like they still want to keep the party going. Are they going to have enough here? Oh.
What in... Dude, what's this game? What am I... What's going on?
Just some boys playing darts. That's all it is.
everyone's so farmed too with all the kills. I
want to know who has the highest kill
Miracle.
participation this game. Like out of the 17, it's like 12 for Nigma is the highest, and
Yeah.
about the same for the Avlis side. So it's kind of crazy. Like everyone's pretty much the same across the board.
Yeah, I really feel like we're in a super interesting position now because, again, everyone's like pretty good in the net worth. I feel like the big one is, I mean, Miracle is top. We've seen, speaking of Miracle, zip in, Storm so much. You go for the Iron, you go for the Gyrocopter. That's where Eki comes in. That is perfect. The vision from Avulus, and finally, they strike into the hearts of Nigma, dealing with the carry, the person on top.
That's the power of having a fed Storm Spirit, right? Talk about the strength against the Keeper of the Light, but Stormer has to be a little careful going up against Samael, but looks like that bottom rune is going to be protected. I was about to say enabling him to pick up the shield rune, but not wanting to take any chances.
Dire's middle tower
Gotta say, like, that death does put a bit of a damper on things, but up until that point in time, it was actually a pretty decent experience advantage going in favor of Nigma Galaxy, which is not often what you see whenever you've got this IO, right? Oftentimes it means that your core is playing from a decent way behind, but just with how survivable they've been so far, off of the Illuminate, of course, with the Spirit form, off of the mech coming through from GH, just meant that they were able to survive that little bit longer. And
If he gets the D-ward, speaking of GH.
it's not quite in range. It's going to take a second
It
one.
is now, but unfortunately it's taking a little bit too long for him to D-ward, so they're going to get the kill. And there's a neutral item there as well that they're going to snag. I don't know whose that is.
I don't know if they see it either.
Do you want to pick it up?
Might not see it. It's under a
Okay,
ward.
we don't see it. And now they see them instead. Blink revealed from Omar. The instant response is going to be out for the Solid Guardian. Is it going to be enough to keep
Smail's
Smiling
here.
Knight alive? You bet it is.
Limited
BKB in the
again.
turn, but they are lacking the damage. Eki still hunting. Got a glimpse of Samael.
Don't have an observer ward though. to be
Somsoma
able
doesn't
to
have the
place down.
greatest mana. Do they actually want to go for him? Orchid is online for Samael. Force staff to help him get out of range of the blast nuke, and Stormstorm is going to be fine. Not the longest zip away, but the missile should be too short.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Pressure's still going though. Samael's got a full arsenal of health, mana, and cooldowns to be able to play around with. No charges into the Spirit Vessel, so they'd love like a little bit of a freebie. The easiest target. You'll have to wonder even who that is at this point in time. Elder Titan, he has used every single one of his drum charges, so isn't going to get a ton of value out of that. They will get a ton of value out of that Dawnbreaker innate ability though, revealing where exactly
What a
Samael
perfect
is.
smoke timing. Trying to utilize that vision. Eki maybe going to drop the ward on the high ground. But
back
Nigma
off
have the read of this.
Nicely
Oh, is
done.
this a bit too deep? Okay.
It's all well and good to have that information, but if they're clued in, they should know that they have that information as well. So, good response coming through from Nigma Galaxy. Whoever's making the shot calls happen, they're doing a great job.
That they are very close to the scepter is going to be GB. We'll have to see how much value he's actually going to get out of this game. I do feel like Magnus is decent with the RP into Skewer out of range. We'll have to see maybe being able to follow him with the ultimate can be of value. Skewer, Orchid's out. Here comes that Solid Guardian. Is the bonus health enough to keep alive? No, it's going to tick out to the Orchid. Now, do you still want to force the fight afterwards if you're Avulus because you are down some numbers? The Razor is not here, and this means it's going to be all Nigma. Good for two, potentially a third. Eki recognizing the stuns are going to be lacking.
I'm a little worried about Smiling Knight as well. Like, he's looking to farm a little bit of this Ancient Camp and using the Eye of the Storm to take the Tormentor. Could they get a little bit cheeky, though, with Samael hanging around, with them realizing that the lasso is on cooldown? Even no Storm Spirit. Probably could afford to move on forward. Looks like they will be able to get at least something out of that exchange, though, and keep their net worth lead for now.
We brought up, you spoke a lot about last game with the importance of the supports in particular for Nigma. Do we feel like this game is a very similar story?
I feel like Omar a little bit less so compared to last game. His Shadow Demon was pretty much the reason I think that they won last game. A lot of the team fights was really off the back of him just delaying things long enough for the rest of the team to be able to join in. This time around, it almost feels like he's playing Noob's role from last game, where he just needs to be that little bit of a tankier person, play on the front lines, look to try and take attention away from the rest of the team. He's going into a Ghost Scepter as his item after the Blink Dagger, which he's already finished up. So really just looking to try and force someone onto him. If he can force a static link onto himself instead, look to try and drag the fight away. That would be the absolute dream.
Does look like Nigma feeling strong enough to be able to force Roche even down the net worth advantage. We'll see if Avios get the read, and if they do, if they even want to contest Roche's with Nigma set up.
Can't pulverize it either. Nothing really to be able to break the Lincolns on Roche. There's that reassemble
Looks like it's
of
gonna
the
go for
drums
free.
from Miracle. So already back to 7 charges now. And the boys want to start making the move, realizing that they've got that relocate available. This is where Nigma are at their absolute best. Fast tempo, Omar with the Blink RP available.
They've got a decent board as well that's
Stormstormer?
scouting out Smiling Knight.
What do they want? Yeah, they want Smiling Knight instead, surely.
Yeah, they're trying to go for him, but I think
They got
they got
one.
the LP. Omar actually in a position to be able to get the first little bit of control, and that is all they need afterwards.
You got to remember that that sort of thing is still probably going to happen once that BKB is completed, right? You've got the RP and the
Are they smoking
Pulverize
it
that are
though?
going to go through that. Seems like it. They want to try and catch Samael as he looks to try and deal with this one, and they do catch.
And they're going to do so. Lasso is there, and they're going to have to burst before the response comes out. Samael is surprisingly tanky with the Glimmer, but it's not enough. Nigma can still force the team fight, but Avula sits a retreat. Smiling Knight BKB out, but meanwhile, that means that you're going to leave some stragglers behind as Nigma. Oh, you actually get out on Jibbe, so Solar Guard him, gets him to safety, so you're pretty happy with that. That is a 1-for-1 in that little skirmish at the front of the T2 tower. I guess Smiling Knight did use BKB, so this is still a pretty big window for Nigma to get some damage across the map in regards to the objectives.
And they've got this Observer Ward that's still up, so I think they got a brief glimpse of Seneko. They could look to try and follow him and get another free kill if they were really wanting to. Stormstormer, once again, trying to get into that BKB. I mean, the other aspect, of course, is that you know that there's no Solar Guardian available now. Of course, with the Aghanim Scepter, it's just the 1 second channel time as opposed to a little bit longer. So Jibbe able to use that a little bit more with Reckless Abandon to try and, you know, just get away with his life. Got a hat check on GH. I think he's up to 4.
Okay.
Looking good.
He's looking good. Nigma looking good again. I honestly, I was a little bit concerned heading into this best of 5 with how good we've seen Avulus only losing 1 map versus Secret, and with how dominant they were versus Nigma in the recent upper bracket finals, where there were some, there were some very, very convincing victories from Avulus. But we've got game 1 was incredibly close. Game 2 is probably even closer as well. And in this current position, we're going to see Nigma to be able to get a lot out of the map here with the Aegis. But what more can we expect out of them? Is it a high ground? Do they want to still force the issue?
I think the big thing is just making sure they're able to reliably get into these next item timings. TP interrupt?
Not a bad zip in. Omar. Yep, TP interrupt. Miracle's going to try and run over towards Smiling Knight. Keep in mind, they know the Razor's BKB is over, but they're just taking this fight incredibly uncoordinated at the moment. They are not helping their supports, and that's going to cost them dearly. Miracle trying to fight with Jibbe. Jibbe gets the BKB. He's stuck on the low ground, in fact, so Noob able to help secure the kill with the Pulverize. 2 for 2 in the end. And okay, both supports going down from Nigma. You get a call, though.
And a DD as well. So yeah, the thing that I was saying that I felt like they really needed was just space for Noob to be able to get into these next few items, and it's the Blink Dagger that they're really wanting, right? So pretty much as soon as Smiling Knight pops the BKB, pops the Eye of the Storm and the Static Link onto someone, he wants to blink in. I think they're going to start using, honestly, Omar as bait still, right? Like, he needs to be the one on the front lines. He needs to be the one trying to start a lot of these fights and then enable the rest of the team. Okay. Like, you can oftentimes get baited in by, oh, let's kill the guy so they don't have RP, but they're going to have a just as strong tool with Noob, with that Blink BKB Pulverize soon enough.
Eki up to his usual shenanigans, trying to cut the wave. Somehow sidesteps the shockwave.
He's doing a great
Maybe
job.
with the 5 fly advantage, should make it to the low ground as well. He's wasting a lot of time.
And
So
then
they actually want to take a fight here. Radiant, they're coming down, but I believe Dire have a ward on the right side, so it's going to give them some information on how they want to take the team fight.
Got the high ground one, though.
Speaking of information, they're going to be able to isolate GH, but GH, he's okay for the moment, but the damage lacking up. He's out, but the Solar got him instantly in response. Jimmy was ready, and this is going to favor Avulus. Yeah, you've got the Aegis advantage, but it's just not good enough from Nigma. Miracle is nowhere to be seen. And Noob is gone as well with a vision. The main importance there for Avulus to reward them in that victory.
A little bit of a puzzling choice by Miracle just to not commit with that. I mean, he saves the Aegis, sure, but it only has about 40 seconds left on it. And I guess it's the power of fighting around this vision. Like you mentioned, Enigma Galaxy maybe felt a little bit confident with the fact that they've got a ward to the right-hand side high ground, to the left-hand side behind where the tier 2 tower used to be. But Eki cuts the wave, gets away from the gank attempt, and then just draws them back into where they've got double ward coverage. He doesn't have the TP. And only 10 seconds left on this Aegis of the Immortal. Looks like they'll back out, though. That was so good by Eki at just funneling them into the exact position that he was wanting them, right?
We always praise this about Eki in particular on the hero. Seeing what he's able to do this game. We're going to continue to see that as well. We've got a Ag Shard now for GH.
Slow resistance, not the worst against Razor, Batrider, and Dawnbreaker, even just as the little bit of a passive from the overcharge.
Looks like Shiba is going to pick up the other Wisdom Rune as well. It's going to be the BKB for him next item of choice, but the big one is the Daedalus now for Miracle, because we have seen, and you can't really blame them, but we've seen previous to the fights, Avulus are really tunnel visioning onto the IO, and maybe that can bite them in the back now with the damage output from the Daedalus. You leave Miracle alone.
And the Ghost Scepter on GH as well. That's another factor.
Speaking of Miracle, Avulus once again looking to put the pressure on. They're going to be able to catch Omar on the back line with a vision at the front of the T2 tower. These are back-to-back fights where they're going to be rewarded. Just the vision game from them so far has been solid, and maybe that is in part due to the early gem pickup that we see from Seneko.
Where's the IO? He's going to be able to get away. Was just in the tree line. I think he was initially trying to take Miracle away, but Miracle decided to go and shove a little bit of the lanes out, just preventing some of the pressure that's going to be coming into this tier 2 tower. They've still got Glyph available as well to be able to delay this a little bit, so I don't think Enigma Galaxy should actually end up losing too much of their control over the map.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top
My Storm Spirit, sorry, is sieging with Solar Crest. You don't have the Razor there, so why not? Get the Glyph out. Remember the daytime advantage now turning. You're going to see all of Nigma's location kind of hold up deep inside their territory at the moment. So the game has gotten a little bit further into Avulus's favor with the lead.
A couple of big items actually coming out for them. They just got the BKB on the Batrider, so enabling him to go in super deep. And now the Shiva's Guard as well. So that heal coming from the Coddle as well as the IO is going to be reduced pretty heavily. Wonder if Eki's going to be the one once again, just putting himself onto the front lines. He doesn't want that smoke to break until he finds the right target, and preferably from the high ground as well, so they can get the jump like this.
They're going to see Miracle. Zip on forward. They're going to try and do their best to deal with the support. The IO is gone. It's Samael as well. Avulus showcasing the damage burst. It's too much. Miracle's going to do his best, but he cannot get any right clicks off. Not the fight once again. Nigma, they are crumbling 3 fights in a row where Avulus are getting the jump, and we see what happens when they are the team that is initiating. They are wiping the floor against Nigma recently.
Even just the Gem of True Sight as well. You know, it enables them to go in onto the Keeper of the Light. That Glimmer Cape's not doing anything anymore. And I almost wonder, do you need to go for your own Ghost Scepter on Samael just to make sure that you're surviving that little bit longer? Because the control has been super coming through from the 2 main initiators in Eki and Stormstorm. You can just see there, zip in, finds the IO on the Batrider last. So that is the main priority for you, because Miracle's damage is a lot more negligible when he doesn't have the IO backing him up. No Satanic yet, no BKB. He's really relying on those 2 to be the ones kind of facilitating. And I mean, we talked about how game 1 was not a 4 protect 1, it was a 3 protect 2. This is 4 protect 1.
And how scary is it if this 4 Protect 1 falls behind? Can the Gyro still be a hero that hold that thought? Once again, the Observer Ward at the front of the T2 tower. Glimpse of the eye. Another kill that is going to be provided thanks to this ward. But just wanting to raise the point that if you feel like this is a 4 Protect 1 lineup on Enigma, do we feel like that if Miracle is enabled and has a ridiculous amount of farm, can still get the boys over the finish line at the later stages?
It's not just on the back of him though, right? It needs to come down to Omar hitting one of these big RPs. They've been pretty good on Aviolus at splitting up, even, you know, in a few of these team fights where they delta split, they make sure that only one person is being caught out. And when that happens, Jibe is really quick on the fingers as well with the Solar Guardian. He just hit level 20 too. So he's got that extra radius on it to be able to back up the rest of his team. Much more...
We are asking...
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, we're asking a lot out of Omar, though, for everything you're saying, with how Avios has been playing, like with their jumps and then the eventual Solar Guardian, if he does wait for the Skewer away.
So I'm trying to think, like, what is the dream scenario coming through from Enigma Galaxy right now? To me, it would be finding Stormstormer off on his own, getting a kill onto him, and taking away that Gem of True Sight, because that's really limiting a lot of what they're going to be trying to do. One, Samael's Glimmer Cape feels bad that he's not able to actively, and the next item being queued up by Omar is that Silver Edge, so kind of protecting himself ahead of time for a potential nullifier that might be coming out from Aviolus, because they would see that they've got 4-stars, Glimmer Capes, Ghost Scepters, all this sort of stuff that Nullifier can absolutely ruin. But a Shadow Blade, that doesn't necessarily suffer the same issues.
Unfortunately, Enigma will not be in a position to be able to contest this Aegis, so second Roche goes Aviolus' way, which is going to be a bit of a concern, though, because I feel like their fights are going to look even more difficult with an Aegis on Storm.
Yep.
He can more confidently zip in, and it's really felt like, honestly, the confidence has not been an issue for him. So now you have an Aegis, like, man, how are you going to protect yourself against the Storm in your face, the Bat Rider, and the Razor as well eventually?
And I just mentioned him as being the most important target to take out. Well, you know, good luck now. You got to kill him twice. And it does feel like you are kind of locked to these big cooldowns, whether it be that Pulverize coming through from Noob or the RP coming through from Omar. The big solution to these huge teamfight ultimates is a second life, whether it be, you know, a Wraith King or an Aegis.
Yeah. So that's maybe where we need the Hex from Samael, but he's a little bit away. Had a great early game, but the items have fallen short. And that means the net worth is going to as well. We're seeing Noob not scale as well. I mean, the supports from Aviolus are actually about to take over. This is one thing from Aviolus, that these supports make sure they get farm on the map. And we've got a Wisdom Room as well. Snipe and attempt. Noob. I mean, he's going to be able to get it. Stormstormer once again is going to be able to find the Iron with the backline. Enigma, they do have a couple of heroes nearby. Unfortunately, Noob doesn't have this ability to be able to get that quick tether away, so they're going to hold him into place to try and force the fight if you're Enigma. Noob's doing whatever he can, but everyone else on Enigma are really hesitant. Is he actually going to get out there? This charge doesn't go up on the high ground, looks for the TP. Noob! Oh my god, so close. Meanwhile, actually, who have they isolated? Stormstormer. It's a late Solar Guardian, but it's enough to keep the Aegis alive. Miracle. Starbreaker Slam holds him into place. Can Aviolus keep up with the Gyrocopter, though? The Aegis, he actually got the tick, so full menace. Stormstormer is going to be able to catch up to the Meanwhile, Miracle inside. The mill's gone. Solo kill. It's too late from Omar. He attempted with the RP, but without Miracle, the damage, it's just not there. When Samael shows for a second, instantly Aviolus, they smell blood in the water. They're going to chase down the Coddle. Just nowhere is safe for Enigma.
Even Eki just with a really quick presence of mind to be able to pick up that Gem of True Sight after Stormstormer ended up going down. So even if Jibe was off the mark there with the Starbreaker, they would have been able to get the kill onto Samael, who his item progression, it's really stalled. You know, it feels like he hasn't gotten an item for quite some time. Obviously saving up for that Scythe of Vice, but means that he's got a lot of dead net worth. Pretty much behind the Elder Titan in net worth, if you really think about it. Who's, by the way, just finished up an Aghanim Scepter, so he's also going to be just a significant damage threat on his own in a lot of these team fights.
And levels as well is the thing that helps this hero scale, and he's not short in levels at all.
You'll know that there's no RP either, so not really too scared of Omar. Damage source, of course, is coming through from this Gyro and Keeper of the Light.
Lasso gonna be able to clip Omar over the right side. They've got the Solid Guardian combination. Nice relocate.
That's saving us.
Now, we've got to be cautious how long they do stick around, though, because Nigma, the respawns are there, and the objective damage is lacking from Avulus. That main damage source, the big one. Miracle is back alive, but they need a way to stop Avulus on the retreat, and Nigma, they will not have that.
I'll be happy enough just taking the range racks off the back of that. Didn't force any big buybacks or any, unexpected moves coming through from Nigma Galaxy, but the net worth, it's continuing to grow. Very heavy win probability now in favor of Avulus, 85%. Just having a quick look at the shard status across the board, and it's only Eki that doesn't have it at this point in time. So just a little bit more of that damage output coming through. We know how quickly they can burst through these Nigma Galaxy supports in particular, so that is going to be a very useful tool at being able to blow the IO in
A
particular.
potential Hail Mary smoke from Nigma.
Yep.
We're trying to take a fight inside Radiant's Triangle, but unfortunately no one home. They were also hoping that someone, after the Tormentor getting claimed, started to walk into the top lane where they had the ward already set up, but that is not going to be the case. They do still drop a ward down at the Triangle. This is going to be their last stand. You lose this fight, I think your base is shortly going to follow as well.
Quite a ways away, I think. Where does he have it? Oh, he actually has a refresher now on the Razor. That's a pretty big item to be able to go in and commit with that BKB.
Miracle farming the Ancients. Eki, the Vision game once again. Vision onto the IO. GH isn't going to be able to find the tether away. They knock him away further from the Nigma heroes.
Not a ton of control.
Hopefully they're going to be able to make it out. Miracle, do they get a glimpse of the dry? They do. TP, Echo Stomp is going to be in time. The Solid Guardian is quicker. That's Gyro without a buyback, and this is going to be a lot of objective damage now.
Are fortified.
Even just glyphing the mid lane to try and keep the lanes pushed in as much as possible. They want to take advantage of the fact that they've finally been able to take out Miracle. Again, the main damage source coming through is Seneko. Even just cuts that mid lane. Probably trying to use the Echo Stomp onto the creeps once it does get there, but he's going to rely on Eki to be able to do the pushing for him. And now with that successful team fight, you can probably afford to just go into this Parasma on Stormstormer. He has not been lacking in damage, and we talk about people with high kill participation. 36 kills out of the 41 the Storm Spirit has been part of. He is living up to the name Stormstormer.
Yeah, honestly, incredible performance from him. Everything they needed. The jumps onto Omar and GH has been really vital to the success, and
Dynamization against
one more
Samael
fight.
as well.
yeah, everything. Stormstormer and the boys from Avulus close to being able to close this game one out. Again, the thing is, like, Razor is not the best tower siege at all, so it is actually going to take a little bit of time for them to be able to get the full set of barracks mid.
Hold on.
Eki with a deep dive. The shockwave actually drags him a little bit closer as well. What? Oh, they relocated move. Okay, I was so confused.
As a result of that, finally purchasing up the Parasma. Still 100 gold away from buyback on Stormstormer, so has to be a little careful, but there's a couple of bounty runes for them to be able to claim. Wondering if Smiling Knight is going to be considering going into an Aghanim Scepter for himself. Looks like he's looking to purchase up Skadi and the Satanic, but I really wouldn't mind just having these extended team fights go a little bit more preferably for themselves, you know, right? Striking a couple of these targets, especially considering, you know, you've got the Overload Aghanim Shard for the Storm Spirit.
I think with that being said, I also still don't mind the Skadi, just because you mentioned about the Shivas earlier for Stormstorm and what it's able to do versus the healing reduction. Skadi, of course, a lot of value, but also really the only damage this game at this stage is only Miracle. So if you're able to get the Skadi slow, you're minimizing some of the attack speed on the range here, I mean, it's going to have so much value.
Even just a bunch of stats, right, to be able to survive an initial burst onto yourself. You don't really have that saving support compared to, you know, of course, what Nigma have. So all of that HP that's going to come off the back of a Skadi is going to be incredibly beneficial. Seneco's going an MKB.
Inside the base. Why, yeah, why not? Like, actually, why not? Have we... Is it going BKB now for Miracle? What do we look at? BKB Rapier? What's queued up?
BKB Rapier.
Okay.
Sells up the drums. Finally. He's gotten 42 minutes of value out of it.
And a smoke with that freshly completed BKB. The lanes tops in a decent position. Mid, unfortunately, will be shoved in pretty shortly with the super creeps.
Miracle as well being the one to claim the Wisdom Rune. Samael.
Man, look at the patience from Avulus. Just the respect they're giving, making sure there is no slip up of anyone being caught outside the map. They are going to continue to stay in this area for the Roche.
I'm mindful of Samael. Like, he's playing a little bit behind the team. He has got the boots to travel, but no creeps
Really
to
far
TP
away.
to. At
Really,
mid lane,
really far away.
Mid's pushing in as well, so this is kind of obvious that they're making a
They
play.
get a glimpse of Stormstormer.
Rock throw connects.
Okay, random rock comes out.
And they should be rewarded with this, I want to say free Roshan, but a Roshan that should be pretty easy for them to claim. Again, mid tower is pushing in. You're about to lose your effigy,
Dire's middle tower is under
and
attack.
still no one responding to this. So just looking to try and play around this high ground as much as possible. Why not? TPing.
Relocated for the Wisdom
okay.
Room.
Sure. They can force a
Take a
defensive
fucking room
movement.
as well.
Why not?
They're actually starting to move back for Noob, though. So as soon as they see the relocate, along with the Gyrocopter involved in that, they know that Noob is a little bit split away, and a BKB TP out, it's just not going to work. You always know that Eki is going to be there. There's no way he's not going to show up, so Noob's down for 70 seconds.
The only one showing on this top lane as well is Shibei. Still has a minute left on the Solar Guardian to be able to join in with the rest of the team, but
This what's his Miracle? Can they do anything? He's
Don't
farming?
think so.
I thought they were going to start running at him.
they can just Roche. It's fine. I mean, it's going to give him Refresher Shard. It's going to give him the cheese. I'd love to have that on. I'd probably say Bat Rider is one of the best options for them to be able to give this this Refresher over to. He's already got the Aghanim Scepter. He's got tons of farm. Once again, sitting in number 6, and wouldn't surprise me if he overtakes Samael by the end of this game.
Has Stormstormer got Scepter?
He does not.
No, he doesn't. I was going to say maybe if he had Scepter, there could be value out of the Refresher here.
Oh, of course, but not quite. He's second closest to level 25 as well.
Yeah, I don't know. This guy of Bat Rider is something else.
Just ban it. It's as simple as that. They would have seen him walk into this lane, by the way. That Observer Ward has got 5 seconds left on it. Gets away just in time. That was so close. Finally getting that Shadow Blade, though, on Omar. I just wonder,
Can
like...
you really go Swift Blink this game on Miracle instead of Rapier? I'm just trying to think, like, who is the target that he actually wants to pick off at the start of a lot of these fights, you know? Like, is he just looking to move in and instantly blow up the Bat Rider when he looks to engage? The thing is, I'm gonna keep singing Eki's praises. He's going in, he's popping BKB, Ghost Scepter, lassoing 2 people, and 4-staffing them back to his team. What are you gonna do against that? You know, there's only so many spots that you can have on Miracle, and no one has a nullifier on their team, so this Ghost Scepter is gonna be the bane of their existence. Like, he's even going an E-Blade. He could 100 to 0 Samael easily on this Bat Rider. See if they get the vision, though. I guess if Enigma, I don't know if this is silver lining, but being inside your base, it's a bit easier for these squishy heroes to position safely.
Hold on. They've expected that they're coming up here.
Miracle just trying to get a little bit of farm, whatever he can to get closer towards the items, but yeah, they are both dead. That is trying to cut, trying to farm, not going to work out. Avios, they are there in an instant.
It's Eki making these calls, man. He was the first one to make that move towards the top side of the map with that Boots of Travel, understanding that they're just trying to do their best to delay this Aegis timing as much as possible. Thankfully for Nigma, they've got buybacks on both of these heroes, but that's what Avalus were waiting for. They didn't want to repeat. Hold on.
RP. Into the buyback, Skewer back inside the base. It's all or nothing here for Nigma. They need to get Miracle into the middle, and the Echo Stomp from Sineko disrupts the backline. Sineko not able to win their man fight, so they're going to be able to kill him. Age is gone as well, and Avulus probably happy with that. You get a couple of buybacks out. 3 buybacks, in fact.
Expensive fight. Smail not be able to part of it.
And for the lasso, already tethered up. Eki might be able to get the solo kill. Look at the damage onto Miracle, and that's a dieback on your Gyro. Nothing left in the tank is Nigma. Without that carry with the damage, it's going to be non-existent. Avulus, they're going to be even in our best of 5 grand finals. We got a 1-1 heading into game 3.
Gotta say, it's a pretty similar story to game number 1, right? It was 30 minutes. It was a pretty definitive win probability, about 70 or so % in favor of Avulus. The difference this time around, respecting the high ground IO that they have on Nigma Galaxy. Not wanting to go up onto it, even with that Aegis available for the next 3 minutes. And yeah, they just waited for someone to step outside of the base. They manipulated the map. They created a scenario where Nigma, they didn't necessarily have to go out and push it out, but they understand the behavioral patterns that they were looking to go for. Eki reading it to perfection, TPing up, calling the rest of his team to join in. That double lasso onto the gyrocopter plus IO was completely devastating all throughout the game. Clear MVP for mine for that Batrider, and well deserving of a first phase ban in game number 3.
Yeah, that as well. And I feel like, man, Stormstormer completely played the role and even to a higher level than probably what was they were hoping for out of him. I mean, it was just
51K.
Everything he was doing. Yeah, 51K, 16, 5, and 28. You were speaking about the kill participation. I mean, that and even Seneko as well was incredibly close. So just the zip and no hesitation for him to try and scout out GH, try and scout out Omar. We saw multiple times as well with the mag getting initiated on. I think another thing really has to be praised is the fact the vision of this game from Avulus was a pivotal reason of why they were able to get this victory. Just always being able to scout out their opposition and to have that information on how they needed to take the team fights accordingly.
I think I really can't praise Stormstormer enough, like you were saying. Like 51k damage versus Miracle, who had not only an IO but also Empower buffing him up. Plus, like, this was a 4 protect, going 4 protect 1 strat on Avulus' side, right? You had damage sources coming across the board. This was more of the 3 protect 2 with Shibe forced to go into a little bit more of that supporting style, you know, the early-ish Aghanim Scepter, punishing any sort of big, heavy commitment that Nigma Galaxy were trying. And he was also buying a lot of these utility items as well. Pipe to stop the damage coming through from the Keeper of the Light, and that Nullifier that made life so difficult for them to have to play around.
Yes, without a doubt. So this is a big victory as well in regards to, again, the strategy. The fact if you go down 2 games against an Iro Gyro, then now you need to ban that. And probably something you would not be expecting in the grand finals with what we've been seeing currently in the meta. So that may have let something slip in the pool. Potentially we'll get the Sameo Sniper or some other heroes, the Invoker as well. But you get that ever so important Game 2 victory. You now tie up the series. And now we are looking very even heading into Game 3. So we'll see where the strategy is going to be sitting. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we've got more action here in the grand finals for the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota qualifiers. Aviles able to tie up our grand finals here, 1-1 apiece heading into game 3, and not only a big victory, but I feel like a big victory to assist strategically heading into the upcoming draft as well. We're going to have to see what things are changing for you. And I think for me, we both are probably in agreement that even though Enigma got game 1, the victory there, it definitely felt like it was a victory where we could sing many more praises for Aviles in that game. And now Aviles taking game 2 feels like we need to finally see some things changing for Enigma. And what are some of those things that we're going to be looking at? Is the Batrider really the only one, do we feel like, for you, or are there some other things?
I don't necessarily like, well, yeah, that is one, but I don't necessarily like drafts that are so narrowly focused that, like, if you kill Miracle, the fight was over. You know, there wasn't really that consistent damage coming from Coddle. There wasn't that consistent damage coming from a Primal Beast. You just compare that with, you know, a Dawnbreaker, a Storm Spirit. They're able to do decent damage in their own right if they itemize for it. Dawnbreaker in this particular game felt the need to go a little bit more defensive. That's fine, but he has the option, right? You never really have the option to go like a giga high damage Keeper of the Light unless you're going Dagon 5, and if that's the case, then you're just griefing, you know? So I'm expecting to see a little bit more evenness across the board. Maybe back to the 3 Protect 1 style as opposed to the 3 Protect 2 as opposed to 4 Protect 1. And I don't know, I like the Magnus flex, but not to 4, you know? I think that they were just trying to get a little too clever with themselves. In past drafts, we've kind of called out, okay, they're just going to go something with the second last pick that can both go 1 and 2 to keep the opponents guessing. It was a Razor into a not great Razor game. It was that similar sort of mentality, right? So I think they just need to pick a few more meta heroes if they are going for this flex. Tiny probably being at the top of my list. And then either, if they've got first pick, picking the Batrider for themselves, or just banning it.
Yeah, definitely think though, in regards to Enigma, they have always had a unique identity, strategy, and they've never been afraid to shy away from that, which is potentially going to cost you and potentially going to be something that people will praise because of how strong they are in their ideas. But we're going to see if they have many more, because, you know, this, again, Io Gyros is one that's coming out. We're going to have to see if there are any others they have up their sleeve, as we are going to get ourselves underway. Aviles, they will ban out the Magnus, so they led it through game 1. Enigma unable to get the victory, and we are not going to see that hero again in our 3rd game.
I love teams that just have at least 2 heroes in mind that you're like, the enemy team will not play this hero, ban, get him out of here. And Sniper, for me, against Enigma has to be one of them. Magnus, clearly something that they just don't like playing against. You know, the reposition, the flex, the BKB piercing ulti, it's all good, right? And even just enabling Smiling Knights heroes, which do tend to err more towards the things that can benefit from Empower, they just feel like Miracle's kind of in the same boat. So I like the fact that they're going to get rid of it. Enables the Morphling for themselves as well, if they were really wanting to, which I do like. One other thing is the, there we go, Batrider's Pandem was wondering where it was. Games 1 and 2, the second pick Radiant team won both times. I know it's probably something super minor, but if that's the case, then Enigma Galaxy, they're in a pretty good spot so far.
We'll have to see. A hero I'm intrigued of now, if it slips through, is the Nyx Assassin, because we've seen usually it's been, well, Avios in game 1, they ban Nyx and then pick the Batrider. I think that is something that they could be eyeing up potentially, and there is your Nyx, and we're not going to get the Gyrocopter.
Yep, and I think the Gyrocopter is multifaceted, right? 1, you don't want Miracle to have the comfort. 2, it's really a group up and push with the rest of the team style hero, especially the way that Miracle's been playing it with the drums. Nyx really doesn't like these group up and push style lineups, right? He wants to find the individual pickoffs. He wants to be playing around the map away from these big 5-man engagements. So it's really solid drafting so far from Aviles. I wonder if Enigma Galaxy do still consider going down that route, you know, whether it be a Beastmaster or if it's something along the lines of the Chen. It's something certainly that GH has the capability of doing. Enchantress, against the Nyx, it doesn't necessarily feel that great, but if you get into the Helm of the Overlord, you're not as worried about the Nyx Assassin, so maybe Beastmaster's a consideration there.
I don't mind about them picking up their noob hero early on. Let's see if that's going to be theirs. We have also seen Clockwork has been a hero that some people have been picking into the Nyx Assassin as well.
Tied TA.
What? Okay.
Could
I
come.
was on it. I must say, I was really not expecting. Why are we getting a first phase TA? Like, what is actually going on? What are they cooking?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Did they try this in the previous series? Yeah, against the Nyx Assassin, they picked the TA. So it was Pugna, Nyx, Darkseer, Tiny, and Wraith King up against Ogre, TA, Muerta, Mars, Razor. So that's the Razor game that we were talking about. So I wonder if they're just trying to, again, go one of these heroes that does naturally build into things that A, take Roshan, B, take towers early on, and C, can play with the rest of the team. So, you know, Desolator builders like the TA feel pretty good, gives them that flex that I was talking about, but it's legitimate flex, right? Like, you don't want to play a puck into a TA, for example, but TA can work in the lane. I'd be really surprised if they didn't get rid of Darkseer. Yeah, good. There we go. So that was something that absolutely ruined TA's life in the previous game, with Shibe getting far too off the handle, and Nyx Assassin probably one of the better pairings together with it. So like this ban, now it's just a matter of how else are you going to be able to protect it.
With that being said, I mean, I completely agree with the Darkseid ban. The only issue is the fact you have one hero to ban for Enigma, and that means the Enigma is going to be available, which we see JB likes to play, and we have been seeing it pretty often with the Nyx Assassin 2, can kind of equalize the Nyx Assassin's weaknesses in the lane. So if that is the case, Enigma maybe have to be considering already this in the back of their mind in regards to some of the heroes that they're wanting to draft.
If this is a block pick, you know, just trying to up the tempo for themselves. Again, this is something that Avulus did previously. Does take away one of the big strengths. There we go. Good call with the Enigma. I was also considering, like, do you just go something like a Clockwork, one of these melee heroes that actually is decent at being able to deal with the Eidolons? Yes, they've still got a lot of magic resist, but the Battery Assault does deal okay damage with them, so you can look to get rid of them before the split. And of course, against the Nyx Assassin, not too bad either. But I can't really think of too many other position 5 melee heroes that make Enigma's life a little bit more challenging in the lane. Like Ogre.
What is your... trying to think of what others are going to be some possibilities as well for them. I'm also trying to work out what Sumail's hero is going to be. I feel like I don't want to see them go back to the Lina. I'm just a little bit cautious of what the Nyx and the Tiny are going to be able to do versus the Lina.
I think they're picking Sumail/Miracle's hero last, just to keep this mid TA a possibility going up against the Tiny, and yeah, it seems like that's the case. So it's okay, you know, just having a little bit more team fight, but it doesn't necessarily resolve the how are we going to help the push happen issue, you know, that we were talking about previously. Also, not too much that's going to disrupt a black hole either. I see one stun from Centaur that needs to be up in melee range as well, so that's a bit of a freer game for him to be able to have.
Look, I don't know if this was a possibility, but I guess, you know, we have seen Omar play Centaur support before, and I don't know if there is some potential of the Phoenix being played somewhere else. Honestly, I'm very concerned about this Enigma draft. I just see Avulus. I feel like they're Tiny mid, cool. Like, this hero does so much. You don't address the black hole. You have no way to protect the egg on Enigma. You're already saying there's a lack of stuns. And this looks like a very, very good Morphling game as well. I think some of the earlier levels can be a little bit weak versus Centaur with the high damage. So you can maybe have a bit of an advantage in regards to CSing. But really, there is no burst that he has to be worried about this game.
No, indeed. I'm wondering what other heroes that they could look to potentially get rid of. I mean, I'm probably, if I'm Enigma Galaxy, banning out that Shadow Demon just so that you do have an answer to the Decrep early on. Like, if Avulus have that potential, I think they're looking to pick it up. I think the push isn't strong enough from Enigma Galaxy to be as scared about about just getting run over. Like, Nyx Assassin, Shadow Demon, not great at being able to defend against that, right? But a Pugna plus TA, like, not too scary, I would say.
10 seconds remaining.
Are you kind of in agreement with me with feeling like this draft is in kind of
It's
bit
wonky.
of dire straits on how, yeah.
Radiant
Like, where's the lockdown for Morphling? Where's the lockdown for the Enigma? Where's the full-on group up and push to combat the Nyx Assassin, you know? Even just walk into the Sunray with Spike Carapace, and then there's a bunch of healing gone from the Nyx Assassin. You compare it going back the other way, I count 4.5, 5 stuns, I guess, if you combine the black hole being half and the toss being another. It's a difficult draft.
We're still looking
play.
for our position 5 too, so there could be more that come out from Seneko.
What could it be?
Did you mention Tusk?
I did not.
10 seconds remaining.
It's a possibility.
I don't know if he is a
going up
Tusk player,
against the Centaur.
5 seconds remaining.
Doesn't feel too bad. And another stun on top of everything. I don't know. I still like the Shadow Demon, right? Like, just get rid of the decrep. Make sure you're able to blow up whichever target is that you're able to go on. You're playing a tiny, so you know you're going to be able to find that jump. Nyx Assassin as well. Morphling as well. Like, off the top of that, they've got so much damage that they're able to output in a really quick fashion on Avulus's side. So that would be the main priority for me. They don't need more push. They don't need more control, I don't think.
Look, I was going to suggest some Jakiro with damage over time versus the TA and long ice path for the Pugner live stream, but I don't.
They could just Ogre, you know, ignite up against that, buff up the Morphling a little bit.
I mean, that's going to be that's probably the hero, right? I feel like Ogre is incredibly good this game. With the tiny too, like, kind of helps him scale. The Morphling, you help deal with the egg. I can't complain about a stun. I feel like this hero is going to have a decent value as the game goes on. If I've really been liking the Midas first, just because you can then get those next set of items and can actually potentially be some items that can impact the late game.
I wonder if that is the item this game, though, just because you know that if Enigma are going to win this game, it's going to be early, right? Like, you don't want to face up against late game Enigma tiny Morphling combinations. So I would probably be just going into something like a Solar Crest, personally, in this sort of situation, just to be able to, again, deal with the TA damage that's going to be coming through.
So let's see, we've spoken a lot about the supports for Avios. What about for Enigma, though? Are we wanting the TA to be 1 or 2? And then also, if that's whatever you decide, what hero are we wanting them for Enigma?
Wonder if this is a 5 Dawnbreaker. Just another big body to be able to stand in front of the Morphling in the lane. Could work for me, and again provides a lot of that evasion coming through. If you go the other facet, you get that evasion aspect coming through once you throw your Celestial Hammer and the heals. So you're not necessarily locked to the Solar Guardian if you're looking to provide that little extra protection. What do I want against this? Mid laner, probably Dusa.
You may now select your
Okay, split shot against the Eidolons feels kind of nice. You did, as we were saying towards the start, still have that answer to be able to put the TA up against the Tiny, which feels pretty good. Not too many ways to be able to get rid of those refraction charges, and it's a 5 Enigma as well. Okay, so they've just completely changed things as well. Zibe going back to his comfort hero, and Seneko looking to make life a little bit more challenging for the Phoenix, not the Centaur, that's going to be playing position 3. Okay, so the flex continues for Enigma Galaxy. They're just like, well, let's see if we can just keep them guessing more and more and more. I don't hate the percent damage coming through from the Phoenix, giving him a little bit more of that farm priority, but I'm not sure how effectively it's going to just synergize with this draft in particular. I think that's the big issue. Like, where is the healing going to be coming from with the Sunray for your Medusa? You know, that's not really the big issue. You're just wanting to be a little bit more of this damage output, I suppose. So I'm going to see if Enigma Galaxy are going to win. Noob, once again, needs to play an exceptional game where he's just, you know, diving in onto the front lines, taking a lot of attention away from the rest of his team, enabling the TA and Dusa a little bit more time to farm. But he doesn't exactly have... The amount of stuns that they've got on Avulus's side means that if he's just off the mark or, you know, 0.1 second late to be able to pop that supernova, he's just getting stunned and killed pretty much every time.
So I guess we're going to be looking at the potential items that we could see out from him in regards to the core. I don't know if you are feeling the same as well, but I think there can be some consideration for something like a vessel this game for him. against the Pugna, against the Morphling, and against the Dawnbreaker as well. I do feel like there is actually a decent amount of value for him to go down that Vessel route. So we will see. We get a lot of curveballs in this game. Also, one thing to mention is the fact that Nigma, to put themselves in this position to even be playing in the grand finals, they won with a Pugna and a Medusa draft. Now, the other heroes, the other components to that lineup were different, but this is something that they did just recently have success in, and maybe was warranted because they wanted the Medusa to be able to counter the Enigma in the lane. But again, that's where the curveballs come in with the position 5 Enigma. Regardless, we are underway. At least I was feeling very favored to Avulus before the last phase. I am a little bit more. I think I am still going to favor Avulus, but how are you feeling in regards to this game 3 draft?
Yeah, I'm still on board with favoring them a little bit. I mean, I feel like you've gone incredibly greedy with this Medusa TA, right? They want to be farming the same sorts of areas, and then you've only got a Phoenix, Pugna, Centaur to be able to make plays with. So the result of this smoke is actually going to be really significant. If they're able to find a first blood somehow, and they won't because Eki ends up breaking the smoke and just walking away. Seneko, you're in a little deep, my friend. Looks like he'll be okay, though.
Did he miss on the 5 spirits?
Nice Delta split with the Eidolons there. Oh, might be feeding one, can't be doing that.
The battle begins.
We've seen previously, we've got some early kills start before the Horn. Looks like this game that won't be the case. So they're going to get 4 bounties?
We saw a continuous 2-minute fight at 12 minutes last game. We've seen plenty of aggression come through from both of these teams.
Oh, well, at least Noob was able to get 2 of the Eidolons, so definitely something worth mentioning. But of course, Avulus do get 3 of the bounties. We are underway here, so very excited to see. I think, what are you actually most excited for in regards to the flex? I mean, really, it's just the Enigma 5 and I guess the Phoenix being played 3. What do you feel like is going to be the more exciting thing to kind of keep tabs on throughout this third game?
It's got to be the Phoenix 3, right? Like, that's the thing. Noob needs to be playing aggressively, frontlining. It doesn't exactly have an easy time of dealing with these Eidolons either. So, we were thinking that's going to be something for the TA to have to deal with. Well, now a Phoenix, who deals the majority of magical damage, needs to get through these Eidolons that have 30% magic resist. And they only get stronger as the levels go along. So, wondering, do they look to try and get a little bit more levels early on Enigma Galaxy's side? Seems like they want to just try and burst down a lot of these creeps before they're able to walk away, because it's going to be that level 2, maybe level 3 timing that Enigma Galaxy try and get first blood for this top lane.
Is this a lane where we can see the Enigma play a little bit more greedy and leave the Morphling as well? Not now, but like in a couple of minutes?
Maybe like level 4, but not this early on. He really just needs to make sure that he's always at least got that level 2 available to be able to, stop any sort of dive, maybe underneath the tower if Noob is going for it, because he's going to need that to be able to contest up against Smiling Knight. This isn't an easy game to play if you're Enigma Galaxy, for sure. It's going to require all their individual skill to be able to come through.
And bottom lane, Enigma are having a really good time at the moment. We saw the early Courier snipe getting rid of the tangos from Jibe, so it's been a little bit difficult for him to play the lane with the Nyx Assassin support, who's one of the weaker laners. Hence why you've got this Medusa pretty far ahead.
Even just double melee against double range, right? It's not the easiest thing. GH is just able to walk on forward with pretty fast natural movement speed on the Pugna. And he's only got a Wind Lace, and he's already got a 40 movement speed advantage over the Nyx Assassin and 50 over the Dawnbreaker. So able to just use your really long range, take little pot shots, and use the Nether Blast as well to full effect. Looks like Eke just wants to pull the wave entirely, which I don't blame him. They don't have any stuns on this bottom side of the map, so he should be able to get away with this. Will mean
Looks like
giving up
mid
the
is
Lotus though, but that's fine.
That is true. And it looks like Radiant probably with the lane pushed out should get the Lotus up top. Mid lane, and we haven't paid too much attention to. It's looking honestly pretty decent. Both sides have a lot of denies. Seneko, not the level 3 that you were waiting for, but they're going to make it go beforehand. Seneko maybe thinking about getting range for the deny, but that's not going to be the case. Omar is able to bring him down. And they will farm up some Eidolons as well after the kill. So Enigma Very nice for them. A lot of experience, a little bit of gold as well. Cannot be complaining.
Wouldn't be complaining if I was Smiling Knight either, though, right? Like, he just gets to farm wave and a half on his own in the lane, get a lot of that solo experience for himself. Make sure that he's getting off to a really good start, because I really don't feel like you've got the easiest time to have to deal with any of this on Enigma Galaxy. Smiling Knight, it was a good Morphling game to begin with. And
Samael? They really actually still running Samael down?
Oh.
That's not going to work out. No, okay. Far out.
really, again,
Stick at the end, maybe from...
we've covered this previously. Like, Tiny with that really low armor can get plinked away. We saw it previously with Alina, with a TA, that meld strike, and of course the Blightstone that Samael picked up after his bottle. Just makes it a little bit more difficult for Stormstormer to just stand in the lane solo, at least until he gets down to that level 6 for himself. Nice side blades by Samael. He's hit the last 4 in a row. Very nicely done.
A big reason why he's been able to do so much harassment. Over to Stormstorm is Tiny, who has had a lot of success with this hero so far throughout the qualifiers. We'll have to make a trip back to base. Side lane's looking good. Very impressed with the Phoenix at his start. Couple hundred net worth advantage. Fire Spirit's a little bit frustrating for the Morphling. And we're going to have to keep tabs on Seneco's positioning, however, on the Enigma. Especially with the level 3 now for Enigma Galaxy. Should be able to farm some Eidolons.
Just the one for now. Seneco's doing a good job though, right? He's doing what he needs to, just keeping them away from his Morphling. What a good
Bottom
plus
lane.
5 play should do.
Good for the kill onto Jibe. Jibe has brought Miracle down without any mana. Celestial Hammer's back up for him to just get enough distance away. Falling incredibly low, but not low enough for the lack of damage from Enigma inside their safe lane.
Means that Eki needs to walk back to that lane, soak up a little bit of that experience. If it does push underneath the tower, means that if Stormstormer was the target of any sort of aggression coming through from Nigma, he would be left on his own. Actually, with the lane where it is, he doesn't need to walk back.
As he got the damage, one more right click. It's actually going to be the Eidolon. Seneco finds a kill onto Noob, who was really having a good time in this off lane, but nice way for them to be able to stabilize. Now, it does mean that some of the supports are going to be missing for this power runes to secure it. It's going to be down bottom. Eki forces GH to pick this one up. Eki will be fine though. He's able to turn around with a stun. No harm done.
Didn't have the Spike Carapace, so he's playing with fire a little bit there, but yeah, with GH claiming that Arcane Rune, doesn't really care all that much. Any sort of time where Eki's able to manufacture a situation where it's just a 1v1 in the laning stage, he's very happy just to let Shibe collect a lot of that solo experience, because you've always got that jungling potential as this Nyx Assassin.
In regards to Enigma's path to success, it kind of feels like we're going to get this group up around potential Butterfly and maybe first or second ages from them. Do we feel like, as hold that thought, big toss in from Stormstormer, GH going to go down. Nice pokers from there from Avios. GH has been very frustrating sticking around inside the lane. Even Smiling Knight is actually going to try and snipe the Wisdom Room away. Is he going to be able to get it? Nope, Omar finds it. Okay, now Smiling Knight's, I don't know, he's kind of in no man's land, but I guess knowing the sun's on cooldown is fine.
He did his best. Sorry, was that Butterfly on the Morphling that you were talking about, or the Deucer?
No, the Deucer. I was trying to ask, like, do we feel like Nigma's timing in regards to, like, 2 items Deucer with the TA ages is going to be something that is a bit of a concern, as Seneko should be solo killed by Noob. They've got the Solar Guardian, actually. Up here from Jibe, the stun's going to be there for the last right click, and the double connection from Eki. Well done. Quick level 6 from the Jibe Dawnbreaker, with the fact that he has been left solo in the lane. Means they're able to get some big kills across the map.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you that does need to be their timing. My concern, though, is going back the other way. Once you start to get some of these ultimates on Nyx Assassin in particular, you're going to get punished in the meantime. You know, like, Deucer and TA aren't going to be able to do much other than just purely farm. So what's actually going to happen going back the other way in the meantime? Is Nyx Assassin going to be able to find one of them where they're just on their own and looking to pick up a lot of this farm? Are you going to be forced to respond to that, and then Seneko, as a position 5, just puts a bunch of pressure into your towers with the demonic conversions?
Can I take back my prediction?
You think Nigma are going to win this?
I think if they get Aegis and they have like a 2k lead, I feel like I just don't know what you do on Avios, to be honest. Like I understand what I completely agree with what you're saying about the Nyx Assassin, but I feel like you need to get those pickoffs with the first couple of Vendettas, and if you don't, like eventually Nigma are going to group up with at 20 minutes with the sustain from the Pugna and the Phoenix, and like what is Seneko going to do? Run in with no items on Enigma? Like what's the Nyx going to do when they're grouped up? So I can see the path to victory for Enigma, but I do feel like as the game goes on, I'd be favoring Avulus.
Yes. I mean, Smiling Knight is the big question mark for me, though, right? Like, I feel like he's just going to be able to get onto this Pugna, blow him up, get onto the Phoenix, force an earlier than ideal Supernova to come out, and they've already got a Drums. Yeah, that helps. He is, what, 3-0-1 now. They've got a Drums queued up for Seneko, so you're going to have a lot of that increased attack speed coming from him. Tiny, of course, tons of burst. They've got that potential to find these pickoffs. It's just that they haven't quite reached the farm potential yet.
Mm-hmm. But what's going to help is that blink, like you're saying, the farm potential, and Stormstormer is third in net worth. So it's going to be a good blink timing for him. And Eki's honestly being able to find a decent amount of experience as well in the Nyx Assassin. I think he was like 5 2/3 last time I saw. So he's going to have a pretty good timing out of the Vendetta. And that could be in combination with the second use of the Solar Guardian. Does look like Nigma are even going to bring an extra member to help secure the rune. It's going to be Noob that picks up the amp damage.
They know, though. They know that everyone's hanging around, so they'll be able to back off in time. Again, one of the advantages of playing with the Dawnbreaker, just that map hack every 10 minutes. Does mean that Smiling Knight... Oh, yeah, that's a nice one. Meant that Smiling Knight was able to get a little bit of damage onto this top tower, though. Like the itemization coming through, though, from him, going into the Spirit Vessel. He ended up completing the urn after his death, so he doesn't actually have any charges with it. I wonder if that's what's holding him back from being able to, you know, make a bit more of an aggressive play, or if he's just waiting for the vessel itself. And then, of course, going into the Shivas, going up against, I assume Enigma's eventually going to be considering something like Mech, or he may even just go Solar Crest after his first item. But yeah, just to be able to deal with all that healing coming through from the Dawn, plus Morphling in general.
Did I just watch Eki Blood Grenade the Ancients to stack? I think I did. I don't know why I haven't thought about that before. Stormstormer? Aggressive top. Screw GH.
You don't have the support mentality, that's why you haven't thought about it.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, honestly not bad. I mean, this has always been the downside to some of these melee heroes. There's that level 6 online now for Eki.
He tried to do the stack normally previously, and he messed up the hard camp as a result of it, so I think that's why he wanted to commit with it. Hold on. Just committing double support ultis,
yeah,
why
alright,
not?
fair enough. Like,
Get the farm when you can. And we remember we mentioned how important it was for Eki to be getting into this Dagon early to enable a lot of these movements, a lot of these...
Okay.
Yeah, should be able to get back. Might be in danger though, Eki. Actually commit.
They're actually looking for a nice position from Stormstormer with a wraparound of the Tiny. Would not be expecting that, but the Stampede... Oh, it's not enough. The Starbreaker just clipping on the escape. The Stampede looked like it was going to be able to get them out of danger, but... Man, Jibe, great use of his ultimate. They might even look for the toss in now as well. Stormstormer playing with the Dawnbreaker hand in hand, but... Nigma, if they've been able to back one off, but man, that is a great couple of kills that they're going to be able to find.
Yeah, they would have probably continued to commit if Stormstormer had his Blink Dagger, but still about 400 gold away from being able to finish it up. Nice little movement there. Like Eki realizing that he was dead. Well, he should have been dead pretty much regardless, and just saying, look, just ulti in onto me. Why not? You know, we're going to be able to potentially get this turnaround with all of that damage over time if they opt to get a little bit too greedy. Maybe overestimating their damage potential considering both supports had used their ultimates on Avulus at the time.
They're going to go again mid. Stormstormer looking for the toss back with Eki nearby. Forced to do it up in the air, but it ain't going to matter. Gold for the blink, and they can go again. Just lacking a little bit of the resources there is Stormstormer, but once he has that, we might just see a smoke instantly to top to try and use the blink.
No one has a clarity or anything like that for him, unfortunately. But only 15 seconds away from the Arcane Boots, and he's got the Soul Ring coming off cooldown. Smiling Knight eyeing up Noob. Maybe considering if he's going to try and force out an ideal supernova from him, but has to be very careful about making that sort of play. I almost wonder if they want to avoid Noob altogether, just prevent him from getting Spirit Vessel and try and take team fights elsewhere.
Is under attack.
They're mirroring this movement from Avulus. Here's the smoke heading to top. Now Nigma
Backline.
are grouped up.
Yeah, they're going to find
Be able to
Noob
get
here.
the vision. They will dive away. Noob over the left side, but actually he's able to get up the aircraft in time.
He might die.
And now Stormstormer is committed into the middle. Solid Guardian's going to be able to protect him. You see with the instant split away, Nigma recognize this is a fight where they are not going to be able to continue to take this. They have to respect the numbers from Avulus. They will look to get away. I mean, Miracle is farming down bottom. At least he's been able to get some net worth.
Not an ideal initiation coming through there. Could have very easily been a dead Phoenix. Plus side, again, always the silver linings. Hello. Quick decrypt.
Are they
though.
forcing this? Very quick.
Don't know if I would be doing that. They should know that Shibe has absolutely no way to join in onto this. He just used his TP. Just basically, I think his role is to try and keep Miracle away at this point, prevent the Medusa from joining into any of these team fights. But
Radiant's middle tower
I'd be very happy for Avulus to just sit back, get a little bit of this extra farm, wait for at least the black hole to come up, which it has, and I'm seeing a smoke about to happen. They look like they're going to try for Miracle down here on the bottom side of the map.
Okay.
Shibe wants to reveal himself in the lane, make himself look like a tasty little morsel, but it'll actually be going back the other way. Not wanting to give
See
anything
if he's
away.
going to be able
and
to get the
he
stone
doesn't.
curse off. Has a big Lotus. Yeah, okay. But yeah.
Not
Never
big
mind.
enough.
Ain't going to get anything off.
bottom tower has fallen.
Nice movement though.
Dire's top
Not even
tower
needing to use any big cooldowns. One of the other advantages of that tiny right, you're not tied
Dire's
to this big cooldown. Missing the stun onto Omar, a rare mistake from Eki.
Looks like it's not going to cost them that dearly, though. They're going to be able to get the kill onto Omar. Actually, Stampede is there.
Becky.
However, Malefice should be able to slow them down. Meanwhile, over the right side, you've got Samael starting to move, but... And Deadeye scurries out. Omar is actually somehow still been able to escape out of the grass, but meanwhile, we've still got the fight. Eki slips in, gets the kill, tries to duck out. Not going to work this time. Stormstormer's resources are looking good for another jump in if they got the vision.
The damage
But it's
over
going to
time
cancel
from
at the
trap.
moment. Jibe trying to run up the high ground aggressively. Miracle's actually going to even be here for the fight. Jibe Solar got him. It's good for the escape. And he's out of danger.
Just keeping those lanes pushed from afar as much as possible. Cheeky little kill there by Eki onto the Phoenix. Again, though, that is now a Spirit Vessel charge. I suppose the plus side, if you're Avulus, is the hero that you're most concerned about in that scenario with the Morphling is only about 50 gold away from the Manta style. So really shouldn't be in too much danger, Smiling Knight. Or Stormstormer as well. It's going to be very effective against him with the percent damage.
Yep.
Are they going to go for another smoke, though, because they freshly placed down an Observer Ward? Seems to me like they would be happy just to wait around for that Solar Guardian to mostly come up again. Shibe, he's got an Orchid already finished up, so they really want to try and get in onto the front lines, take out the Phoenix in particular. He is the one that's going to be, they're looking to try and make plays around on Enigma Galaxy.
It's going to be Avulus that are making the plays first. T1 tower top looks free for them. Bottom
Don't have
lane
that
as
2K
well.
network
GH.
lead.
Stormstormer's going to TP down and help out Jibe with getting the Pugner, who was trying to be a nuisance and
Next.
take the tower.
Hold on. Coming onto the tower.
Can they?
Black Hole.
They're going to blow him up from 4 to 0, and that's where the Black Hole is going to be able to come into play, but the TP is far too late and nothing they can do. Seneko, that is a worthwhile sacrifice. Another big kill into Miracle, and the gap between the carries is continuing to grow.
So what I was about to say there is, you don't have your 2K net worth lead. So, still want to change that prediction?
Yeah, a bit concerned at the moment.
I mean,
Very,
to
very
me, it's the
concerned.
support movements coming through from Avulus that's been the key difference maker,
Yeah.
right? The timing on these smokes, the usage of all of the hold on.
Maybe
TA.
another movement. Tossed up into the air, the refraction's gone, the health is going to fall in. Nice decrypt though. Samael protecting him as best as they can, but the supports, the Sunray as well is good. Safe under the T2 tower. But there's no turnaround. No possibility at all from Nigma to be able to punish how aggressive Avulus are
Hold
playing.
on. TP coming in here from the Medusa. Do they want to actually stick around? It's like they're going to back
go for a
off. And the
smoke over
tier,
the
tier
right
2
and-
tokens on the high ground. Shippei's like, just get it? Alright. Just wondered if they wanted to stay around that high ground ward as well. You know, to me, look at where the vision is from Enigma Galaxy's, sorry, from Avulus's side. It's not too bad of a death onto the Enigma.
Are they going
Drums
on booster
cooldown.
again?
Why not? He's the one you need to
They're
control.
thinking about
There's the
going.
Orchid.
We've seen multiple times. Surely it's not going to be a third death in a row. This time he pops the stick and everything else, and where the boys are close enough to be able to protect him. With the damage lacking from Avulus, they're going to be caught with their pants down. And I guess again they're on the casualties, so not the worst. You still have Smiling Knight, who's just completely free farming top, even shoving the lane and getting a lot of damage into the tier 2 tower.
He's getting so much out of the map right now. Just, again, forcing them to play defensively. And it's all about just, with these greedy cores, the Medusa and the TA, taking away the space that they want to be farming in, making it so that they need to take the suboptimal farm, let's call it, right? Where they're either going to be caught out a whole lot more easily, or they're just not going to be keeping up with Smiling Knight on his Morphling.
Oh man.
Right now, his role is basically just to shove out this lane as much as possible, keep them away from that Roche pit, and this is a timing that you're expecting to have for the TA, but instead it's going to go back the other way.
And I know second Roche is usually the important one for a Templar Assassin lineup, but I really felt like this first Ages with the Deuce of double items could be the thing for them to start to group up. Unfortunately, that's going to be given over into the hands of Avulus, who are already setting up bottom. With the daytime vision, Stormstorm is going to be able to get the jump and with the burst. They're good for a big kill. That's a lot of the team fight from Nigma. And they're also going to be able to run into GH in the tree line. So another kill and great use as well of the daytime advantage that the Dawnbreaker is going to get with that 20-minute mark. And Avulus are looking very clean. They're also stalking Sumail. Everyone else is really far away. He might run in a sentry pretty shortly on Eki.
Thought they had sentry coverage, but was wrong. Don't think it's going to be worth popping the Solar Guardian onto Centaur on his own. That's hello.
Cool. Okay, Stampede. They get a glimpse of Stormstormer. Solar Guardian.
That's worth
Once
pop.
again, Jibe using this perfectly to be able to keep some of his heroes alive.
Still has
Now, with all
Orchid.
this going on, we also have an attempt on a miracle on the opposite side of the map. So, yeah, you're killing Omar, but your carry's going down, and it's not just your
Everyone's
carry,
dying.
because shortly it's going to be a mid laner as well. Nigma, it's just another crumble for them. 8,000 deficit. Eki might be the casualty of war by the looks of it. Hopefully they're going to have the damage over time, but it means that Smiling Knight really doesn't have much to fear. Doesn't have the greatest heroes to play with a replicate. Forced to go into the Phoenix, dive in aggressively. Stormstorm has been able to swing an over. It's going to be a 5-man wipe across the map. Multiple fights are breaking up, but Avulus, there is nothing they are concerned about at this stage of the game.
Just a nice little freebie going through to Eki for his troubles. Now they've got the break as well. Not too bad of a tool to have going up against, well, Centaur actually hasn't leveled up the Retaliate. Very cool idea, right?
double wisdom.
Yeah, double wisdom. They've just let it ferment a little bit. So they get extra value coming out of it. But yeah, going up against the Nyx Assassin, oftentimes Retaliate is your own worst enemy. You just Vendetta, hit into it with the Spike Carapace popped. That ends up getting you the initial stun, and then you follow up a whole lot more easily. But if you don't level it up, you're not going to have that issue. So I wonder if Omar is actually just going to put points into all stats from now moving forward and just skip Retaliate altogether.
True. We'll have to see, but I mean, I love that you raise it, but like, we got some other issues for Enigma. 11,000 deficit. Like, they're gonna have to be. What are we looking at? Like, what can they do at this stage of the game?
Catch the Dawn somehow so that you're not able to just instantly join the rest of the team, because feels like that's what's happening every time. And now Shibe has Ag Scepter.
And we're
Even
gonna
just
see that
using it
Scepter
for a
come into play to
+5.
try and keep Seneko alive, who will actually end up ticking out to the Nether Ward. They gotta get more, Enigma. Like, maybe this is your opportunity for more kills. Supernova dropped inside the river. This is going to help secure the kill onto Jibe. Meanwhile, Omar as well has been able to dodge in and out of the fight, making it very difficult for Stormstormer. Finally going to be able to get the Centaur, but it has taken them far too long, and it's given all the time that Nigma needed to lock onto some of their targets. So finally, we see some signs of life from the boys on Radiant.
But it was very unnecessary as well, you know, using that Solar Guardian for Seneko. Position 3 Enigma, totally understand it. But a pos 5 that was kind of out of position without Black Hole off cooldown, not worth committing into the middle of the enemy team when your boys weren't necessarily ready to fight. And that loses them the gem as well. So that's actually a pretty big net worth swing and gives a lot of extra information over to Enigma Galaxy. Almost has the butterfly on Smiling Knight though. And I mean, man is already by far the scariest person in this game, and he is going to be a whole lot less worried about the TA and the Medusa once picking that up.
Bottom lane, they may be trying to set up onto the Dawnbreaker. They got a decent ward plane behind Jibate. And yeah, they're going to be able to get it by the looks of it. This Spirit Vessel, he's okay, in with the Solar Guardian and set it out. Wasted a little bit of time, but the TPs are late to the tier 1 tower. Maybe if someone came actually a little bit earlier, we may have seen some turn potential, but now they are not going to be able to catch Enigma on the escape. Eki running into Sumail, but he's okay. Ducks out without any stuns, and Omar looks like they're going to be able to catch up to the Sentinel at the least. They're not done just yet. Look at this. Avulus on the prowl, continue to try and charge on forward, wanting to get a glimpse of any hero, and they might have done just that. Eki sees a Courier. That's a beacon for a free kill.
Glimmer Cape is not going to do anything at protecting you against the Nyx Assassin. You might have a little bit of that extra magic resist, which is going to help you out, but he will still be able to find and kill. Even Stormstormer just waiting in this quote-unquote safe area off to the side, trying for a bit of a blind jump, and they're going to find it.
Wow, look at that. Rewarded with the jump from Stormstormer.
They think they've got vision, but, well, they do. On the top side, going to take a little bit for them to actually find that one out. And that was the gem back, I think. They were just able to claim.
Yes.
Did they pick it up? Yes, Stormstormer did.
Big kill.
TA.
Sumail took the Watcher as well.
Can't afford to do that.
They not. No, you cannot at all. Look at Avulus as well. Like, there is a zero hesitation. If they see an opportunity like that, like Sumail farming inside there, they're just counting on him getting too greedy. Mid lane as well, Smiling Knight looking for a solo kill. Cute play with the replicate. Trying to duck into the side the trees. Omar, can he find the blink? Should be able to in a couple of seconds.
Very nice.
And there it is.
Still, though, not going to be able to protect the tier 2 tower. That goes down, refreshing the glyph, but still, this push just continues forward. Are they going to be able to take out Miracle here?
Miracle, it looks like they might be able to, but the Stone Gaze activated. Is that actually enough with the waveform over the top? Miracle's falling low. GH doing everything he can to keep alive. The Supernova is good as well. I mean, this is a potential fight for them to convert to massive kills. Smiling Knight could burn out to the Sun Ray. That's actually not going to be the case. Waveform, nothing going to stop that.
All right, so what do they pop? They pop Supernova and Stone Gaze. Not the worst. Ooh. Looking to try and grab more. And a Shield Rune as well, picked up by Stormstormer, means that by the time the Dawnbreaker's up, he's not going to have too much time left on the cooldown of the ultimate. So could look to just join immediately with the rest of the boys if that was the case. Eki was all the way back in base as well, so wasn't able to participate in that team fight in any capacity. Do like the fact that he's going for this Blink Dagger as well. Just find the Pugna, find the Phoenix. It really feels like that Decrep is the only thing holding them back from just fully running into the Enigma Galaxy base.
Yeah, he got so low. Man, what a way to keep him alive though. Supernova up at the high ground. GH with the life drain as well from what we saw in their previous victory in Game 3 versus Zero Tenacity with the combo, and a big one to keep him alive, because I mean, if he goes down, who knows how much they would have been able to get off the back of the kill, converting into maybe some high ground objectives and furthering the lead that they've been able to accumulate. 10,000. This is, I would have to say, probably the biggest net worth lead that we have seen at this stage of the game so far throughout our series. A lot of the games have been relatively even around this point, and then it starts to break open.
Still very well could break open though, right? And you've got the BKB coming up very shortly for Stormstormer, just hit that level 18, so even more of this quick burst timing. He's got his eyes on GH, especially during that nighttime, where he's lacking a little bit of that additional vision.
He's actually tipping back to try and set up. I'm not sure if they have a observer ward by the outpost, so maybe they We're able to get the read that the Nyx assassin once again
They see him.
is looking for a freebie.
Walking underneath the observer ward up towards the top side of the map, so everyone backs off effectively. 2 big item timings coming out though, right? Butterfly plus the Eye of Skadi, so certainly Morphling feels very happy of having that that Butterfly going up against the TA in particular. Samael has really been the one to dish out the majority of the damage into him when he does get caught out. And he's still actually going to be able to a little bit with the Enchanted Quiver, so having the True Strike might get that quick burst that you need to at least be able to start a lot of these fights. They might catch Miracle off on his own though.
Charge. A successful fight is going to help them secure Roche. They're going to get a quick and easy kill onto one support. And without hesitation, we'll chain it into a second. Unfortunately for Enigma, they're going to be forced to give up the area, which will give second Aegis and also the banner to the Avulus boys.
Just watching Noob to the north-hand side here. He is going to eventually TP back. Or he might try for something a little bit cheeky.
Did Dai scan that? I think he's lucky because I believe Dai scanned exactly where he was, so he did end up sticking around. Not going to matter in the end of it. There we go. Roshan easily taking for the boys on Avulus. Do we feel like this is a high ground where you are looking to certain ages where you're eventually looking to go high ground immediately, or there's still some things where they can tick off on the checklist and then maybe get the objectives to end the game?
I mean, we've seen a couple of times that they've been so close to being able to, blow up someone before the decrep or the egg or that sort of thing comes through. Hold on, just got an eye on Eki. Rest of the team looking to back him up a little bit here as he walks half into Samael. No vision actually up to be able to catch him out. Maybe just not wanting to engage into a haste. So basically just wanting the Daedalus to be finished up by Smiling Knight as a result of that. He's already dishing out a ton of damage, a pretty much flawless game so far, 12-0 and 5. But just need to slam the door closed on Enigma's chances in this game number 3. Double Monkey King
like
bar.
They're really not far away from doing that.
Yeah. They're quite a while from their timings though on Enigma Galaxy. Like couple of items for MKB, couple of items for either a BKB or a Scythe of Vice for the Phoenix, nowhere close to an Aether Lens for the Pugner, not too close to the 4 stuff for Omar either. So it just comes down to how effectively can they shove these lanes out and be as tricky as possible, I guess is the best way to put it. They're having a little bit of a PTSD here as well. No one really wants to move too far forward towards even right in front of your tier 3 tower because of the amount of times that Storm has been able to find that quick pickoff.
Smoke out from Enigma. Trying to find some way to get out of the base. They do have a high ground ward around their outpost.
Aki's just fully hunting though.
Potential jumps. Sineko does have the heroes playing behind with the Stampede. Are they going to be able to get the initiation on the Enigma? Solar Guardian to actually protect him. Well, keep that in mind. It's also not the greatest supernova from Noob, so they will not have this egg if a further fight does break out. It's Enigma. I mean, I feel like there's an opportunity. They need to get more, but the numbers advantage. They're trying to keep up with Avulus, but there's nothing that they have to be able to stop them from retreating and grouping together on their side of the map.
That's a lot to commit for an Enigma on its own, right? That supernova, a lot of that damage over time is really the bane of the existence of the Tiny in particular. A lot of the mischances coming through as well can't be understated as... Ooh, speaking of Noob, he has to be a little careful. Samael is close to actually dying to this Tormentor, just waiting for the refraction judges. Hello? They're going to be able to do this? Doesn't seem like it.
Oh, man. Oh, that's so frustrating.
So they've done a decent job of being able to keep these lanes shoved in. I think at the very minimum, you should lose a tier 2 tower top. Just using the Manta style effectively, knowing you've got that that Aegis available to be able to protect your life. And do they have any... Well, they've still got plenty of Aghanim shards that they could pick up across the board for themselves, but... yeah, I mean, Jibe can just look to join in at any point with the ultimate still.
Eki tries to get the jump, but the counter's going to be there. Centaur puts himself on a silver platter. Omar protect him momentarily, but That is now a 4v5. He's got to buy back with the high ground, about to be under siege, but the Aegis still for another minute 30 on Avulus.
And they got the BKB out of the Tiny as well, though. Wonder how much that's going to be an actual factor. Doesn't seem like it.
Maybe might make it a little bit more hesitant to jump in and toss one of the Enigma members away. Eki's actually going to be the first to go.
Just given that extra movement speed with the Boots of Bearing was Seneko, enabling Smiling Knight to make the most out of this. Do they have actual vision up? They don't. They don't see Eki just patrolling up on this high ground if he stays around the left-hand side. Actually, a pretty decent ward covering the backline as well. Up on this high ground placed by Omar. So they'll see that they're making a bit of a move towards the Tormentor. Do they want to contest this? I think without the Aegis, probably yes, but it's way too much of a risk to force just losing the entire game. Already 21k net worth down.
Maybe they can smoke as the Aegis are expiring, because the wards are still nearby. Give them a decent amount of information. Yeah, they're going to try and make this attempt from Nigma. Storm is showing inside the lane. Currently, it's up to Omar to be able to get the jump. He's going to try and TP out. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to get him. They have to go for Seneko once again over to the right side. Eki. I mean, this next assassin always on patrol. And now with a 4v4 favoring Avulus. No Phoenix call for them to play with. Miracle still around the high ground,
Aegis
looking for the
gone.
illusion bait, but okay, Aegis out, and they're on the retreats.
Nice little Netherwood play there as well by GH. Made sure to place it down right as the Aegis was expiring, so didn't actually get the Aegis regeneration because he took damage from it. But wasn't really that big of a deal in the end. Are they going to be able to catch them out going for this Wisdom Rune? Doesn't seem like it. Omar able to claim it for his team, so brings the Pugna up to level 15. That extra 350 health is not too shabby, considering he is one of the main targets of just being jumped on and blown up at the start of a lot of these fights. 8 deaths already for the GH Pugna, so every little bit's going to help him.
Like 86% win probability, I think, just popped up.
Yes.
We're feeling pretty confident with the AC on Tiny now completed. I just saw another item, but I forgot it. I think it was Scardy on board.
Yes, he has finished that up. So against the double range carry, it's going to be very effective, and that will not be effective.
It's a big snipe.
Hold on. Backline.
Stormstormer, an aggressive jump in once again. They're going to be able to take the Phoenix out, forcing
Nice
a
back
supernova, but it's not the greatest one because they have nothing to protect it. There's just no stuns, nothing to be able to prevent Avulus from being able to turn towards the heroes now. Medusa does look like she's going to be okay for the moment. Force starts to get her back towards the safety of the base, but we just see the egg is always vulnerable inside these team fights.
It's good usage of the Stone Gaze to try and protect him, but
The
triple
Omar,
stun.
I mean, that's a great stun. You've got that into the control for Miracle as well. They're going to be able to secure the kill into Eki. Now, Smiley might aggressive waveform in, but as long as you get the Morph Illusion to be able to beat into the Centaur, this Blink will continue to be put on cooldown. Scardy's slow is making a little bit annoying for Smiling Knight, but the timing of the waveform just before the Centaur Stun connects.
I was just lucky that one. It was instantly when it came off cooldown. Might look like that next level play, but he was just looking to try and get out of dodge as quickly as possible. Stormstormer realizes that someone is going to come up to this top side of the map, and if he can look to blow them up, he absolutely will. But with that TA trap, won't have that luxury. Who's holding the gem right
Can
now?
that maybe force the issue, actually, Nigma?
Seneko has the gem. So just looking to try and find out any sort of traps. They do, but they're not going to get rid of it. Miracle?
And that Observer Ward's giving them so much information. Okay, finally they'll get it.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
4v5, and they're still not feeling confident enough to be able to run up the high ground, where Avulus have full control of the outpost, and surely Eki will be able to TP into this area.
So this is the thing that I was really waiting for. Now you've got the Nullifier coming out for Shibe. So you've got that way to be able to, again, commit into the team fight, not worry about the Glimmer Cape, the Force Staff, the Decrep, all this sort of stuff that's preventing these 100 to 0 kills. And he's pretty fast on the, you know, like normally you have to stay up in the air for like 3 seconds before you drop down. It's 1 second up, instantly down if you want to. So you're always going to be able to follow up before you're able to get into the Supernova, for example. They have all left the bottom
a little
side
bit of
of the map.
information that they are.
They're just pushing
yeah,
the base.
Eki saw that, so they're just gonna walk up free
Okay.
set of barracks.
Maybe they thought they were going to get it anyway, so let's try and get something ourselves.
And now Eki scouting out Miracle. He doesn't see Sumail TP away. We'll be able to cancel the TP finally on Miracle. And now he's going to be screaming at his boys to help him. Where do you go if you're Miracle? Okay, Stone Gaze zip away. GH not going to have the same capability though. Seneko through the portal.
Roshan is up.
Down goes the medic. So you are at least super happy that your carry Dusa does not go down. But like you said, Roche is up. So they're probably going to go back through the portal and go for that third Roche.
Feels like that might be the case. Maybe just dropping Manta Illusions down the bottom side of the map. Keep that lane pushed in. Using the Eidolons to be able to scout it out as well. So, could be a handy little pickup. Maybe looking to try and play around a power room before the fact, because there is a DD top. I'm never going to stop calling it DD, even though it's AD now. Nope.
Damage room.
Able to pop the Supernova just in
Quick
time.
fingers, I mean, early on usage of it, and really, once this is now used, how are you going to be able to secure the team fight afterwards? At least the Stampede's going to be able to get you out of dodge, but this will now guarantee a Roshan going uncontested.
Feel like these lines being drawn on the map by GH are just going to be there the entire game until like a miracle team fight happens. No pun intended. Just push lanes, push lanes, push lanes. Stop them from going onto the high ground. They know that this Roshan is up and for the taking. They even see them walking into it because of the ward provided by GH. And it's going to be the Aghanim Scepter as well. So who do you even give this to? Do you give it to Eki? Oh, Stormstormer. Why not? Almost finished up the Daedalus, I believe. Got enough
Did he
money
have
for
his
it.
own? Or is that a crit? Okay, sorry. Oh, that's... Dude, that...
Does he know that you need to use
What
it?
a spike in Stormstormer's damage. Yeah, that's true. I'm sure he'll do it eventually. True. Maybe not. It's like, where's my tree volley, guys? What's going on? Oh, Eki? Another one?
Bro.
Ah, man. Next assassin. Did he eat it yet? No, he hasn't. Okay, when he eats it, what a spike in his potential, though.
What
Daedalus and
potential?
tree volley?
Yeah, for sure. Please. Please, Stormstormer.
It's like, hey, guys, he's got to do it now when he sees the trees, right? No, never mind. Okay.
Has the man never gotten an Ag's Blessing before? I'm going to lose it.
One of his teammates are telling him. It's like, bro, where's your volley? What's going on? that's
all
fine.
right, over under. I'm looking at the time. How long until he realizes it?
Under 42.
Under no way over for sure. I'm saying
Nah,
43
you
and a
reckon?
half. I've got my eyes on it. I'm looking at nothing else right now.
Okay, yeah, you have to. Yeah. Well, I think Sumail at least has Daedalus now completed, I believe, unless his Koru gets sniped, because Smiling Knight's gonna... Okay, that's GH's, never mind. We're about to hit 42. We're also seeing Nigma potentially try and catch up to Eki. Nice blink away. Man, and look, he's just rubbing his face like he's tired. He just rubbed his eye. Are you serious? The man is just
TikTok.
destroying them across the map. Oh, 42. Didn't do it?
Nope.
Okay.
It's Ogre.
Oh, bro. Smiling Knight is
He just did it. He
completely
just
away
did
from
it.
the team with the Aegis.
Oh, there we go.
You do have Shibe's global potential, of course.
Mixed
Smiling
values
Knight
on
wants to
second
play.
life.
Aegis gone. Supernova directly on the head as well. Before the Aegis tick, they're going to be looking for the stump, but he can waveform away. Then when the backline gets assassinated, they've lost GH, and they're probably going to lose more members as well.
Miracle, they found
Black
him.
Hole solo used onto Miracle. There's going to be no way to counter that. Avulus, it's just been them pretty much from start to finish. It's been a beautiful performance, clean as you could ever ask for.
The tree volley.
And there is going to be no escape for the sole survivor. Finally, we get the tree volley out. 0 casualties from them, and this is going to be all she wrote. No buybacks on the TA along with the Dusa.
It's a level 25 Tiny who's hammering into your tier 4s. There's nothing you can do about this. They're going to try, but no Supernova. Ooh. Be a little bit careful there, but In traditional Nigma style, they are not going to call GG until the throne has about 1 HP left on it, just to keep them guessing. Keep this game going for
Yes,
as long
guess
as possible.
further.
There we go. So 2 games in a row now for Avulus after a, I would say it was a surprise game 1 loss after they were in a pretty dominant spot after that 30-minute mark. And it was pretty much everything according to plan for them, right? Like Eki, his movements across the map, pretty superb. Only one real big mistake coming through from the Avulus boys, right? Shibe TPing in onto Seneko when he was way too far behind enemy lines. And I like their level of flex, right? We were saying it was a good Enigma game at the start. Then it still was a good Enigma game. Then they pick the Deucer to counter it. Then they do this flex, right? Where you just pick the Dawnbreaker. You've got this AoE evasion to combat both the Deucer and the TA, and they really didn't feel like they had any answers to it. I didn't get a glimpse of it, but I'm not sure if they even had those MKBs by the end of the game, or if there was just too much pressure coming through from Avulus to be able to actually farm up those key items to do any realistic damage to the other members of the Avulus team. I think they just finished.
For you now, we're going to this next game, we're looking at the draft. What do we need to see different? Because so Batrider has to go. I really hope that doesn't change. Well, they're going to have first pick, right? Which is the big thing for Nigma. So maybe they can go the Batrider themselves and ban the Nyx Assassin. I want to see Eki on a hero that is not Nyx or Batrider, because I feel like he's doing... sure, everyone else I really like how they're drafting in particular, where you have the Nyx, Enigma, and the Tiny. I feel like it just really makes your draft incredibly clean. You have a lot of different ways you can go down. It means your carry can be pretty open as well in your offlaner. But I in particular on Eki's hero, I really do not want to see him playing Batrider and Nyx Assassin again. I think he's doing way too much for Avulus in this series.
He is, and I think the big issue for mine is the draft from Nigma itself. We were saying all along, really greedy, and when Nigma have had success, it's on the back of multiple different avenues to initiate. And this time around, kind of like in their upper bracket series against Avulus, it was all on the Centaur, all on a position 4 Centaur. Let's not get it twisted, right? We were still waiting for a Scythe of Vice to come from Noob all throughout that game. Meanwhile, we were just saying it, right? You've got the Enigma, you've got the Dawnbreaker, you've got the Tiny, you've got the Nyx, you've got the Morphling. All of them able to just initiate, find that quick burst, and make a 5v5 into a 4v5 and even worse. And you would have to say, even despite that, they still had the team fight advantage on Avulus's side. So I think they're trying to be a little too clever with the flex on Nigma Galaxy. You can do a little bit of it here and there, but the Medusa pick to finish things off was just a little bit too far in my eyes. They needed more control, more avenues for initiation. Hopefully for their sake, they can correct that one, because that is 2-1 for Avulus, and we are heading into a game number 4 where they might be able to secure it up. Remember, it's a best of 5, so we will be back after a short break with more Dota, and we will catch you shortly.
Boys on Avulus are one game away of making it over to the FISSURE Playground 1 LAN event held in Serbia in front of a crowd for $1 million prize pool. And we've seen this team, they are rising in strength, having a good showing at ESL 1 Bangkok, that first real big LAN for them with a 5th, 6th placement. And for Nigma, their backs are against the wall now. 2 games defeat in a row, and honestly, it must be said, game 1, the game they did win, the map they did win, really felt like it was Avulus's for the taking as well. So we're going to have to see some big adaptations for them heading into this upcoming game.
Yeah, I love the fact that you reiterate the stakes, right? This isn't just a small online tournament qualifier. It is a LAN. It is $1 million. It is in Europe, so I'm sure a lot of the fans of both of these teams would be able to attend. So it's a lot at stake, a lot of pride for sure for Enigma saying, we still got it. They're trying their own, unique style. I personally want to see a normal pos 4 hero to start with. That would be a nice little bit of a change. We've seen the Centaur in that previous game. Didn't feel all that impactful. It's, to me, it always seems simple from the outside looking in, right? But to me, it's like, I think they have first pick, Enigma Galaxy. Just ban the Batrider, first pick the next Assassin. Avulus then can't pick the Dawnbreaker, and then if Tiny's still there in phase 2, you either pick it or you ban it yourself, and then ban whatever else you want, basically. And I think that's the foundation of this. It gives you a reliable position for with a stun and initiation and burst damage, and then it gets rid of a few of the other comfort heroes. Even the Phoenix isn't super comfortable to pick into the Nyx either, so I think it would really solve a lot of their issues.
All right, well, let's see what we have in store for us. Draft is ready to go. And like you're saying, it's just going to be flipped this time around. It's just always first pick for one team and then Radiant for the other. So we're going to have to see the differences. I am not... I guess the big thing again, right, is if Avulus first phase banned the Gyrocopter, which we did see from them in the previous game, we get no Batrider Nyx. Awesome. This is actually sick. Now we're going to get a bit of a different style. So Gyrocopter is not removed from Avulus. Let's see if Nigma want to take it. We also know the Lina is available, the Invoker's available. We can then look at some of the other supports, right? Because we have been getting some of them picked in the first phase too.
I'd be considering picking Dawn if I'm Nigma Galaxy. Just take it away from Avulus's side. I don't think, these other heroes... I keep mentioning the Wyvern and the Silencer, but teams clearly aren't rating it. Clearly, Nigma Galaxy don't rate the Dawn for themselves as well. They're just going to go the Magnus, something that they're a little bit more comfortable with, gives them the flex. I'm fine with it, just not pos 4. I think it could work 1, 2, 3, just not pos 4. I think they're getting a little bit too clever for themselves. It's got a ton of unique tools that basically no other hero has. So I like it. I think it's still fine, and they're going to be able to truly decide where this hero goes with the last pick of the second phase. So I'm on board with it.
Now let's see what Eki gets now in particular. We've seen, doesn't mind his Lion. I know last time we saw the Mag first phase, you were speaking about the Rubik. So we're going to see something different from him, but I wouldn't mind if it is a way to at least be able to address the Magnus.
Yeah, it's what, like, Nyx, Lion, Tusk, Shaman, I think are his 4 heroes that he does like to play in that role. And, I mean, sure, if the Tiny has worked many, many times, just go back to the well again. It doesn't have to be just a position 2 either, right? Smiling Knight can play it. Hell, even Eki could probably play it at an absolute stretch. The Crash Landing does give you a lot of value, and it fulfills kind of the role that he's been having in a lot of these team fights, that quick burst damage to be able to start things off, whether it be from the Batrider or the Nyx, or, Tiny could be that too.
So it does give you an opportunity now to ban some heroes on Enigma to potentially protect the Magnus. Is this the route you would like to see them go down?
Yes, but I'd also be down to kind of slow down the draft a little bit. Anytime that you're playing with a Magnus, especially with these 2 bans, it feels like they want to do exactly that. It suggests to me that you want to greed it out a little bit. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of that because Nigma still play the best when they play fast, in my eyes, but clearly they think otherwise. You can get more value out of the Empower. You can get into the Shockwave and just spam out lanes consistently. I'd now be worried about getting outscaled because, with a lot of these quick pushes and these quick heroes to come online, maybe you can just try and, outstrat what Nigma is trying to do. You know, just pick another hero that's able to scale into the late game. Why not Phoenix? You know, Phoenix is totally fine for Avulus for mine. That, you know, is pretty good against the gyro. They go the Lion instead. Okay, I'm on board with it. Just any instant lockdown for, you know, a Blink Skewer, Horn Toss combination. And again, it's comfort for Eki, right? So, cool.
I'm honestly a little bit surprised as well they didn't take the Phoenix there, because I feel like this is also something that Nigma can now block pick. I think it would work well for them. We've seen there has been so far a lack of team fight in regards to Nigma's draft, and I do think there are not honestly that many position 5s that are left that I think Seneko can be going for. So okay, never mind. Let me rephrase that. I think there are some, but I feel like Phoenix is at the top of that list. So I think going for the Lion here maybe gives Nigma an opportunity to take it for themselves if they want to.
Jan, I mean, GH is a really good Phoenix player. Some of the biggest counters in the pool are gone. It means that you have a little bit of that extra. I mean, the thing is, Avulus has a ton of burst damage, right? So now if you're Nigma, you've had success with the IO. Do you still go down that route? Because a lot of this tiny plus Lion damage is kind of in that sort of ballpark that you're looking for. Just a single target pickoff that you might be trying to save. So to me, you could Phoenix, but I think you could get more value out of like an IO or a Shadow Demon perhaps to be able to save someone that's looking to get comboed at the start of pretty much every single team fight.
Okay, don't mind them as well. See, so we're going to get the Phoenix, and let's see what the extra support potentially is going to be if we continue the
If it is a
mag
support.
flex. I guess that is, yes, that is the thing. If they do pick the support, then I guess at least we know the mag is going to be in a call, but I think we both are wanting that, so let's go for our Omar here.
Doesn't matter which role, just a core. That's all I want.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm just trying to think what hero they pick that could fulfill both the 4 and 5 roles. Like, a Shadow Demon to me now seems a little bit too conservative in that you can't really do anything with the Phoenix. So something that can have a little bit more offensive potential.
I was just going to say, where's Moeta been this series when we're
True.
not seeing that hero?
Wouldn't hate it necessarily. I mean, even I guess Avulus is probably playing the position for Lion already. Oh, pfft. Okay, that hero slipped through somehow. Nice way to be able to get onto the Lion. I think that's going to be the main role here for Samael playing it. Just make sure this hero isn't in the equation. Use the Ghost Walk, Cold Snap, Orchid combination, whatever you need to do just to remove the pesky Lion, because Eki's impact has been just phenomenal so far this game.
What else are we... So how do you... Is Ogre is something that we could be looking at, right? For Avulus potentially. Bloodlust is going to be pretty nice with the Tiny plus the carry to maybe deal with the egg. Another one of the other 5s that are good at the moment.
I mean, the thing that's different about this is Nigma have finally gone for team fight, and Avulus have been the one to go for pickoff.
Yeah.
So do you actually, double down into the pickoff side of things if you're Avulus' side? Like, what else could you look to go for? Maybe a Mars or something like that for yourself. Not a bad combination together with the Lion, although it does leave you a little vulnerable to just getting counterpicked in the lane is my concern. So I think the discussion that's going on with Avulus right now is where exactly do we want this Tiny to be? Do we feel Tiny's comfortable enough going up against the Invoker, or do we want it, position 1? And we feel like it's going to have more impact in that capacity.
Radiant team pick.
Ah, they get it. Okay, Jibei's been playing a lot of this in pubs. This is his most played pub hero as of late. 6Ms, I'm pretty sure had a pretty high win rate on it too.
That is a way to punish the greed, for sure. So, I mean, have you played recent Lycan with, like, the cripple hits? It's so frustrating to play as a support. Like, the Wolves can literally just 100-0 you if you don't just get back to a tower, and even then, it's really frustrating. So I certainly wouldn't want to be playing the Magnus a support into this, because it just feels like you're pretty helpless against it, to be honest.
No, I haven't seen that. I'm not sure as well if that's what Jibei's been going. in pubs if that's for us to explain.
Does enable the tiny one as well, right? Or even two, just with the Aghanim Scepter with a Wolf Bite onto them, the old TI-10 combo. That gets rid of Alacrity, gets rid of Empower, gets rid of, I'm assuming a Yule Scepter or a Force Staffs or Glimmer Capes or Ghost Scepters are going to be coming through. Really don't hate the Shadow Demon.
No, not at all. Because, I mean, everything you just mentioned about the buffs onto the carry is something that we have seen lately be a really big thing. And that was maybe the advantage you had from Nigma from their carry compared to Avulus's carry. So this is a pretty cool Shadow Demon pick. And you don't have someone like the Lycan to be able to punish the Shadow Demon.
So can you go something like, I don't know, a Sven or something along those lines, where you can provide a little bit of that protection against the rest of your team, a natural Blink Dagger buyer that's able to find the backlines, even going into an Aghanim Scepter of your own to be able to contest against this? Nope, it's the Nigma style, going for the Pos 1 Earthshaker. Sure, I'm on board with it. Like rushing into that Aghanim Scepter, I think Miracle generally gets it around the 16 or so minute mark, so does pick up the pace of their draft a little bit at that point, but it just puts so much more emphasis onto the lanes. So with these last picks, I'm really just looking for a strong early game hero that's going to be able to secure that sort of thing for their team.
Man, this is... I'm not going to wait for the last phase. I'm going to say it now. This is what I wanted out of Nigma. Like, no Bat, no Nyx. We were saying maybe they could pick it up. Who cares? Let's just not play a game with those heroes in it. And go for some stuns, team fight execution, just a way to make Dota a little bit easier now, to cover everything, have some scaling, have some stuns, and look to go from there. So I like what I'm seeing out of Nigma with the first 4. You've got to be able to finish it though with their last pick, and they have the 23rd heading into it. With that being said, I do not want the Mag or the Phoenix to be flexed. So when the Mag to go off lane, I'm looking for a support for them. They feel like it is an off lane still to be picked, though, with the Mars getting banned.
The one situation where I would have been okay with the Magnus being 4 would be if Enigma was still in the pool and you could pick it. But it's been banned out already by Enigma Galaxy, so not on board with that sort of situation. So what are we assuming? It's going to be a pos 4, I'm guessing, to be able to come through against this? Something that's able to control this Lycan a little bit. Pugna's already banned out.
Dude, just Moeto. What's going on? Pick Moeto.
It's okay. Could you Underlord against this? And then it would mean running the Mag as a 4, but it's okay. Gives you some of that global presence. Sunstrike, plus combinations, decent amount of stuns. Holds the Lycan into place, at least pre-BKBs, and you've got a decent amount of movement to be able to get away, right? Outside of the Underlord itself. Like Skewer away, Dive away, Ghost Walk away, Enchant Totem away once you got the Ags on the Shaker. Beastmaster. Okay.
We're going to get a Beast. Okay.
I'm on board. More stuns?
So the flex, yes, more stuns. It is Beast into Shadow Demon, so at least you're going to have some save in regards to the disruption. And we'll have to see where the flex now goes for Avulus, if this is going to be the Stormstormer Tiny or not.
Sure, Bristle Boy. It's a lot of physical damage that you're going up against. They are lacking a little bit relative to their previous drafts in terms of stuns, though, right? That's the big thing for mine. Yep. And I just mentioned the various different movement tools that they've got on Nigma Galaxy to be able to just a lot of these team fights. So I have to wonder... I haven't actually looked at Shibei's Dota buff. Do you know the item build he's going for there? Is there any Orchid potential coming through from this Lycan just to be able to, dive onto the supports and guarantee the kill?
No, I'm not sure what the item build is. We need to double check what that is going to be for Shibei, but it is something I've been seeing him pull out in his pub. So this is going to be it's going to be interesting to see if he can convert into a victory here and send them to LAN. We get a very different look at Nigma. Well, we've been seeing the Earthshaker for them, but at least different in regards to this series is the big one for me. So do we like the adaptations, and do we believe in the Nigma draft to be able to send us to a 5th and final game?
I like most of the adaptations. The 4 Magnus is still prison for me, so I'm not really enjoying it that much. I did just have a look at the pro tracker, by the way. Helm of the Overlord and then the Orchid straight afterwards. Totally on board with it, right? It just means you have that other different avenue of joining into a lot of these team fights. The Helm of the Overlord just creates this sense of panic, right? We have to deal with this hero, and sometimes people can just find themselves out of position as a result of that. So I'm expecting a lot closer game this time, right? Like, it really did feel like in the previous 3 that Nigma were fighting an uphill battle from like the 20-ish to 30-ish minute onwards, and then they were able to claw it back after a few mistakes came through from Avalus, who haven't played completely perfect in their own right. You know, they've still made a few mistakes. They can still be capitalized upon. I just feel like this for Nigma Galaxy is the draft that if you were to capitalize it makes Dota easier, just being able to play with stuns.
Yes, it does indeed. And I agree with what you're saying. It does feel like Nigma for the first 20 minutes have looked good, and the lanes have looked good, which is the big thing we've been seeing from them and what we honestly always see from them. So we'll see with this style of draft if off the back of the lanes and maybe a decent early game, then if they can put themselves in a position where they have the net worth lead and they're going to be able to take this game in the end. We're going to have to find out though. We got our draft set ready to go. Everyone loaded in. And we'll see if recently we've seen Avios being able to get the advantage before the horn, whether that be in regards to the bounties or some of the kills.
God damn. I wonder if this is what his actual item build is going to be, or if it's just a window into the thoughts of Noob. He is going Arcane Boots, Wand, Dagger. So he just wants to find that backline and roar them, essentially. Take the Shadow Demon out of these team fights and just blow him up.
Very interesting. Okay. We'll see. I mean, it's not that Scepter build that has been falling a little bit out of popularity. We've gotten some Helm Doms into drums, or just the Helm of the Overlord as a whole.
Mm-hmm. Keen to see how Samael does in this mid lane as well. Doesn't secure that first range creep for himself, so that's going to be a little frustrating, but still such a skilled player on this Invoker. Of course, we've seen Stormstormer absolutely take over a lot of these games, and he's taken over the mid lane already. 4 denies in the first wave.
Yeah, wow. Jesus. Far out, that's a lot of denies.
Mm-hmm. Some days you're just on.
Yes. What a day to be on, though.
Yep.
Grand Final Qualifiers is the time to be playing well.
Mm-hmm. Be joining Talon as the first qualified team. Look at the body blocks actually coming out here from Jebe on top. They're going to get this kill.
Man. Wow, just the outplay, dude. Eki and the micro from Jebe. I mean, this man has been doing it for quite a while on some of these micro heroes.
The thing that I like the most about this Avulus team is that, and I don't mean this as like an insulting thing to any of the players, but they were kind of like the offcasts of various different teams, right? They were able to come together and make a lot of success happen. And, you know, you don't see that too often where, you know, it's a full team where they haven't gotten the respect that they rightly deserve. So I'm loving to see these solid performances coming through.
And we are starting to see that respect, or at least it's deserved if it's not there just yet. Like this team were the favorites heading into the qualifiers, and we are continuing to see, like you said, the plays that were kind of written off from their original teams before joining these ones, you know, clicking together on all cylinders and are looking incredibly good so far.
Just the little things to make the lane so much easier, right? Constant harass coming through, using the Lycan Wolves to their fullest potential, you know, making sure that they're focused in onto the Phoenix, staying away from the Earthshaker. You know, they are 40% magic resist, so there's not really too much that GH is going to be able to do against them. Eki just making sure that there's not too many of these lane pulls happening. Yep, still even then, denying the top lane.
And Stormstormer's success is continuing here, 5
top.
and 5 compared to the 11 and 6. Okay.
Eki nearly ended up going down as a result of a little slugger.
Stack 12 up, he's fine. Both Lotuses So we're going to get 1-1 apiece from either side. Miracle is going to be able to get the top one. Tenacity the bottom. Speaking about bottom for a little bit, does feel like this is going to be a pretty free lane for the Bristleback. I'm honestly a bit surprised at how much farm Noob is getting. I thought it was going to be a bit less, but I guess this is still the early levels for the Bristle. We do see this hero start to be a bit more of a lane dominator once you're able to get more in regards to the experience.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, you're going up against a Bristle and a Shadow Demon that are going to be spamming out spells pretty frequently, right? So with that Magic Wand, you should be able to get off a ton of casts. He's gone the Wild Axis build as opposed to, you know, just the Call of the Wild. Basically wanting to not use that as much as possible because they're just going to die your Hawks and your Boars to the spam of Quills. Decent trade potential. All three lanes, though, going in Avulus's favor.
That they are indeed. Previously, we've seen it's been kind of favoring Nip, and decent skill from Omar puts Seneko well and truly Enigma's side of the map. Seneko is going to be able to get the kill and almost somehow luckily getting a deny. Or did he I guess he poisoned. Okay. Very cute if he deliberately did that.
Mm-hmm. So really, to me, my big thing is when is Miracle going to be able to get online? Because you can have the Roar, but you need that follow-up damage to be coming through. Like, it looks like Noob is still looking to go down this Arcane Boot straight into the Blink Dagger route, but if Miracle's not there to be able to capitalize on that Roar, it doesn't last that long in the early levels. Just the 3 seconds, you can oftentimes get enough people around to have the turnaround capabilities there, and pretty much every single time it has to be onto that Lion. Demon, not the Lion.
Speaking of Lion, though, also Windstaff mid lane, trying to get some vision for them to play with. Do have a lot of support starting to make a move as well. Omar with his own repositioning, trying to play at least close enough to Sumail where he can get involved. Another thing about your point in regards to damage is Miracle top lane. Yeah, a kill by the looks of it. Try and dive in there from GH. That's actually going to be enough to keep Miracle alive, with the Fire Spirits a little bit too frustrating for them to be going up against. Tough kill to climb.
Sorry, I'm going to sound like the biggest Eki simp, but even like the smallest things that he does, like waiting for the first half of the Enchant Totem animation to finish before using the Hex, it's just like buys that extra half second, you know, that you need to be able to get one extra right click in. It's these little things that just really make him so impressive.
Radiant's middle tower.
Another little bit of harassment to Miracle. Meanwhile, inside the river, we did see the power rune go the way of Stormer, so tried to cast some spells to potentially go for the kill, but not Tornado to stop him from getting the rune. More GH is in a position behind Jibe up top, but nothing really there to be done.
We'll be able to get the D ward off though, so nice little bit of experience for the Phoenix. And again, he needs to be feeling very anxious because it's level 5 time, so Summon Wolves, permanent invisibility. So they're just going to be following GH around, and it comes down to how good is the Jibe micro going to be.
Omar's in a lot of trouble bottom with the massive stack.
Top lane. Oh, a rare miss there.
Top lane indeed. Okay. So 3-3 going to be enough. Miracle just able to stay alive, but they're still going to be able to catch up to him. With the vision from the Wolves to help out with the toss. Could be something else we see through this game so far. We'll have to see how the micro goes from both the Wolves to give a toss target and also then the vision.
Have to be very careful there. Did GH, just with the Arcane Rune popped, of course, Stormer was able to just follow up with an additional little bit of damage. Just using the Soul Ring as well to make the most out of every second of this power rune. No stacks yet, built up by Omar. It's actually Seneko looking to kind of scout this one out a little bit, and there we go. First Roar used onto the Shadow Demon. He'll take every little bit of this free farm that he can. And he switched things up, going for the Aghanim Scepter as well. Not sure how I feel about it.
Okay.
You know, it's not exactly like you've got a Lycan's not going to be standing nearby you, so you're not going to get a lot of value out of the Drums of Slum from that. Don't really feel like Bristleback cares all that much. The damage that he's able to output is going to overextend.
top lane. Looking for the solo kill. Miracle. I don't know if Jibe was maybe focusing too much on the micro to assist with Eki going for the Phoenix, but as soon as the Echo Slam is at the ready, Miracle. Honestly, that was a massive kill. A whole deck of Stormstormer starting to chase down Omar with the poison stacking up onto Seneko. Skill under the tier 2 tower. GH is here. It's not the most important here in regards to the damage output, but they're going to have detection at least from the Phoenix. Banishment, it's there, but it's not going to matter. He's still in range. Tornado is going to clip him from afar as well. At least he gets the toss beforehand, but Samael should be ready for the cleanup. Nothing Eki can really do. Chucks out a random spell, but that's a double for Nu.
All right, brings him a whole lot closer towards building into these further parts of his Aghanim Scepter. It's really about that earlier pressure, though, for this team, right? Don't need all that much on Samael. What's he got coming out on the courier? No, nothing much. He's just finished up the power treads, a couple of wraith bands. I want to see what sort of avenue he's considering going into next. For me, it just has to be damage. You just need to be consistently looking to try and play forward. Wouldn't even hate a Witchblade coming through from him, just for that additional little bit of armor against a pretty decent amount of physical damage and that sustained impact at the back half of a lot of these team fights.
Noob will actually still be able to get the raw. Looks like with Omar playing hand in hand, it is much closer towards Radiant C1 tower. Noob's actually still going for it. Where's the damage source coming through from Avulus though? No cores nearby. Stormstorm is starting to beeline to bottom, but the Ghost Walk slow is going to prove to be a little bit frustrating.
Just sidestepping the tornado as well. No Sunstrike, so I think he's not going to be punished there. Rin's top as well. GH should be able to secure this one for Nigma.
Where did the, I know it was a while ago, but where was the Wisdom Rune as well? I know Avulus got theirs. I don't know if Nigma got theirs.
Believe they did. Let me just double check. Eki and Omar. So, yeah. 1-for-1 trade. Samael with the haste rune, looking to try and make something happen once again. Might be taking a bit of the long road, but understandable considering the likelihood of that mid lane being sentry ward covered. Moving down towards the bottom side of the map. Smiling Knight's actually pretty deep in the lane, so has to be a little bit careful here. Doesn't look like Samael's going to be able to connect onto anything. Some time wasted with a few of these movements.
Meanwhile, Avulus, they're mirroring Nigma's move. They're going to go to their own off lane here, trying to get the Earthshaker, who has read this.
They see him.
But Miracle is going to be able to dodge the danger.
Yep, Smiling Knight revealed under the vision of that top tier 1 tower. Plus side is it's not a completely wasted movement. Could still look to help with the push into the tier 1, although Samael looks like he's starting to make the move to be able to join. Ghost Walks again. He really needs to connect onto a kill here. I think he actually did that underneath an Observer Ward as well, so they know this is coming.
Yeah, they know he's here.
Don't have a sentry.
A lot of
ward
running
down,
around
I
for
believe.
Samael.
Yep.
Maybe a bit too much here. We see this net worth is really starting to take a hit for the mid lane.
They'll
On
even see
Nigma and
with the wolves walking near Samael, they got the cold feet from the Ghost Walk. As they
oh,
fly
and now they're going to
Miracle.
try and turn it. Tornado disrupts the Stormstormer spells, but he's still going to get it off the last second. Miracle chucks up the Acro Slam. It's not enough at the moment for Stormstormer until the rest of the heroes are required to come in range. It looks like they're going to get it, but it takes too long. Jibe's been freely been able to chew away the life of the Earthshaker, and now they're going to go towards GH as well. Now Samael by himself for the moment, with the spell still on cooldown. He's in a lot of danger. One more second until he's able to get some separation with the Ghost Walk being back up. So it looks like Samael is okay, but it's a fight that's going to favor Avulus.
Little unfortunate there for GH. He was 3 mana short of being able to use the Supernova and potentially look to turn that one around. With a fight going on for as long as it had, there's actually a fair few of those blinding sun dots onto people, so would have actually had the potential to miss a few of those targets. Kind of want to see Samael put just the 1 point into the Exort, so he's got the Deafening Blast, and that disarm is a factor when they are looking to actually try and take a few of these team fights. And I assume that it has to be sometime soon, right? Because Omar, not quite yet level 6, but he's closing in on it, giving him a little bit of space to be able to build into that one. And more importantly, though, 11 and 70 gold short of his axe. So I feel like once you hit those 2 timings, RP plus the Aghanim Scepter on the Beastmaster, that's when you're looking to try and make some sort of play. Even Samael will probably have the Dragonlance by that point.
My concern is just going to be how they can set themselves up for a defense around the T1 tower, because it feels like Avios with the Helm of the Overlord and the next Shapeshift, and you have Scepter now on Bristle. I mean, I really feel like this is for them. Just a beeline to the mid lane. Maybe even, I think unfortunately it might be a little bit too early, this 14-minute power rune, where maybe you could have forced the fight around this area. So I think it's really, we're going to have to keep tabs on what Nigma are able to do to defend this location.
The thing is, I don't even know if Smiling Knight needs to join the rest of the team. Like, I think he could potentially get away with just shoving out that bottom side of the map. Looks like that's the consideration for them, but like, even just the Helm of the Overlord on its own is enough to force Nigma to respond, and you might end up losing some
Tornado. It's going to enable Noob to be able to get in range here with the Roar, and Avalanche comes up to try and disrupt, so they have to use the RP, a lock committed for just to kill the Tiny, and it's taking too long. And it's taken far too long. It's a massive Deafening Blast, though, but the Expire will come soon. It's just not quick enough. The turnaround is going to be there. Nigma, the spell casting, perfect with a Sunstrike connecting. Samael's Invoker, finally. We're seeing the presence of the star power out of Nigma, and they might be able to get more as well. But the Shockwave from downtown, Nigma are good for 4.
See the difference there of a solid RP coming through. Omar able to hit onto 2 in the follow-up with that Deafening Blast. They couldn't kill the egg. They decided to commit for the team fight. I think it wasn't a complete unified front coming through, and just look at the damage coming through from GH there. That's the difference with playing around a Phoenix with those early points in the Fiery Spirits, but more importantly, all of that mischance. You just commit into a team fight that you have no real likelihood of winning.
Honestly, it really didn't look good at the start, though. You used a lot for the kill on the Tiny. The Avalanche made it a little bit more difficult than what they were expecting. You get the banishment out as well, but there is that blast, the fissure as well. I thought they were going to get it with the Deafening Blast expiring, but no, it did not in the end. Held for the full duration. Miracle steps in. We see him on an active hero. He's so far in this series and the one previously always likes joining these fights, and what a hero like the Earthshaker to get involved early.
Love this though from Avalos, not getting discouraged, realizing that, you know what, Nigma, they've got really good team fight, but they also are so dependent on these ultimates. So still another 20 or so seconds for RP, Supernova, 40 seconds for the Echo Slam. They just look to, once again, play around that Helm of the Overlord and keep pushing forward.
Oh, that's a great ward for them to defend their high ground with. Eki's going to run straight to Samael, and Miracle's going to jump in with a quick blow up. Slugger sends his body flying. Now Miracle's already looking for more. Has the Fissure to potentially block them off. Comes off cooldown a little bit too late though, so the Bristleback's able to slip down as well. Double kill for the boys on Nigma, and we see, importantly, Samael is starting to keep up as well. Now leapfrogs over the Tiny, who had a very good lane over the Invoker.
Ward might have only lived for about 10 seconds, but it did its job, just revealing the movements through. They know that Avalos are wanting to play around this Helm of the Overlord as much as possible. Shive moving towards the top side of the map. He's finished up the drums as well. This top lane's actually fairly reasonably pushed in. A little surprised he's not looking to join the rest of the rest of the team up there, but I suppose the other factor is that those ultimates are all back off cooldown for Nigma Galaxy, so it's something that they need to keep in mind as well.
Meanwhile, we do see Avios actually continue to posture pretty aggressively around this top side.
TP's coming up there
and
as
Nigma
well.
are going to bring all 5 as well. Are we looking for a potential Roche? I guess we've got Scepter online for Noob, so see if Avios want to try and commit to the fight. It's going to be a bit difficult, in this area with all the AoE spells that Nigma are playing with.
Another good couple of wards, though, placed down. I think that was one of the big difference makers previously, although the Wolf will be able to scout inside the pit, realizing that they're not fully on committing to it. Eki, this is really far forward.
They see Eki. Hang on, Eki, can you be here? But they're going to have to drop the RP. It's not the greatest initiation. They didn't fully commit onto Eki. They had an opportunity. It takes too long, and now they're just crumbling. What was that? Eki ran forward. They saw the lion, but somehow it actually worked out in Avios' favor, and now Samael just gets in range out of the dust. Miracle, however, Blink is also available for him too. He's able to get out over to the right side, but
That took
what was
far
looking
too
like
long.
a potential good start. Yeah, what happened?
I don't know. Like, you just see a Lion walking up towards where you've got some great vision placed down, and you had the blink at the time, I believe, on the Magnus, and didn't use it to its fullest potential. That is the prime time for just the blink skewer back into the rest of the team, and the Lion is then completely out of position. They ended up using the RP just on Eki there, and that's not what you're building
Yeah.
this for.
Man, it really feels like there was just so many other things you could do, like no blink fissure. Like, I don't know. Couple options, but unfortunately, doesn't go the way of Nigma. And now, let's see if they still go back to top though. This is the thing. Like shapeshift on cooldown, finger on cooldown. Maybe you can just walk it down and go into Roche. I guess Avulus though, not looking to even contest it. To bottom, they're going to try and take the T1 tower, and they should be able to deal with ease with the amp damage.
Man, it's so rough that, like, they should absolutely know that he placed down this observer ward, and the sentry is like a centimeter away from it on the top side of the map. So they've still got full vision that all of Nigma Galaxy are moving up towards this side of the map. It's just a question of how are you supposed to defend this? Do you TP up? Do you use the twin gate? Does Smiling Knight just continuously put pressure on this bottom side of the map? It seems like he's ready to TP quite soon. Go.
How is this Roche not down? Is this...
Wolves
Man, they're
giving
taking
vision.
far too long again. The hesitation it felt like from Nigger. I'm surprised they didn't start early on, and
They
now
see
this
the
is
smoke.
given time for Avulus to respond, and also the abilities are off cooldown. And Stormstormer, is he going to be able to time
my
it?
God,
No,
kill.
Aegis snatch from Noob. He's going to lose the life pretty early on. Looks like the Sunbury heals
Found some ale.
enough to keep him healthy. Meanwhile, Samael on the front line. Oh, it's
a
a big
big
echo.
combo.
Miracle clips multiple heroes on the back line. The banishment. It's there in time to be able to keep Stormstormer alive. The egg's going to go off as well with the turnaround. Noob controlling the Bristol back, but they do not have a way to hit him from the front. The Quills latching onto everyone.
They
He'll
can get to the
finally
edge,
go
though.
down at the tail end, but it's just not going to matter. Seneko out of all heroes with the triple kill. Noob almost cricked down. So close. But Nigma, the hesitation for them to go into Roche straight away off the back of the previous team fight is going to cost them drastically.
And it could have been even better. I mean, there was a few little mistakes in that team fight. I think the Avatos combo went onto the Ancient Granic Golem instead of Miracle as he was going for the escape. They had to commit a little bit further. Again, it's just that power of vision, right? If that Observer Ward isn't there on the top side of the map, maybe they don't rotate quite as quickly. Maybe the hesitation from Nigma Galaxy isn't going to be punished quite as hard. Completely different story.
Maybe looking for Noob. Are they? Eki will start. Axel actually cancel the blink from Stormstormer, so it's going to be a little bit more messy for them. And now, have they overcommitted? No, they have not. Deep inside Dire's jungle, it looks like they will not be able to punish, but Nigma are starting to move over. Maybe looking for a skewer from Omar.
No cooldowns other than just the Primal Roar. Ravage.
Man, the Hawk and the goddamn Wolves, dude!
Wolves need no
And Storm...
armor.
Okay.
Miracle's on the side. He wants to be part of this, but they barely got out of that last team fight with all of your ultimates being used. Really good synergy as well. Look at the Wolves. They're just giving complete vision on the backside of this team fight. No sentries being purchased. Well, he's got one on GH, but not in the ideal position. It looks like they want to try and bait out this Tormentor and get a bit of a turnaround kill once they're softened up a little bit by that Tormentor damage.
Is anyone close enough for the skewer, and you really want to go for it under the Bristleback? I don't know how he had the read of the mag there, but just gets out of the trees at the nick of the time.
I'd be anxious if I'm Miracle here. Like, the Wolf is hunting. Eventually does blink on back towards the rest of the team. Does it give vision, though? I think it might have just caught a glimpse of the edge of the smoke. I was having a look at the Radiant Vision at the time, and I did see the puff. So, let's see if they're able to catch out someone, or if they're just going to look to try and group up around a high ground bit of vision that they've got.
Looks like they have some read on Avulus. They are all together and counter-smoking themselves.
Expecting that there would be a smoke coming into them. Jibe just playing again on the high ground, on the stairs.
Top tower is under attack.
The fact that they're smoked is a little obvious as well because of the heavy creep wave pushing into the top side of the map. They might be able to
Double
steal the
Wisdom again.
Tormentor, and yeah, double Wisdom Rune. It just goes to show the aggression being shown by Avulus as well. Not wanting to leave, I think, the Galaxy side of the map, but that's a nice little freebie for them and allows Omar to be a little bit more of a consistent presence in a lot of these team fights. Big Rainbow TP's coming back. All the boys dive in. Stormstormer.
Aggressive jump up, Stormstormer. Onto the high ground he goes, trying to create some chaos. Miracle is weak early to start the fight.
That's a decent
Nice
one.
RP over to the right side, though, with a supernova combo. Now they need to win this team fight. The spellcasting has been perfect for them so far, but they do not have anything less to deal with Smiling Knight. You use all your spells to start, and that means the Bristleback should be able to go uncontested, but the vision's going to be there. There's no sneaky Ghost Walk escape. Miracle's going to try and TP out in their face. He's out, and Noob is good as well.
Still a 2 for 2 at the end of the day, though, and they're the ones that found the perfect initiation. You didn't use the Echo Slam, sure, but it was a 2-man RP. It was a perfect jump back on Stormstormer, putting him even on the high ground. Full Sunray usage as well. GH topping the damage done in that fight outside of the Bristleback.
Is under attack.
When for all the Nigma fans out there, try and give them something to hope for and how they're going to be able to deal with the Bristleback, because it looks like Smiling Knight is just he seems unkillable in these fights.
What is it? What is that big difference maker? I mean, I can see a Shadow Blade being queued up by... I hope Noob doesn't die to this Tormentor. He's got a decent amount of healing coming through as GH is kind of low. Jesus. Well, that's a nice freebie as well. There's no break on their team. That's the thing that I keep looking at, you know? And the only one buying a Shadow Blade at this point in time is the Magnus. I think Shaker's going for one, but it's after the Octarine core, so he really just wants to have a little bit more consistent presence across the map. But the issue is now, Bristleback is a problem right now, and Break is going to be useful all throughout the game. So I feel like it's...
Look at the War Vision.
Yeah.
Scouting out Miracle. Stormstormer's going to be able to get the toss back. Miracle, BKB, Echo Slam. I mean, it's a great fissure. Is there anyone else nearby to be able to utilize that stun lock? There is not. Ek is not going to die to the Sunstrike. Now they're looking to try and charge in the middle. Supernova's not great. Well, they're actually going to run away instead, feeling like there is no way for them to deal with it, so a disengage, and that's BKB, Echo, and Supernova now on cooldown. Avios probably feel like they can take this tier 2 tower with ease.
I really like that retreat. They were conscious of the RP, realizing that the only people that are going to be hitting the egg are these 3 melee cores, so not wanting to group up too much and give the perfect storm of a team fight over to Nick Galaxy. Yeah, it's never a good thing when you're forced to use the Echo Slam just as a pure defensive tool. Did at least deal with the majority of that Helm of the Overlord creep, but that's not really what you're wanting. At this stage of the game, you need more kills. You need to take out these people that are just giving you so much grief, and it's a lot of HP to have to go through.
A lot of burst. Top lane, there is a Dire Ward as well that's going to see Stormstorm. I do not believe they can kill him just with these two. They're going to need more. I don't think Sunstrike is enough as well. And pretty good position from Seneko. Looks like they're aware of maybe something that may occur.
He always gets a ridiculous amount of farm, Seneko. He's got Blink, Drums, Arcane Boots, and halfway towards his Force Staff as well. So, man just knows that nice little sweet spot of farm and back.
Which I think is so incredibly important at this stage in Dota. Like with everything going on, with the map being huge and all the valuable little items that you're able to find. I feel like also people are gotten, I think, much better at itemizing for the specific game and utilizing that gold. I think we're really seeing that from supports just have so much value with this. Noob is farming under the Observer Ward, and Stormstormer with the amp damage. War tries to come through, but Stormstormer's going to be able to disrupt that, and Ek is in with a nuke.
Well worth dropping that one. Level 13, so doesn't have that long on cooldown, just the 90 seconds.
You also see Miracle under the Observer Ward.
It's going to need to pop another
Oh, the
beacon.
vision game again from Avulus. We praised it earlier in the series, and it's going to continue into this all-important game 4.
See that the wolf is coming.
Okay, Smiling Knight is
Solo.
completely far away from the team. He is solo. No one else here. You RP'd, but your cores don't have buybacks.
They needed to do something, otherwise they would have just lost that tier 3 tower. Samael at this point doesn't have the damage to be able to take care of him. You know, we were saying before, the Witchblade might be a useful tool to have, just so you've got that consistent damage. You've got a little bit of magic damage into this beefy boy, but you know, Dragonlance slowly working into a Manta style, that doesn't really feel like it fulfills the criteria that you're needing at this point of the game.
No, it doesn't at all. It's been a tough series for the King. I mean, Storm has really had his number, honestly, through the series. He's been doing an incredible job. We've seen the value out of him through the lane, through the games. Eki got a glimpse of Omar entering into the top jungle, but it's fine. Again, the vision. We're gonna have to see a gem at some stage here for Nigma, because the Wolves, the Wards,
Up top.
Radiant, they have their own gem. Omar. All right, not a bad draw. They're going to be able to get both supports by the look for that. Is perfect. What are they doing? Actually, with 2 supports like deep inside Nigma's jungle without any other Radiant cores nearby?
They're just setting up some wards. It's fine. It's normal stuff to be doing at this point of the game. They're probably not expecting that deep of a defensive ward from Omar. We say that, all of these things are being committed onto the top side of the map, and Smiling Knight is just whacking away at that tier 3 tower. Finally, you know, some pings starting to come out for it, but Enigma Galaxy prioritizing Roshan, number 2, wanting to prevent that Roshan's banner from getting into the hands of Avulus and enabling them to go up into that high ground.
Well, they're starting to TP back. Let's see.
It is a more late game oriented draft on Enigma Galaxy's side for sure. You mentioned some of the itemization.
Take the fight?
Ooh. Hold on, they're going for the chase. Ooh, okay.
Get the TP out of one. Miracle's gonna have to BKB.
Doesn't have TP himself.
The shapeshift will help them keep up though. Miracle's gonna be pretty mobile with the enchant totem. Blink, can he get... Okay, just in the nick of time. And yeah, he's out. I think.
He should be fine. Tier 2 tower is not, though. Another objective goes the way of Avulus, even after losing that Aegis for themselves.
Fresher now as well on GH.
I mean, you were mentioning some of the itemization coming from the supports, but even just some of the neutral item choices. You know, up until about a minute or so ago, Smiling Knight was still holding onto a Gossamer Cape, realizing that his main threat was this Earthshaker. So anytime that you've got a 4-second cooldown neutral item for dodging an ability and enchant totem with 5 seconds, that's always going to feel pretty damn effective. But even just a craggy coat for Jibe, realizing that once again, most of the damage coming through is physical. They've got BKBs across the board, except for the Bristleback at this point in time. But he's got the rest of his team looking to back him up.
What would you guess the win probability is at this stage of the game?
If I had to guess, 69% for Avulus. 76, not bad.
Interesting. The levels starting to come through, and maybe some of the items as well late game. We'll see if Nigma are going to be able to outplay in regards to the team fight. We've seen some decent spell casting from them so far, but it must continue. I mean, absolutely must continue. Oh, did they get the glimpse? Nice blink away, Seneko.
So the thing for mine is that Nigma previously had this very like jump in, burst, kill someone sort of draft, and they still do, but it's not the only way that they can play. You know, you've just finished up a refresher on GH, so he's got double usages of that.
Inside the river. Looking for the toss back. Nope, able to activate the BKB. Might need to try and draw as well for the bonus lifesteal to play with. Supernova's on the opposite side of the river. It's going to help them at least retreat and reset the team fight, but it is now a big ultimate put on cooldown, and Miracle slowed down for the crew, continuing to try and jump away, but they need to get out on Nigma. This is not a fight you can take, and unfortunately, you might be forced to do it. Samael getting creeped down thanks to Jibe's like, and it's a Supernova aggressively put in the middle. Miracle try and jump over the top of the left side. Again, they're not dealing with Seneko. The banishment's keeping these cores alive. Miracle's going to try and do his best to Stormstormer, living on a slither of health. No way, dude. No way he lives.
It's over.
The supports, the cores, everyone, Avulus, they are just outplaying Nigma. It is an outclass here from them.
And even if they were trying to go onto Seneko, right, he's got the Blink Dagger, he's got the Force Staff, he's got so many ways to survive with his positioning in a lot of these engagements. Unfortunately for Miracle, he just used the Echo Slam onto pretty much nothing in that team fight. And that was the extra damage that they needed to be able to take out and just prevent this Tiny from helping them to hit in onto this high ground. Still got the RP available, but no Supernova, no Refresher, no Echo Slam. No damage as a result of all of that.
Just to stall and hope for the best by the looks of it. Which they ain't gonna do help with much. They'll get the range barracks. And they will dip out from Avios. 13,000 net worth lead, 33 minutes in the game. And they can feel that ticket soon to be booked over to Serbia. I mean, this is an incredible position for them to be in. Couple fights away.
Hopefully they keep the comms going. I already see an AC on Shibe, and Smiling Knight's got his one queued up. Not needed at this point in time. What could he even look to get on this Bristol? I mean, he's pretty damn big so far. Maybe even just into something as simple as a Basher, just to try and keep a little bit of extra control onto these heroes that have pretty decent mobility. Stormstormer's walking into Miracle.
Miracle. And the Invis.
Didn't have the blink.
Anything from Avulus. It's been the Lycan Wolves, been the Wards, apparently Invis runes as well to scout them out. There's the Wolves, speaking of mine. Noob, Smoke's gonna pop. Stormstorm actually blinks close toward Nigma's side of the map again. Noob's gonna be able to respond in kind with the BKB, but he's running at them, and that you can't be rolling the Bristol back. That's not good enough if you're gonna win this team fight. He doesn't have a buyback, and up with the backline, Jibe. RP Supernova dropped on the head. Miracle's gonna be good for one. They'll get rid of Eki, but this is a lot used. Enigma, they've got nothing left in the takedown with the BKB just before the Echo Sam. What is gonna stop Smiling Knight? There is absolutely nothing. Your base is not safe. You've got no buybacks as well, and you might not even make it close to the fountain. You do have to be cautious about a potential skewer back. Omar is ready for that, but they're just going to poke them from afar. Eki gets so close to getting the kill onto Semail, but it doesn't even matter in the end. The damage has been dealt.
The damage has been dealt. Ooh, Seneko just dodges out the Sunstrike, just walking back and forth, even making sure to avoid the shockwave. That is another 2 lanes of racks that they're able to claim. Just keeping an eye on that Magnus. That's going to be the main thing for them, and Omar's actually caught him out.
Once again, Refresher going to be used for Phoenix, but it's not going to matter. Omar's gone 70 seconds without the mag. And GH might have to use... Jesus, what is the damage?
One shot down to about a 3rd HP. That is absolutely crazy. Even a Blink Dagger on Shibe, just 10 seconds away from his shapeshift. Looking to try and dive in onto the back lines.
From again. Toss up in the air, but the nuke. He's got a buyback at least. Noob trying to blow him up. Seneko does get the banishment out, but it's going to cost him his own life. Now Stormstorm is stuck in the middle as well. They're going to be able to get the Tiny. But it looks like Smiling Knight turning to try and deal with the objectives. Meanwhile, Jibe wanting Noob. He's not going to be able to get it, but the looks of the Sunray Hill, that'll be able to keep their Beastmaster alive. Can they catch up to the like? Nice Fissure, Miracle. Point blank just on the edge. Perfect placement. Making sure that Jibe does not slip out.
They're on the edge, but it's what's keeping them in this game. Damage still being done to the range racks by the creeps, and well, they're eventually going to be able to deal with them, as well as the creeps that were hitting into those tier 4 towers. But well, they've stalled it out. They've got a small chance still in this game, but it is a 98% win probability now for Avulus to stamp their ticket to Belgrade, to Serbia, to $1 million land. And they would love it if they're able to do it in a definitive fashion such as this.
Miracle?
Keep with the kite.
Force Staff tries to slip. Storm's not different. Is Smiling Knight still here?
Yeah,
he's farming right now. Okay.
He's got Blink.
Is he actually killed? Okay. BKB TVs. Thought maybe if you fissure block, I didn't know he had BKB back up. It's true.
I was wondering why it's taken so long for the Orchid to come out. It's the next item coming through for Shibe's Lycan. And I mean, GH has been, in my opinion, the only saving grace, really, of a lot of these Nickman Galaxy fights, right? I'd say he'd be topping the damage right now pretty easily for his entire team while doing healing, while providing that AoE control as well. And if you could deal with him, then you're feeling pretty damn satisfied with yourself. And with the rate that they're able to just farm across the map, with the rate that you're getting a little bit of reduced gold from all these super creeps, I don't know if GH is going to be able to get into that Aeon disc before the Orchid is a factor.
We'll have to keep tabs. If he can't get there, then positioning needs to be on point here for GH. Pressure back up shortly. Should be able to have that before Aviolus get grouped as 5 and back out on the map. 12,000 net worth lead. Does really feel like, though, at this stage in Dota, like, the Lycan is going to be so annoying. Defending your base, like, I feel like there's not a lot of, I don't know if it's armor, what it is on Throne, but it seems like it's much easier for teams and in games when people just go for the Throne, like hit tier 4s and completely avoid the heroes. And this is always going to be a threat for Nigma against the Lycan lineup.
Yeah. Especially with that Helm of the Overlord, right? You don't even need to commit your body. I think that's the big aspect to it. He's not even using an Ancient Creep, just the Hellbear Smasher doing its job to try and shove out that mid lane. Miracle deals with it pretty swiftly, though. They still don't have
They're
break.
gonna commit for this?
Yeah, Miracle's going up top. They've got decent vision once again, placed down by GH. Who's got the gem?
Danog.
Double
It's an
damage.
amped up Tiny with the Daedalus.
And they see the ward as well.
Not for long, though. They're not going to be able to use that potential vision, maybe to snipe one to the backline. We've seen how important Seneko has been with the banishment.
Miracle.
You've got to get him, but you've got to get someone else. Stormstormer close to getting the jump on a Miracle, but a quick finger enchant totem. Good timing. Gets him out, but they are on a bit of a timer here. These creeps are always going to get pushed inside the base. They need to make a play soon, but there is no opportunity presenting itself.
Really close to finishing up that Silver Edge for Miracle as well. This does feel like a bit of a do-or-die situation, and like you said, with those creeps, the way that they are, looks like they're trying to reposition towards the bottom side of the map, with Roshan dipping down there in the next 10 seconds. No real way for Enigma Galaxy to be able to move down there with this bottom creep wave pushing in. I mean, the creeps are already past, and that is a courier dying to the creep wave that we're talking about. Doesn't seem like they even care about Roshan. Feeling confident with their abilities now to be able to just blow anyone up that they're able to jump on. He actually went into a butterfly on the bristleback as well. Yep. They need it. They've needed it for a long time.
Do we feel like he's killable now with the break? Can they actually commit everything?
It depends how quick his fingers are and if he can get the BKB off. If he does, then it might be a little bit more challenging. I think you might need a bit of Smails damage coming through. If not, okay, yeah, absolutely.
Let's see if they're given the Aegis, because that would then make it a very difficult task for them to defend the base. And yeah, it looks like Smiley Knight's going to get the Aegis. Refresher shot, I believe, put in over to Stormstormer. She's in the hands of Lion too.
Shibe's buying up that Aghanim Scepter that we're talking about. This game feels like a pretty foregone conclusion, but he wants to make an absolute certainty of it. Tiny with the wolf bite would be incredibly scary. Honestly, at this stage, it's already so difficult for them to leave the base that it might even be worth just going for the Aghanim Shard on the Lycan. Just get those extra wolves pushing the lanes in. Make it even harder for them to try and deal with it. Even just a level 25 on the Bristleback. A couple of creeps away for him to be able to claim that one.
How close is GH to 18?
Half level.
Okay. Extra hits could be important inside these fights. We have seen Aviolus have been turning away from the egg, but maybe there could be an occasion where they can bring it down depending on its positioning. So see if GH can get that smoke inside the base, potentially from Aviolus. They're going to trail the supports, use that as a bit of a bait. Miracle might pop out, but goes and gets to the safety of the top side of their base, and they will continue to stalk. Omar would be a great opportunity. Zapped away. Quick and easy kill. At least he's got a buyback.
Just be a little careful here.
They're going to go for Stormstormer, really? This is a big opportunity to Noob as well. They're going to be able to find the Shadow Demon. Not a bad way to start. They'll also be able to turn back to deal with Stormstorm with a buyback RP over the southern side. Are they going to be able to get the follow-up, though? The spell casting coming through shortly. They're doing their best to kite Smiling Knight, but this was a lot used for the first round of the fight, and they might not have anything left. Miracle trying to get out of dodge, but the enchant totem distance is not enough, and he doesn't have a buyback. It's a 4v5. Nice timing the egg, at least before the avalanche, but they're not going to be able to hold anyone into place, so no value out of the second egg by the looks of it.
The hats.
Oh, they might lose Omar again,
Knight.
dude. Eki is just destroying them. The finger damage.
The wobbly tower ends up going for the tier 4s. They're trying to close it out here. And like you said, no buybacks available. The break wasn't all that impactful in the last fight. Poor Miracle able to get a couple of supports, but at the end of the day, they're not the ones killing you.
It's going to be a Hail Mary, man. It's going to be a Hail Mary. I don't even think they're going to have an opportunity before they get the jump in. Sumel's going to buy back at least. Noob's Roar is back up, but again, the banishment. Whenever there's a Roar, you bet there's going to be a banishment soon to follow as well. Smiling Knight, you know he wants to jump inside the base. He wants to be able to find these kills. And that's coming any moment now as soon as the Gs are out as well. Congratulations, Avulus. They will be moving over to play in front of a live crowd here in Serbia, representing Western Europe and MENA as well. What a dominating series victory from them in 3-1 fashion.
For sure, and not one that they're going to forget either. Obviously, a big qualification for them, but even just the learnings from that game number 1 where Enigma Galaxy were able to take the W, right? Just going onto that high ground against these 2 super defensive supports, they learned from that. We saw that in game a similar sort of situation, and they were patient. They waited on their high ground. They found the right gank and then moved onto the high ground. And these sorts of things are invaluable. You know, you can scrim all you want, but when it really counts, when the chips are down, that's when you find these learnings that just stick in the back of your head. And this must have been such a team building victory for them.
Yes, without a doubt, and a victory where it really feels like not one person is getting the praise, right? It really felt like, honestly, throughout this entire series, that I think every player really played their role in a lot of the games, which should hopefully give them confidence and makes it really exciting to watch them, because it's such a team victory.
I love seeing teams with their own identity, and kudos need to be given to Enigma Galaxy, of course, for getting to this point, but it was rough for them, right? It always felt like they were fighting this uphill battle, trying to pigeonhole heroes that aren't necessarily supports into supporting roles. Big credit, of course, needs to be given to GH. Look at that damage done as a position 5 Phoenix, and he had nearly 6,000 healing to go on top of that as well. So the man did his job. We got to see a little bit of what made Miracle such a star over the years, but unfortunately for them, back to the drawing board. And I have to say, maybe even Enigma enjoyed playing against, Western Europe competition again, because they were able to get a fair way through this bracket, right? And it would have given them a lot of confidence that most of the stuff that they're doing is right. A lot of the shot calling has been good. It just comes down to the draft in my eyes. And this was one where it felt like Avulus had questions that Enigma didn't have answers to.
Yes, without a doubt. And I think that's hopefully something that we're going to be able to see in time, with them being able to work on and come together. Because this Enigma team is definitely... it's definitely very fun to watch with the new roster we are seeing for them. How to at least made it to playoffs. I know they didn't go far at Bangkok, but they look good there, so it was exciting to watch. Regardless, so condolences to Enigma. Congratulations, a big congratulations to boys on Avulus, and we are going to be able to interview one of their players as well and speak to them a little bit and see how they were feeling overall. And we're going to get to hear Jibe. So Jibe, firstly, massive congratulations. It really has been fun watching you guys make your way through the upper bracket and do it in such dominating fashion as well. Firstly for you, how excited were you to play the Lycan? Because I've seen you've been playing it a little bit in your pubs, and I was kind of waiting for it to come out so far in the qualifiers. Were you itching to play this hero in the grand finals?
Oh yes, it's a bit of a old specialty of mine. It used to be high hero I had 90% win rate with in comp, and I'm always a bit sad when it's not in meta, but yeah, busting it out in the final game of this series was definitely a fun one. My team was like, what? Lycan? Well, sure. Well, you can give it a go. You know, it wasn't like super prepared or anything. It just came out of the blue and it worked out.
Yeah, it's worked out indeed. Then I'll let you continue with the questions.
Sure. I mean, you mentioned that sort of thing came out of the blue. Is that the sort of way that you guys approach, let's say, mid to late game Dota as well? Like you just kind of react to the situation? Or is there someone on your team driving decision making to force a scenario to happen, if that makes sense? Just to give you an example, there was the time where you were facing up against the IO gyrocopter, and it feels like you guys were ready for someone to TP out and try and deal with a creep wave and, you know, instantly respond to that. Was that something that you were planning to do in the time beforehand, or is it just something that you realize could be a possibility?
Those kind of plans do happen, but generally speaking, I guess it's more of an improvisation, usually. At least it's catching stuff. I think optimally, actually, you want to kind of prepare it beforehand, because, you know, when people are split pushing you, they actually want a reaction from you, right? So if you react spontaneously, usually it's like a bad thing, because that's what they wanted in the first place. So you kind of want to prepare if possible, but sometimes instincts are correct. Like some of those moments towards the end of one of the Gyro IO games was definitely just, we weren't planning anything. It was just suddenly Stormer or Eki just sees a dot on the map and like, guys, catch this guy, no, get him, and then chaos ensues. So it's a bit of both, I guess.
Awesome. Another question just about the team as a whole. Obviously, you had a good performance at the LAN not too long ago. Now you've got another LAN coming up. How vindicating is it for you guys to come together as a team of, I guess you've kind of been passed up on by other teams, and you know they decided to go with other players than yourselves, but then you guys come together and you're getting really good results. That must feel good, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's difficult to describe, like how good this year has felt compared to like the last, I don't know, 3 years of Dota for me, and I'm sure for some of the other guys too, like Smiling Knight, Suneko, Mag, our coach, Stormer. We've all had a tough couple of last years where things are just getting worse and worse, and then we formed this team out of nowhere, and suddenly things are clicking. It's like gaming gladiator-esque, pretty much, and it's just this amazing feeling. Right now, I think we're all super excited and happy that, you know, we go to lands, we place well, we don't just bomb out. It's an amazing feeling.
And just on that point, how much of that would you say is results based, if that makes sense? Like you're doing well because of that, or is it more the process leading up to it? Like you feel like you guys have ideas where everyone's open to listen to it and it feels like your team as opposed to you're just part of someone else's team, if that makes sense?
So, I mean, if I hated being on the team, it wouldn't be fun no matter the results, I think. Even when we first started this team, like back in June, we just played online tournaments, but it was still like the process with the team was very fun. And of course, winning helps. I think if we were losing, if a team loses all the time, you disband. That's just how things go. So winning helps, and that's the biggest reason why we're enjoying things so much, I guess.
Yeah. One last question for me. Obviously, you had that experience on LAN not too long ago, but you guys would have just come back from that, right? Not too many days after that, these qualifiers started. How did you find the experience, you know, going from LAN and getting a lot of that experience together back to online compared to like when you started? Because obviously, like you mentioned, you were playing a lot of online tournaments at the beginning. Were there a lot of learnings that you had on LAN that you then brought to your new online qualifier gameplay?
Not in particular this time. I mean, there's always a process of like learning the meta, figuring out other teams, just generally improving. But I don't think there were any special lessons this time. I know there's a big problem we had before, like earlier this year, because we've gone to so many boot camps and so many boot camps, and we went to PGL Wallachia, we went to the RES regionals in Serbia, and we went to ESL Bangkok now. Something we didn't notice was that usually when we come back from like playing on bootcamp or on LAN, we tend to lose our form like really hard. That happened for Dream League, for example. We just came back from a LAN and suddenly our form was terrible. We just took like 1 or 2 days break and we played in a new location and we just didn't play as well at all. So that was a bit of a thing we noticed, and I think everyone had that in mind now after Bangkok. And you know, we come back, we fly back, and nobody takes a day off. We just go straight back into it. And I think this is the first time that we came back where we didn't lose our form, and it did show in these qualifiers that we were slightly better than everyone else. I think that goes, the result speaks for itself.
Yeah, definitely. I would say the results speak for itself. I've got one more quick question. What are you and the boys, were you in particular most excited about going over to Serbia and playing at the LAN? Besides, of course, playing in front of the crowd, is there anything in particular that you're excited to do while you're over there?
Yeah, so actually in Bangkok, I think we had like a really good performance overall, and I think we were about to beat Paravision in the upper bracket in the BO3. Like we were about to close out the series pretty much, it felt like, but we kind of threw the final game, and you know, they ended up winning the entire thing. We could have secured top 3 in that series, but didn't. But that game wasn't on stage, and then when we go to the stage in the top 6, we have our worst performance of the tournament by far. Our only series on stage, it was like we didn't get to play at all, it felt like. So what I'm really excited about is to go on stage again and show that we're not going to choke as soon as we're there. So I'm hoping we can make a little bit of a deeper run and play on stage, and yeah, just improve and win some games in front of the crowd. That would be great.
Awesome.
Well, hopefully, man, you guys are really exciting to watch. It's really fun being able to cover you boys in the qualifiers, and wish you the best of luck. Is there anything you want to say to the fans, anyone, before we let you go?
Yeah, thanks to all the fans who are watching right now. I know a couple of my own friends that are watching. Shout out to you guys. And yeah, Merry Christmas, everyone. We're gonna have a break finally. Woo! 2 weeks break, or like 1 week break or something. Looking forward to that one.
Awesome.
Merry Christmas to you, my friend. Congratulations and good luck over at the LAN.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, man. All right, there we go. I get to hear from Jibe himself, and wishing him the best of luck over in Serbia, and all the other players as well from Avios. Hopefully they will get that opportunity to play in front of a crowd and to be able to do it in convincing fashion and make that deep run. I think through these qualifiers, we can see how good of a team they are and how deep a run they can potentially make all the way through the upper bracket. 2-0 Dragon Esports. A difficult series versus Team Secret without a doubt, but they were able to beat them in the end. We saw the upper bracket finals. There was no match against Nigma. They really wiped the floor there, but this best of 5 grand finals, we saw there was some competition. They had to put some effort in. So, you know, some sweat to get over to Serbia, but they're able to do it in the end with a 3-1 victory, and a big congratulations for them.
Couldn't ask for a better Christmas present, could you? You know, qualifying to $1 million land just a month away, and you know, like he said, after working hard, after getting back from Bangkok, they finally get a week off. You know, and they're able to relax, play some casual Dota, and spend some time with friends and family. So all the best to Jibe, all the best to the rest of Avulis. It was a very dominant performance throughout. Like they mentioned, they get the time off, but we do not, because you know, now we've got our Western European and MENA qualifiers. We've got our Southeast Asian qualifiers. I think the Americas qualifiers is going on in a few hours. And tomorrow, we've got some Eastern European qualifiers as well. You can see those on the screen. So starting at 8 o'clock CET, one W taking on the 4 Pirates. But we've got 8 teams that are all hungry once again for just the one spot, who are going to join, I believe, 15 other teams, including our 5 closed qualifier regional teams in this $1 million land. So that's exciting. And you and me are covering the first series. So
Yes.
I gotta sleep soon.
Yeah, you gotta hit the sack. I gotta hit the sack as well. We both gotta sleep. Different time zone for both of us, with both time to sleep and maybe for some other viewers as well. But like you said, there's going to be a lot more action going on here for the qualifiers to make it over to play at the FISSURE Playground on Dota LAN event. It's going to be some exciting stuff in store for us. congratulations to the teams that we have seen qualify so far, and a big congratulations to Avilis. It's really been a pleasure being able to cover them. This team's looking incredibly strong, and we'll see if they're going to be able to make that deep run over at the LAN in front of the crowd. That's what they wanted for, in front of the crowd. $1 million event. It's going to be a beautiful place to be able to watch and play as well. So like you said, for us, we're going to be back tomorrow. Any closing comments for you?
Yeah, like you said, pleasure to cover this. We got to watch some great Dota. We got to see some innovation coming through as well, which is always exciting to see. No 112-minute games for this region. That was just the Southeast Asian region, but I'm sure there's going to be plenty of bangers to come from Eastern Europe. So yeah, again, thanks guys for watching in. Hit the follow button because there is more Dota to come in just about 7.5 hours. So not too far away.
Yes, indeed, not too far away.
Your